There's nothing in Cube like mana leaking their first spell, Force of Willing their key play, and then casting Jace the Mind Sculptor or other various card draw spells. This, of course, going to be your top 5 control decks. Blue-White Cheons makes an appearance, maybe some blue-red, blue-black, blue in all the colors, except, green not so much. In any case, even though control has taken a bit of a beating recently, cards like Minsk and Boo, Lelia, Ocelot Pride aren't the friendliest to it, control is still a very viable strategy, and every now and then it gets some new tools. Psychic Frog, for example, is an excellent card for like a blue-black control deck. So, with that said, I hope you enjoy the top 5 control decks. If you want to see some cryptic commands and mystic confluences, you've come to the right place. Alrighty, welcome to Vintage Cube League here, where I'm going to follow our, top 50 ordering that me and BK did to the letter. Well, I actually am in this pack because Verdant Catacombs is definitely the best card. What's the next best card after Verdant? Like if Verdant wasn't here, I guess I'd be pick wanting an Inquisition of Kozilek or Lorien Revealed, maybe a Recurring Nightmare or Bauble, Grim, but Verdant's fine. I do not mind taking Verdant, and for reference, let me find it. Ooh, what are we taking here second? Oh, this pack is also really bad. It is, in fact, not strong at all. All right, so I have a top 50 here, and let me see if I can find it. Well, it was like in a chat I had with BK, and then I guess he just kept talking, so I couldn't actually find it. All right, here we go. Easy. So in this top 50, I have Verdant in Flooded Strands, so that's 40th. All right, we took the 40th best card in the cube. Very scientific. If you want to see a whole top 50 breakdown, that was the video from just a couple days ago, so check it out. Any case, I don't like any of these cards. I think no matter what, I'm going to be pretty unhappy. Maybe I just take Raucous Theater or Savannah. Honestly, I'm just going to take Savannah. I think having Fixing is good, and I really don't know which direction I'm going here. Now there's Grist, Reprieve, and Smuggler's Copter, as well as Uat, which wheels all the time. I think I'm going to take Reprieve. Reprieve we have 44th here, if you want to refer. Well, I think Remand and Reprieve are pretty similar. Reprieve might be even like half a step better, but they're kind of the same card. Yeah, all right, I'll Reprieve here. Copter is also good, but I don't know if I'm going to have a bunch of creatures in my deck. This could easily be a control deck or a combo deck, who knows? Well, I'm not going to pass up Marsh Flats here. No way, it couldn't be me. There's also Time Spiral and World Spine Worm are the other cards I'd be looking at, or Relic of Sauron, but Marsh Flats seems like a pretty clear pick. And these fetches all go together kind of nicely. I have 2 Obzon fetches and a green-white land, so I guess if I want to be those colors, it's pretty well set up. What do we got here? Might have to go off the rails a little bit. I think I'm going to take Teferi, and here's why. It's really good with Reprieve. It's pretty splashable. I already have 3 green-white fetches. And I feel like a multicolor control deck could be a good setup here. I don't know. Teferi, I think, is pretty good. Alternately, could have taken like Outland Liberator. Or I think Wandering Emperor is not even that good. That was just not a great pack, and I like keeping our options open here. And then here, now we can either take No More Lies or Oust. There's also Winds of Abandon, which I don't think is as good in a control deck as Oust. Pillage the Bog, or Caustic Bronco, or even Satyr Wayfinder, but you know what? I think I'm just going to take Oust. Oust is such good removal. Plus, it's a little bit less narrow than No More Lies, which is a blue-white card. The Oust is, of course, mono-white. So I feel like we could really end up in like a white-based control deck here, in which case Oust is going to be awesome. And now we've got Sika's Chariot, Lush Portico, Vindicate. I like Vindicate more than Touch the Spirit Realm. We don't have anything to Mystical for yet, and I think Vindicate is going to be nice. This looks like this could be a, I don't know, 3 or 4 color control deck. Could be 4 color no red. That could definitely be the case. We only have Esper cards. It could be that we're not even playing green. We just have the green lands. This pack's got a Sylvan Caryatid and a Thundering Falls. Thundering Falls is a little awkward. It doesn't touch any of these colors, or except I guess half blue on Teferi. And it doesn't get fetched by Verdant or Marsh Flats. Let's just take Sylvan Caryatid. I also think Sylvan Caryatid is unique among the mana dorks, even more so than Paradise Druid, which is you can put it in a control deck with 4 creatures and it's still fine because it doesn't turn on their removal. It's not like putting a Birds of Paradise into play and having them fatal push it. Caryatid, sure, it gets swooped up by a sweeper or something like that, but for the most part, it's pretty safe, and this looks like a good mana base for it. And then here, we've got Sunfall and Coalition Relic. Not a Daze deck, definitely not a Fire Blast deck or Raging Ravine. And I don't think Cryptic Code or Esper Sentinel works too well. Let's just take Sunfall. Sunfall's excellent. I think Dress Down is actually what this deck's looking for. There's also Dam, which is another Wrath, but I have one Wrath. I don't know that I need a second one so badly, and Dress Down has some really good, like when it's good, it's really good. Oh, and here, I think I like Darkslick Shores. Vendilion Click is a lot of blue mana. Kind of hard to cast. Darkslick Shores isn't like the best duel, but it's fine. Seems like it's going to do the trick here, which is help us cast our blue and black spells and mostly be untapped. Here, I guess I could take Flicker Wisp, though I don't think I'm going to play it. I really don't think I'm going to play Talisman. There's a chance I get enough white cards, I end up dipping more into white. Blue also wasn't that open this pack, but that's fine. We just take... Once you have two fetches, you can kind of just take the good cards. Oh, Wandering Emperor. That's actually a really nice pickup. Okay. Sure, I'll take a Squee and a Hogak. Always last pick buddies. So, I'm really hoping to pick up, I guess, a little fixing, maybe a win condition. Who knows? Oh, maybe a Caracas. Oh, referring to our handy-dandy chart. Caracas is in the top couple here. Let's see. It's right after Power. We have Caracas at number 16. So I guess we have to follow that. Obviously, that's pick one, pack one. I'm kind of joking. I do think Caracas is still better than taking, like, Scalding Tarn would be the next card. Maybe Pyroglyph, maybe Fracture Identity. All those are good, but Caracas is just busted. Oh. Now I just take Parallax Wave. I've got the colors for it. Parallax Wave is great. I would love to get like Lingering Souls or Raugrin Charm or Watery Grave or Council's Judgment. Any of those cards back would be fine, but that Flicker Wisp might just be making the cut here. I am picking up a lot of white cards, that is for sure. All right, here, I mean, there's Elite Spellbinder, not really a gut deck. Hedge Maze would be fine. Make Verdant into blue and give me a Surveil. Yeah, that's probably the pick. I still don't really want to go white beatdown here. I don't feel like I have the cards for that exactly. This is more like a 4-color control deck with heavy white. Ooh, and then here there's Teferi, Spara's Headquarters, Path. We're really not an upheaval deck. We don't have the mana for that. Teferi is pretty nice. It's actually nice with Parallax Wave as well. All right, there's also Adeline, but no, we're taking Teferino here. Ooh, I might... Oh man, I would love a Flage, but I guess I can't. The mana does not really work. I don't have a reason to play Memory Jar. I guess I'll just play Skyclave. We're just going to draft like mono white control. It's going to be great. Oh, now there's Solitude. Sorry, Luris. Solitude looks great here too. We've got something going on here. Not sure exactly what it is, but I like the direction we're heading. As much as it would be nice to pick up a Breach, I think we're on Eagles here. It can get just Savannah right now, but I really do expect to pick up a blue-white land at some point. I think my mana does not work as well for Baleful Strix, though Baleful Strix would be pretty nice here. Maybe it actually is Baleful Strix. It's good with Flicker Wisp. It's good with Parallax Wave. Yeah, it's good at defending Planeswalkers. Kind of like it. And then here, ooh, Containment Priest to go with P-Wave and Flicker Wisp. Please and thank you. Over Elspeth, easy pick there. Am I the only white drafter at the table? I guess so. Well, I'm going to take Fracture Identity over Luminarch and Mother of Runes. I don't think I want to turn into White Weenie, and I think Fracture Identity is looking really good here. This is just going to be like a white mid-range deck. Now, oh man, this is actually close. Council's Judgment or Lingering Souls? I bet it's Lingering Souls. I have a lot of removal. Lingering Souls is really strong. There's also 2 red lands that I don't really care about too much there. And I guess I'll take the Elite Spellbinder now. That's fine. We'll just play to the board here. I don't know if this Sylvan Caryatid or Baleful Strix are really making the cut. This Dress Down's probably not. I'm going to be blue-white. I would like to splash Vindicate Baleful Strix. And right now, I have 4 free green sources. I guess I'll take an Adeline here, sure. Honestly, if pack 3 just ends up being a bunch of white aggressive cards, I could just go there. But I like this idea. I think I'll take Concealed Courtyard. I think I'm more likely to want that. Seems like a reasonable pickup, and that makes me happy that I took Baleful Strix over Eagles, because Eagles and Concealed Courtyard are like kind of comparable fixing. They're not as good as duels or fetches, but are decent. I'm not going to play Yavimaya, but so getting that makes me feel better about taking the kind of hard to cast card. So what do I need in pack 3? A blue-white land would be really nice. Obviously, something busted would be nice. A legend to bounce with Caracas. I have Adeline already. It would be pretty cool if I picked up Venser. I don't think we've seen Venser. V-Click I did have the opportunity to take and I didn't, but I still think the man is looking not super hospitable towards Vendilion Click right now. All right, pack 3. Let's see what we got. Any good action here? Oh, phew, indeed. Time Walk. Let's go. All right. Tameo, I think, is already gone. I might not have many ways to use this, but I'm going to take Time Walk, and Jack Rabbit will wheel. I don't think Palace Jailer will, even if no one's playing white, but I guess you never know. All right. Time Walk's a good start. And I guess we'll follow it up with Demonic Tutor. As much as I like Flash, Time Walk's a pretty good reason to have DT in your deck. And I'll probably wheel Cathar Commando anyway, so works for me. Still really want a blue-white land or a blue-black land. Those would both be great. Blue-white would still be the best overall, most likely. Esper Triumph would also be pretty nice. I don't think we've seen that. Here we've got Snuff Out. If I'm playing more black, Snuff Out is an excellent card. Pretty decent chance Tide Hollow Sculler comes back. Crabomination's cute, but I think Snuff Out is just a fantastic card. And I just want some Esper lands now. Maybe I'm splashing this Caryatid. Probably not, but we'll see. Wow, black is very open this pack. I mean, I guess I take Thoughtseize. It's just the best card by so much. There's a Stoneforge that doesn't do anything for me. There's like a Thalia, which I really don't want. Collectible Battalion is obviously much worse. I mean, Tameo is kind of nice. Samwise would be kind of nice, but I think I should just take Thoughtseize and really try to pick up some more blue, black, white fixing if I can. Keep beating that drum. Let's see. We're at 4 picks in. All right. Oh, now I could take Remand. Could take Bitter Triumph. I don't really need Savai Triumph all that much. Savine's Reclamation. It's actually not the worst Savine's Reclamation deck. That one probably comes back. Let's just take Remand. Now I guess I'll take Mana Leak. And it's just 36. And if my next 2 picks are lands, I'll be pretty happy. There is a Spell Pierce. I guess I'll still take that. Though it's kind of a nice Beza deck. I have Flicker Wisp and Parallax Wave. Is there any chance Beza is actually the pick? It actually looks like it might be. Looks like a kind of nice place for Beza. All right, if I could just get one land here. One land is all I ask, because I certainly got plenty of powerful cards this pack. So if I cut the Caryatid, I mean, I could just play 18 lands. Like going into this, I have Verdant's a black-white, Marsh Flats is a black-white. Oh, look, a blue-white Surveil land? Perfect. I will take it. I'm not going to complain. Over Harvester, Dig Through Time. There's Eternal Witness to get back Time Walk, but let's not go down that road. I will just have Time Walk when it's good and cast it one time. Right now we're at 16 land, so I need to cut another card or 2. All right, well, I'm sure that is quite doable. I mean, this Adeline doesn't actually seem that good, so probably just cut that and maybe cut one more. Yeah, Hedge Maze is good. It makes it so Verdant gets blue and Verdant gets... So Marsh Flats and Verdant are both tri-lands, and I have 1, 2, 3 duels, so that's not so bad. And there might have been another land or 2 that I didn't see or didn't really make note of in the first couple picks. No, Jackrabbit did wheel. Palace Jailer did not, but so did Memory Lapse, and so did Spellseeker. It's a pretty nice Spellseeker deck, honestly. Getting Time Walk, Demonic Tutor, Oust, Thoughtseize, that's probably enough. Cathar Commando did indeed wheel. So did Shieldred's Edict. Am I back onto that? Well, I kind of like having Cathar Commando. No, Shieldred's Edict is quite good. Let's just take that. Maybe I cut the Elite Spellbinder. Okay, Sculler came back. I do like Sculler, I think over Crab. And need to cut like 2 cards. Maybe I just cut the Beza. I'm not sure. That's this draft, huh? No real reason to take Stoneforge. Not only going to have the mana for Figure. Samwise was plus Parallax Wave is pretty nice. Oh, there's that Savine's Reclamation. Am I actually going to play this card? Because if I'm not, I should just take Baleful Mastery. I kind of feel like I should just take that. Whoa, what a weird draft. All right, let's go to deck building real quick. All right, so this is 14 lands, so I need to cut like 3. Yeah, I guess at that point, Bez is probably one of them. Flickrisp, I think, is good. Skyclave. I think Skuller's pretty good. I've only got 1 sweeper, so I don't think I'm going to worry too much about blowing up my own creatures with that or anything. Do I want Samwise? I mean, it's really good with Parallax Wave. Maybe I just cut Wandering Emperor. The Wandering Emperor is also nice with Flicker Wisp. I could cut Sunfall, but I kind of feel maybe I do cut Sunfall. This deck does have a lot of 1-for-1 removal, so maybe I don't actually need Sunfall so badly. Now I just have to cut 1 card. Maybe I do cut the Sculler. No, Sculler's pretty good. All good cards. What do I do? Like, I think Lingering Souls is just a good card. I guess I could cut Shieldred's Edict. It's nice with Spellseeker, though. I'm not going to get it that often. I have Vindicate. I have Snuff Out, Parallax Wave, Solitude. All right, I've got a lot of removal. I'll probably side in removal. I'll want to switch things around once it's time, or once I see what they're doing. So right now it's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 white. I could probably go to 10 white, and then I assume another black is probably where I want to start. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 black, and then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 blue. Yeah, that looks about right. And I've got 2 Surveil lands. Let's get in there. I like this deck. This is a cool deck. It ended up in a very strange spot compared to what I thought it would at various points. I guess at the end it's just kind of Esper control, but I don't know. It took some zigs and zags to get there, but I'm excited. This is a fun deck to play, it looks like. All right, time for round 1. Let's play first. All right, I mean, I'm clearly missing black mana. That would be nice to pick up, but I have turn 2 Sculler if I draw it. I have Oust if I don't, and Spellseeker gets me probably Time Walk at this point if I draw any land. I mean, if I draw a Swamp, like, playing against blue-green, I do like this hand against blue-green. Well, depending on how green they are. I like this hand against green creatures, I guess is a better way to put it. Well, 5-drop is not ideal. Let's just pass. Playing against Domain is what it looks like. All right. Land? Any lands? No, best I can do is a black card. All right, well. Don't think this draw is gonna turn out. I mean, it was keeping a 2-land hand with a removal spell and a 3-drop where any land unlocked those, and then it did have 3 black cards, but obviously I was looking for black mana to hit those. Spellseeker would also find me another card, so certainly not over, but it's not going well. I mean, I basically think if I draw a land this turn, I think I could be in this game. If not, I don't think I'm going to be able to win if I have to discard this turn and don't get to play anything. All right, well, Marsh Flats was nice, so let's crack that. Let's get a Swamp. Let's just cast Spellseeker. I just like using all my mana, and if they're going to counter Spellseeker, that's fine with me. Next turn, I can maybe, like, once I draw another black, I can play 2 cards in the same turn. Spellseeker, part of what I was hoping to find with it was, or set up with it was a turn where I get to go Thoughtseize into Time Walk or something along those lines. But I can also do something like next turn Demonic Tutor for Swamp, play Swamp and Sculler. Or just draw Swamp, that would be nice too. If their first play is something that gets hit by a Snuff Out, I'll feel pretty good about the situation. If not, it's going to be a little tougher. Mox Opal. Okay. Huh. Okay. I mean, Sword of the Meek is not ideal. The Sculler and DT are going to, or rather Sculler and Thoughtseize are going to run out of cards in hand to get. I'm going to get Swamp again. Because I just drew a 5-drop also. Land. Let's just play Sculler to start with here. Fracture Identity might be good here. Teferi might be great here. Okay, what you got? Manamorphose Tendrils Omnath. All right, they are cooking. I mean, I'm not even that scared of Omnath, but I think it's the best card to take with Sculler. I really don't need to take Tendrils, and Manamorphose just cycles. So let's just do that. Thoughtseize might be good here. I'm not sure what am I going to do next turn. I would still like to draw a land. It's got 2 good 5s to play. If they kill the Sculler or play Omnath, I can snuff out the Omnath. I guess I could also fractured it, but using snuff out feels like it would be pretty good. I suppose I imagine they're leading with Manamorphose, though maybe they want to save that for Tendrils. Courser of Krufix. And of course, their top card wasn't a land? Really? That's bizarre. They Sensei's topped, chose Courser. Okay, well, I'm going to snuff out the Courser in response. I think maybe they have a land under the Fast Bond. Either way, I mean, they might have done it this order because I was tapped out and they didn't think I could do anything, but yeah, I'm happy enough to do that. Now they can play their Fast Bond. Their last card in hand is a Tendrils. I don't even really think I need to Thoughtseize them. If I draw a land, I'm slamming Teferi is what I'm doing. If I don't draw a land, there's a lot of cards I could draw that would be bad here. Any double white card, first of all. But now they're going to play their land. Yeah. All right. Fair enough. Let's go. Oh, nice. Land. Oh, wait. Convert and get an untapped land? Oh, it has 1 swamp left. Oof, close one. If I could have buried their top somehow, I would have definitely done that, but I don't think... Oh, what a good draw. I don't think we're in a position to... Like, it doesn't make sense to minus Teferi here. Okay, so they're going to draw their Sensei's top here. They're going to cast it. I'm going to let it resolve. They can then top, but if they find something to play with top, I can then remand it, which probably buys me a turn. Oh, remand it and then Thoughtseize it. Leave them with their Tendrils. I mean, I guess I'm at 14, so I have to think a little bit. I'm going to go to 12. But they're just not that close to Tendrilsing me. They have 2 mana left over after casting Tendrils. Like, how are they casting? And they have 1 spell in hand? I kind of don't mind if this is Thopter Foundry. Oh, Thundering Falls? That's not really the way to do that, unfortunately for them. What they wanted to do was rearrange the top. So here's the trick you can use in that situation. Tap the top to draw, rearrange the top, and then tap it to draw a card in response. Draw the Thundering Falls. Then the top rearrange trigger resolves, and you can put a weak card in first, play Thundering Falls, mill the weak card, draw the top. That's what they should have done. I'm assuming there's a card in their top 3 they don't want. It'd be really weird if that was not the case. Let's draw... I kind of feel like I have so many answers. Like, should I just fractured? I kind of feel like I should just fracture the Sword of the Meek. I'll still have Remand up. And because of Teferi, I'll have Remand Containment Priest up even. This way, because if they draw Thopter Foundry and play it, even fracturing it at that point is really bad for me. And I'm putting them on a fairly quick clock, and I have Oust and Solitude and Teferi as answers to other cards. So feels like just answering, preemptively killing their sword is worth it. It's unfortunate because their sword doesn't do anything. So I'm kind of killing a dead card. It doesn't even really do much for me. I guess maybe I'll equip it next turn. But it just, I don't know, felt like a good place to use my mana and mitigate one of the riskier combos. Yeah, like they just played a basic land. They would have been much better rather milled that, I'm sure. All right, well, let's fire off Containment Priest here. Draw Skyclave Apparition. All right, let's draw a card. Plains. Thoughtseize their Tendrils. Does that do anything? Skyclave, does that do anything? It's like their Mox doesn't even provide mana. I think I'm just going to equip Sword of the Meek and send for 5. Yeah, I guess so. I just kind of feel like the play of remanding the spell they get off top and then thought seizing them is likely to work. I'm not that scared of a Tendrils here. Their top 3 cards have also just kept being bad. They not knowing the way to do the little tricky top trick, which I don't blame them for at all. Like it's kind of a weird play. Not knowing that meant they spent basically an extra turn drawing this forest, but that also means that's the best of the top 2 cards, and then they have 1 unknown as the 3rd card. It's going to be difficult to get out of this, I think. End of turn, I could play Solitude. Maybe that's fine. Let's see. The thing is, I have lethal next turn, or in 2 turns, regardless of whether I play Solitude or Skyclave. So, seems like waiting might be fine. I mean, they're in a lot of trouble here. All right, they have drawn with top. Let's see what you find. And I could, on the very last turn, that's when maybe I thought seize the Tendrils. Let's see what they've got here. They drew with top. They have Tendrils in hand. I mean, they can Tendrils for 4 here. 6 if they drew a spell that costs, I guess, 1 mana. So it's not going to be the easiest. All right, what you got? Sorin of House Markov. Oh, that is actually a really strong combo of Tendrils. You kind of like double Tendrils them because you play Sorin, play some spells, Tendrils you for 8, flip Sorin, deal 8, you know? I mean, that's all well and good, but I'm also just going to Solitude the Sorin here. All right. 5 color combo. I don't really want Sunfall or Beza. Shieldred's Edict. I mean, Elite Spellbinder is probably decent. Oust looked kind of bad. Containment Piece looked kind of bad. I think I'd rather have Shieldred's Edict as an instant speed way to kill something like Sorin. All right. On the draw here. I mean, I guess I'll keep. It's all 3 drops. That's a bit rough. But Marsh Flats can get Meticulous Archive, so maybe I can find a 2 mana or 0 mana interaction that way. All right. Solitude is at least a spell I can cast. So let's just get Marsh Flats, or play Marsh Flats and pass. They're leading on fast lands. Just sword on 2. Ooh, getting to snag that with Skyclave would be pretty nice. Let's get Meticulous Archive here. Any Scullers? Elite Spellbinder. I'm just going to put that in my graveyard, I think. I just have so many 3 mana plays. I just don't think putting the 5th 3 mana play on top really makes sense. Well, that's a 2 mana play. That's interesting. All right, I kind of think I just run out Samwise end of turn. Because I'm going to go Samwise into like Skyclave your sword maybe. Not sure. It feels like having Samwise in play to attack if they don't play a blocker is probably worth it. It might deal 4 or 6 damage here. I guess it's nice to like pitch Solitude, play Samwise, get back Solitude. So if they play a creature this turn, I could do that, but I don't think they're very likely to do that. Yeah, let's just get Samwise in here. Flicker Samwise, make him tempted by the ring twice. It's fine, I can play that next turn. Land. It's just Skyclave here. And pass. Yoink. All right. I guess actually doing this before attacks wasn't ideal because they could kill the Skyclave and block, but I think that's all right. Next turn. Let's see if they have like, they can't Omnath here. Oh, no, they could. If they get a green land, blue, white, red. And there's green. All right. Looks like we are getting Omnath. That's funny. I mean, I'm going to kill it. Probably with Flicker Wisp on Skyclave would be my guess. Let's go. Send with Samwise. Well, they can't block it because it's the Ring Bearer. Then I'm going to play Dark Slick Shores. And Flickerino here. Flicker Skyclave. They get a 2/2 back, but they're going to lose Omnath here. Okay, and then now I've got a pretty good squad. I also have Solitude up next turn, or I have Teferi to maybe bounce an illusion token. I've got some good plays here. I don't know what they're up to. I guess that's where Elite Spellbinder would have come in handy, but I just really didn't think I wanted to put another 3 on top since I had so many. Okay. Manamorphose. We're getting Tendrils for 4. I don't think that. But we'll find out. Double green. Interesting. What are you doing with double green? I guess they didn't actually have double green before. That's fair. What is this? Green Suns? Well, I guess that's something for Containment Priest to think about. Courser? Yeah. Into Sensei's top. Their favorite. Reprieve, huh? Reprieve is kind of nice. Maybe I just Vindicate the Courser and then leave up Reprieve. That seems pretty good. And I think I attack with Flicker Wisp. Do I attack with Samwise? I definitely don't attack with Skyclave. I think I'm just going to attack with Flicker Wisp. I feel like the Samwise trade... Well, no, the Samwise trade is good, because if they trade here, then... Which they probably should. I can attack with Skyclave next turn. Which I think that's all reasonable. And then now I've got Reprieve up for their next spell. Well, if they play top, I'm not reprieving it. But Reprieve up for their next big spell. And then I've got Teferi and Solitude coming soon as well. Paw Patch Recruit. Yeah, I will reprieve that. I think I'll get Savannah. That card's kind of annoying. If they have another land, they can play it kicked again, and that would actually be pretty good. It looks like they're just playing top. All right. Well, then I'm going to attack them for 5. Play a land, say go, leave mana up for Solitude. If they paw patch, end of turn, Solitude 1. They get to put a counter on the other. I guess I Solitude the real one, and then Teferi the token is one way to go about it. They would go to 9, and then I would attack them for 7. So not quite lethal, because they gained the 2 off Solitude. But I would say a pretty good position. They're going to find their land. Here they didn't have the mana to do the other trick, so it makes sense. They might honestly bin the top, but they seem to enjoy spinning top. Oh, Zurin Orb. Oh, that's a combo with Sorin. Sack all your lands, then flip Sorin and nug them for 1 million. I mean, they're almost assuredly going to play Jackrabbit Slim over there, so I'm going to keep up Solitude. So their Paw Patrol doesn't... I just know I'm going to get a chance to cast it. I would be surprised if they did not play a creature I wanted to Solitude this turn. Though, I mean, who knows what they're up to. This looks like... Oh, it's Oko Thief of Crowns. Okay. Make a food. Fair. They have another play? Kind of surprised if they don't play the Paw Patch here. Oh, Sensei's top. Huh. Really? This is a bizarre... I don't understand why not play the Paw Patch. I guess I'll still play the Solitude here because it lets me attack Oko, but I'm kind of confused. I don't see how playing and spinning top and leaving a mana up is better than playing your 2/2/1s. All right, they're going to do something, I guess. I mean, maybe they're still just going to play it as a 2/1. They honestly probably should. I guess it depends what they're going to play next turn. Yeah, I mean, I guess people love spinning top, huh? Okay, I will cast Solitude. And Nug Paw Patch Recruit. Its ability goes in the stack on nothing. Draw. Let's go Baleful Strix first. See if that changes any of my plays. Does not. And then I'm going to play play Teferi. I think I'm going to bounce the food token. They can't Oko it, and they can't. This way, if they want to, I guess I'll play the Courtyard. If they want to make Zernorb into, well, I guess they can't even make Zernorb into a creature. Yeah, maybe I didn't even need to kill the token. I should have just saved the Teferi activation. Yeah, since I'm killing Oko, I guess that's probably better. I guess I assumed I was killing Oko. This slightly safer in the case I don't. But no, once I play Teferi, I know I'm killing Oko. All right, well, they have their Sensei's top. I mean, they have a bunch of life off Zernorb. Obviously, they're in quite bad shape now. There's, I mean, a sweeper would be pretty bad for me. They'd get a 4/4 token. They haven't played a sweeper so far, so yeah, I don't know. We'll see how this goes, but I kind of like where we're at. Once they have to start sacking lands to Zernorb, the game ends pretty quickly because their ability to defend themselves starts to go down, and yeah, then they sack all their lands, then they die. But we'll see. There's a lot of cards they could play that would be really problematic for me here. I mean, Pyrokinesis, any sweeper, Sunfall, Wrath, Balance, Fury, all of those things would be tough. Tinkered away the Zernorb. I mean, who knows? All right. Sorin. Oh, they can Sorin me for 16? That's pretty good. I guess I'm glad I gained a life off Solitude. So what are they going to do now? Oh, I guess they were pretty close to killing me if I didn't kill Oko and gain that life. I guess they can flip Sorin and kill Skyclave Apparition. And then Sorin is going to have 2 loyalty, which means I probably have to kill it with Flicker Wisp. Yeah, the Teferi... That's funny, is the Teferi Plus actually almost saved me from dying to Sorin, though, as it turns out, that's not what would have happened. Yeah, I got to kill Skyclave here. All right, well, I think I'm pretty far ahead, but obviously that was not bad. Oh, that's pretty good. Let's attack Sorin. Leave back Baleful Strix to block their 4/4. I mean, the attack isn't great, but there's just no reason to let them attack into Teferi here. They're going to play top. I'll let it resolve. If they draw anything, I can just counter it with Mana Leak here. I'm going to get to attack them for 3 next turn. And if once Teferi ticks up to 3, they're in huge trouble because it can bounce the illusion and then unlock attacks for 7, which will end the game quite fast. All right, they did not cash in their top. Oh. All right, they're locking in the trade now. Yeah, that's reasonable. Especially if they maybe have a play post-combat. They certainly could. All right. Take my turn. Oh, that's interesting. We're going to get them good. Going to draw step, Thoughtseize them, and hope they did not... Oh, even if they drew an instant, it doesn't matter. They can't play it because it's Teferi. I guess maybe they will end up drawing a land. It's possible, but it seems unlikely that that's what they want. So if their top card is a land, I guess so be it. Are they going to top again? They already just topped, but you never know. All right. Draw step, Thoughtseize you. Draw step, Thoughtseize is pretty annoying. Oh, it's just a land. That was their best card? Huh. All right, fair enough. I mean, I can still mana leak most everything here. Next turn, do I want to plus or minus Teferi? I guess I'll probably just plus it and save it for the next thing I have to bounce that they play. I mean, bouncing my Solitude is also not bad. Oh, never mind. They just die now. Spellseeker. Strong card. All right, well, this deck worked kind of nicely. We were playing against a kind of wacky deck, but I think, if anything, my deck's better against creature decks than combo decks. Though I guess having Thoughtseize and Tide Hollow Sculler, Mana Leak, Side and Elite Spellbinder, yeah, Reprieve, those are some decent interaction. They didn't need to sack a land there, but obviously they can. I mean, they're super dead here. Spellseeker plus Time Walk puts them at -4, which means I have to sack 3 lands, and then I just mana leak whatever they play next. Oh, I can also Teferi Spellseeker and go get Demonic Tutor if I want. Boom, 1-0, let's do it. All right, we're on the draw here with 2 free spells and a Surveil land. Why would you ever mulligan this? One thing that's a little sad is this deck doesn't have actual scrub land. That would have been a nice one. Oh, pretty close though, isn't it? All right, Hedge Maze, and we're just gonna flood out. I can tell. I can't cast Snuff Out. That much is true. But turn 2, I'm probably just gonna DT for Time Walk. I don't know when I'll cast it, but I'll set something up. All right, Consider is acceptable. I could DT for a Mox, or not Mox, a Swamp, so to have Snuff Out on, but it looks like they're blue-black. It's not clear Snuff Out's even good, so let's just draw Concealed Courtyard, just Demonic Tutor to spend my mana. Really don't care if they counter this here. And I think I just take Time Walk. I don't know, it's just generically a very powerful card. It's kind of bad against Thoughtseize, but Thoughtseize and Inquisition are cards they would have played already if they had them, most likely. And I feel like I can set up something good. Oh, you want to hear a good setup. Teferi 3 +1 it, and then on turn 5, Teferi +1, Time Walk on your end step, because you can play it as an instant. That would be sick. Okay, what's this? True Name Nemesis. I guess I'm going to have to side in Shieldred's Edict, because that is going to be an annoying one. I have a lot of cards in hand, none of which do anything. What a beating, huh? I don't think True Name's very good in this cube anymore. I think it's just okay. And I certainly don't usually play it in blue-black. But the card, when it's good, oh yeah, it is good. Honestly, I think I'm just going to cycle Teferi is what I'm going to do. I really, it's not a good play, but I don't have a better one. I need to hit land drops, so. Gain 3 life, draw a card. Oh yeah, the dream. And I also have Sunfall on my sideboard. It's a potential card. Certainly True Name has good matchups, and this is a pretty good matchup for the True Name. I could Wandering Emperor the Preacher. I'm at 20. I guess what I'd want to do is play Marsh Flats. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do, because I can maybe Wandering Emperor, and what I could do is end of turn Wandering Emperor. I mean, I guess we'll see. Deep Cavern Bat. All right, well, it's kind of annoying, but yeah, it's actually not the end of the world. Let's get Swamp. cast the Wandering Emperor. Let's see if that resolves. If they have a counter here too, then yeah, it's going to be tough. It does look like a good True Name deck. I like it when it's... Basically, I like True Name in aggro decks, and blue doesn't have that many aggro decks. Sometimes blue-black or blue-red can definitely do the trick, though. So, all right. Well, Deep Cavern Bat is going to take, I don't know, maybe Skyclave Apparition. The problem is if I don't play Wandering Emperor, they just don't attack into, or they just take it with the bat, and I think that's pretty bad. If they attack with Preacher, I get to -2 kill Wandering Emperor. If they just attack True Name on Wandering Emperor, I can +1 it to put a counter on nothing. Untap and maybe go like Skyclave Time Walk. So far, these two plays have really messed up both of the turns. That's been some good interactions for my opponent. I don't feel like I'm in good shape now. Okay. It's +1. Let True Name hit down to 1. I'll take my turn. All right. Let's draw. I think I'm just going to play it plains. Make a 2/2. Pass the turn. They already have a counter up, so... I feel like they don't have a counter spell right now. Let's just play Solitude. If they have a counter, then again, that's just going to be very bad for me. They have the mana up already, so letting them untap and doing it on their upkeep just makes Venser and Cryptic be live. So I don't really think there's a good reason to do that. Eat the Deep Cavern Bat. Pass the turn. And now they can smash with both. Yeah. I take 5 here. I mean, I am setting up a nice turn. They obviously know my hand, so they're not going to like walk into it. But if I got to go Skyclave your Preacher, Time Walk, attack for 5, take my extra turn, attack for 7, I'd feel pretty good about that. Master of Death? Huh? That's an odd one. Don't usually see that one get played. All right. Curious what they're up to with the old Master of Death. No lands. Interesting. And a Lingering Souls? All right. Start with Time Walk, I guess. Okay, then I'll play Skyclave. Skyclave Master of Death. And send for 5 here. And then next turn I can send for 7. Oh, they have a way to kill my Skyclave here. They're going to dismember Skyclave. Well, that is really not that bad. They knew about the Snuff Out, so yeah, it could have been a lot worse. All right, and take my turn. I could Teferi +1 and have Reprieve up. That sounds pretty good. And then this way I have, if I draw Thoughtseize, I'll be able to Thoughtseize here. Oh, they have Force this whole time. Okay, interesting. Well, I'm surprised they did. Really? That's what they forced? Huh. It doesn't seem like... I mean, I guess you only get to use Force at one point. I don't know. I probably would have forced the Snuff Out and had the 3/3 block the Samurai. That sounds like a pretty good deal to me. Now they're attacking for 2 and getting a token, and they have to keep True Name back. But honestly, drawing a land is not that bad for me here. Obviously, drawing a spell would be nice too. Either one of those. All right, let's just play Lingering Souls. And then I'm just going to pass with Reprieve and Containment Priest up. And pass the turn. I might double block Preacher of the Schism now. If they're keeping True Name back, it's not like I can get in with True Name anyway. Yeah, I think so. Let's go block, and I think I'll keep the flyers because I'm playing Containment Priest end of turn. Or maybe I should have blocked with both flyers, Samurai and Solitude. I don't know. Oh, Harvester. Well, I can't stop that. All right. Can't counter that or anything. Harvester would have been pretty good, though I guess they couldn't really cast it because it would kill their own True Name. Honestly, they might have cast it this turn if I didn't block. Though maybe they should have just cast it and attacked. I don't even know. All right, well, I'm going to draw. Remand is not bad. All right, so now I'm going to put Lingering Souls into play. I mean, they go to 1 here because they go to 3. Then they attack back with both vampire tokens. They go back up to 5, and then I can attack them back for 4 down to 1. But I have 2 remands here, which seems like a pretty good deal. All right, well, this is going to use one of them, I guess. What is this? Oh, Dig Through Time. Ha! This is going to be a great reprieve. All right, let's reprieve. That's fantastic. They didn't do it when I was tapped out, and it's going to work out really well for me. Because now that's just counter. I just cryptic commanded their dig. They have a dig in hand that just doesn't do anything. All right, I have to attack like this. Block a token. I think I actually block like this because I do 1 less damage, but I'm already not killing them. And over 2 turns, it's a lot better to have 1 less vampire lifelinker in play. Oh. I don't think I'm supposed to cast Dig or Fractured Identity here. Because now they're just dead, currently. And I feel like if I just wait, if they don't have an end of turn play, they're going to need something pretty good to get out of this. Well, they need something cheap. Because they're going to have to cast it twice. And then on my turn, I'm going to get to Fracture Identity. I guess not the True Name, but I could hit the Preacher. Okay. I don't think I've had a game where Preacher attacked this many times and the game didn't end. Especially not with the game not ending with the Preacher player winning. But I think they've attacked me 5 times with it. Something like that. Okay. I will play my land and I will attack. Let's see what they got. Smirking Spelljacker. Well, I guess they're probably pretty sad that I didn't play anything. Remand that thing, and we're up a game here? True Name Nemesis didn't do it once again? All right. So I do want Shieldred's Edict, given that. Containment Priest. It didn't look very good, but it's possible it could do something. Dress Down is also nice against both True Name Nemesis and Smirking Spelljacker. Oust could be bad. It's only good so far against Preacher. Everything else, it didn't seem that good. And there's Elite Spellbinder. I don't know about that. Snuff Out. I mean, it's okay. It's probably not great, but I don't think I want to cut it from the deck. All right. I think I like this well enough. I don't think I want Sunfall. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll run it. Not the best hand in the world, but especially against a deck with hand disruption, doesn't feel like I'm supposed to mull that hand. Okay, any black sources? No, but Reprieve's actually a kind of nice little draw. If they don't have a 2-drop, then I don't mind it. If they have a bat here, it's kind of annoying. Well, they don't know about the Reprieve, I guess. What are they going to take here? They might take Demonic Tutor. I left a card on top, so it stands to reason that that card might be a black source. So it's not crazy to take Demonic Tutor here. They took Dress Down. That's interesting. All right. Savannah, pass the turn. It's looking like I just leave up Samwise here. The snuff out is mocking me. They did go swamp, by the way, which they would not have done if they had islands in hand, because they have True Name in their deck. So, definitely possible. They don't have a lot more lands. They did not. All right, well, I'll play Samwise. It's not doing anything otherwise. If they want to kill my Samwise now, they are more than welcome to do so. If I draw a land, I get to Flicker Wisp my Hedge Maze. Wow. Amazing. Oh, Bowmasters? Yeah, that's not the one I was hoping to see, but I guess that's better than it killing my Flicker Wisp. Wait, okay. It's kind of a beating that reprieving Bowmasters is also going to be horrible for me, but I guess I'll take it. I mean, at some point, fracturing the Bowmasters could be good. All right, Swamp is pretty nice. It's just Demonic Tutor here. Here's where I would get a Wrath. I will get instead... I could get Parallax Wave. I could get Lingering Souls. I could get a land. That sounds kind of weak. Time Walk doesn't seem all that amazing, though, either. I really am not that thrilled about any of these options. To be honest, maybe it is just Parallax, or not Parallax Wave, Caracas. Is that better? I could get Wave. It's going to be a good Wave draw. All right, let's just get Parallax Wave. I can't cast it, but I don't know. There's just nothing that sounded very good. And I feel like I could... Parallax Wave is definitely the kind of card that could win me the game here. Like, I'm assuming they're not going to play anything right now, and then maybe on their turn they play something else. If I draw a land, that's great. I've got Reprieve and Remand if I don't. Okay. I'm only taking 3 a turn, so it's not that much. They had Swamp number 3 into Preacher, yeah. Draw. There's Marsh Flats. All right, well, I guess I will play Parallax Wave then. Plains. Wave and pass the turn. Okay, they did not Force of Will me. Next turn, I'm going to Parallax Wave the Preacher before it attacks. And I think I'm just going to take 3 for now. Because if I draw a land, I actually would rather just... they drew an island. They played Master of Death. It is a legal play, I guess. Fracture Identity the Bowmasters, killing the Deep Cavern Bat. Okay, they kept Surveil too, right? Yeah, so they have a land on top, is my assumption here. Spellseeker getting Time Walk's not too bad. All right. I think I want that, or... No, let's just pass, actually. Let's just keep up Remand and Reprieve, and what I'll do here is I'll likely... This is where I kind of wish I had Containment Priest in my deck still. Likely Parallax Wave the Master of Death. I think Parallax Wave the Bowmasters. Because I'm going to take 2, go to 7. Almost assuredly going to cast Reprieve or Remand, I would imagine. I guess if they just pass the turn, it's pretty bad, but it didn't seem like that was going to happen. All right, let's Remand to use my blue mana. And Meticulous Archive. All right. So, what do I want to do here? If I Flicker Wisp the Parallax Wave, they get all those back, including the Bowmasters. I could Parallax Wave the Deep Cavern Bat and then cast Dress Down in response to the Parallax Wave coming back. or leaving, then Bowmasters, Master of Death, and Deep Cavern all don't trigger. How bad is it if Bowmasters triggers? I guess it's actually not that bad. This is definitely making me want Sunfall, though. I think I'll just get another turn here. Let it fade. I could Fracture Identity the Deep Cavern Bat. That is also an option. I could Flicker Wisp the Parallax Wave. So if I do that, the Parallax Wave leaves. These all come into play. Bowmasters kills Flicker Wisp. I then can Parallax Wave a thing or two. I'm trying to set up Spellseeker Time Walk too, but I guess I'm not really able to do that yet. This I don't really like any of these options. And I'm at a low enough life total that I feel like I've got to do something here. I think it's probably the Flicker Wisp play. I don't know. I don't really feel like this is going to work out well, but I don't really know what I'm supposed to be doing either. All right. Flicker Parallax Wave. Here's where Containment Priest would have indeed been nice. And they get to Surveil 2. I think I'm going to take out Snuff Out. The only target I've seen so far is the Apparition token off my thing in a Smirking Spelljacker, which is just not enough. All right, Wave comes back. Let's see. Oh no, I wanted to kill the Preacher before they attacked, actually. That was a mistake, but I think I'm pretty screwed either way. All right, let's kill the Orc army and Master of Death, I guess, for now. All right, take 2 to go down to 5. If they play True Name, I guess I respond by, I can Parallax Wave the Bat. And cast Dress Down. They won't even trigger their Bowmaster. Gush in response? Oh my god. Please don't find Force of Will. They gushed into Force of Will? Yeah, alright. I guess I'm not dead yet, though. It's not looking good, but I'm not technically dead. I mean, I am actually pretty dead, though, because this Parallax Wave is also going to pop. All right. You know what I think I'm going to do? I think I'm just going to keep the Containment Priest in, take out the Snuff Out, and I think probably put Sunfall in. Maybe I take out Wandering Emperor. It's not the best against a lot of what they have going on. All right. Let's do that. All right, I would like to play first. Okay, this is a hand. Thoughtseize into Baleful Strix with Shieldred's Edict and Samwise and Skyclave. That's off pretty good mana. Shieldred's Edict and True Name. All right, well, I'll take the True Name, so I don't have to worry about that one anymore. Shieldred's Edict is just not very good against Baleful Strix and Samwise. I like that. They didn't... Oh, I guess they did have double blue. They just have to play the Otawara. Oh, Lingering Souls, also an excellent draw here. So now I just need to find lands. And then I'm fine. Caracas with Samwise. It's all coming up, Millhouse. Let's see what they got. Swamp Go? Or did they draw Bowmasters? Or are they just going to Shieldred's Edict now? Oh, smart. Play around Samwise. Smart maneuver. All right. I'm just going to Lingering Souls. I can Sculler them at my leisure, I feel like. I don't know. They definitely could have drawn a spell by now, but giving it more time also kind of helps. Plains is actually decent. I can cast Sculler and leave up Samwise. I can't flashback Lingering Souls. I think that's okay. Okay. Tide Hollow Sculler. They have Otawara and Swamp in hand, as well as Shieldred, which is already blanked by my Caracas. All right. I like where we're at. They have drawn a bunch of lands. I'm going to run out Samwise because I have Caracas in play, so I feel like Samwise is pretty likely to be better just to play because I can pull it back if I need to. I'll make Tide Hollow Sculptor into the Ring Bearer for the moment. Oh, Reprieve. I like that one too. All right. Like, they can Otawara to get back their Shieldred, but Shieldred's just not going to do anything here. Wow, this is this is definitely like the best draw that this deck has had so far. This just looks like a great Esper deck. Thoughtseize into Baleful Strix, into Lingering Souls, into Sculler with Reprieve up, like, and it's matched up against what I think is probably their worst draw. Yep, they just Otawara a token. That is basically where they're at right now. Harvester of Misery is a card I have to watch out for, so I guess I'd like to save Reprieve for that. But now I just don't need to do anything. All right, they've got some lands in hand. We don't have to worry about those. All right, send for 7. Have Shieldred's Edict plus Reprieve up. They know they have like 2 lands in hand still. Consider, okay. Consider is acceptable. 2-0? I'm feeling 2-0. I mean, maybe they have something, but I guess they could evoke Harvester. Deep Cavern Bat. Okay. Response. Each opponent sacrifices a non-token creature. Edict Dew. Counterspell. Reprieve the counterspell, I guess. And they are done. Oof. 2-0 start. That was sick. That was a great match. On to the round 3. All right. I am on the play. That was a really nice draw. No, this draw is also pretty good. I need to find lands. Here's where Rafine's Tower would be amazing. Verdant can't get white-blue. It can get Hedge Maze or Savannah. Huh. I kind of feel like it's Hedge Maze here. Because, I mean, I get to see their turn 1 regardless, but finding a blue plus a Surveil, I think is better. Whoa. Fiery Islet Go. That's extreme. They have no tap lands and no non-pain lands they want to play on turn 1. Yeah, I think this is worth it because it lets me dig for white as well. Actually, don't think I want Island. Island's not very helpful. Oh, Meticulous Archive is. Let's just slow play it so we can go Remand into Archive on 3. I'm just still really confused. I guess Otawara is another land you don't really want to play, but they kept... I just can't imagine keeping a hand where I'd play Fiery Islet on turn 1. We can just chill. No reason to get Mana Drain Snuff out. I'm going to Graveyard Snuff out. I might regret that, but I already have Oust and Parallax Wave are both removal spells. The rubber hits the road here. No, they found an island, which they could have had this all in the hand and they had a burn spell, I guess. Let's just play Tide Hollow Sculler. Counterspell? All right, I'll Remand the Sculler. They're not doing anything right now. I'm just going to go for my 2-for-1. Remanding your own spell, a classic play. Mm-hmm. They have some way to punish me for being tapped out. I think the fact that I can play Teferi plus Sculler or play Oust means I'm not that worried about that. So I guess they might have had Lightning Bolt or Burst Lightning or Unholy Heat in their opening hand, and they wanted to play Fiery Islet. The part that's a little weird about that is they counterspelled the Sculler. So it's unclear to me exactly what's going on here, to be honest. Broadside Bombardiers. That's it, though. I do wish I had the Snuff out. All right. Let's go Sculler. Let's see what's going on over here. How could... I don't know what hand they kept, but it was wrong to play Fiery Island on turn 1. What are we taking here? I kind of don't care about any of these. I guess I'll take Coalition Relic. What a weird looking deck. I could oust the Bombardiers. I mean, I guess I don't really want to counter the Lightning Greaves. So let's just oust Bombardiers, pass the turn. Oh, maybe what they'll do next turn is cast Frantic Search. That would be kind of nice. I mean, it's that or play Greaves and know you're drawing Bombardiers next turn. All right, I guess I'll allow the Greaves. Oh, they're casting Frantic Search. Sure. That's fine. Because then I can just mana leak the Bombardiers here. So their hand now is probably not going to contain Greaves, though maybe it does. Greaves and Kappa Cannoneer is a good combo. Oh, they discarded Island Winds of Abandon. And then they're going to play Bombardiers, I would assume. I'm going to mana leak it, and their hand is now Lightning Greaves, Kappa Cannoneer, and maybe a land, maybe not. Unclear. They could have Days. Oh, Force of Will? This is amazing. I couldn't have expected better. They cast Frantic Search and Force of Will in the same turn. That's so many cards down. Let's go. I don't mind losing to Teferi, I think. Oh, hold on. Goes to Teferi. Bounce Broadside Bombardiers. Play Lingering Souls. Actually, I don't even lose to Teferi because now they can't play Bomba and attack Teferi without losing it to Lingering Souls. All right, they have a Lightning Greaves in hand. So I guess they can play Greaves first to set up the Bomba, but I'm just going to have a Parallax Wave down at that point. So I feel like we've got this. Getting to look at your opponent's hand can be very, very valuable when it comes to sequencing your plays. I feel like getting to just plan, around all their stuff is really nice. All right, well, that's also nice, but probably not necessary. Let's play Parallax Wave. Leave up Lingering Souls mana here. Because I plus Teferi, so I can actually play that at instant speed. And then bash for 4. If he plays Bomba, then I will just flicker it. And I don't know what else they've got. One card in hand. They're just down so many resources. They're down a card off the Sculler. They're down a card off the Frantic Search. They're down a card off the Force of Will. Like, it adds up. Oh, Urza. All right. Sure. They have a kind of nice looking deck. The Winds of Abandon sticks out a little bit. They're at 12. Yeah, I can wave the Urza. Wave the Urza goodbye. And no reason to even waste their time equipping the construct, I don't think. In fact, I'm going to now flashback Lingering Souls and pass through the turn. And then draw Teferi +1. Oh. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. We'll just time walk. No reason to draw this out. All right, up a game here, playing against artifacts with Greaves. Dress Down is nice at killing Saga Urza tokens, rather, not Saga token. Well, both. Containment Priest is obviously a card I could consider removing. Oust still doesn't look that good against most of those things anyway. Do I want Sunfall, I guess, against Lightning Greaves? Maybe I just should put in Shieldred's Edict, take out Wandering Emperor. All right. This looks decent to me. All right. I'm a blue short. The mana is just not great in this deck. Like, it's like 2 duels short of having pretty good mana. Don't like that. So as you can see, we've ended up keeping a lot of hands with like 2 of the colors missing the third. Probably going to lose to Sol Ring on the draw is my assumption, but we'll see, we'll see. I guess if I draw blue, yeah, I can play Baleful Strix. I mean, it's not like it's amazing or anything, but it can start getting me somewhere. Could have left up Dress Down plus Mana Leak, but I feel like against Sol Ring, Mana Leak might not even do it. And when I'm behind, I kind of need to start playing things. But maybe leaving up a counter is better, I don't know. No. Time Twister to no land is not ideal, but given that they had Sol Ring on the play, they could have gotten more cards ahead. They didn't. Guess it would have worked out better to leave Remand. Manifold Key. So next turn... Wow. Into Sol Ring, into playing something. Ballista for 1, sure. Yeah, I'm probably just dead here. If I draw lands, if I just draw like plains, then I guess I've got a decent shot. They just threw the Manifold Key at me. Parallax Wave. God, I guess I have to just... It's so bad to time walk, not play a land here. It's really, really bad. Can't believe they time twisted me and I didn't play a land the next turn. Oh, beats, I guess. Whatever. I don't really see how I come back here. We're just so far behind. Yeah, if we get Sol Ringed, do we get Sol Ringed, I guess? Sure. Let's do it. All right, on the play here. Okay. This is funny because I can't get blue-black off of Verdant Catacombs either. I think this time I don't get the Hedge Maze because getting to scolor them on 2 sounds pretty good. The other option is to Verdant on turn 2 and just cast Samwise. Huh. That actually might be okay. It depends on what they do. I guess I should lead on Savannah, because also if I draw a Swamp on turn 2, that's better too. They mulled to 5. That makes me more likely to want to Scolor them, but let's see. If they lead on Sol Ring, obviously that'd be different. All right, Caracas. Means I can get Samwise back. I think I've got to Samwise them. Getting both blue and black out of my land is really good. And I don't know that Sculleting here needs to happen. I guess, actually, what I should have done is upkeep the Samwise in case they had a counterspell. So that actually could be not ideal. All right, let's just get Swamp. Cast Samwise. Okay, well, it worked out. Draw, let's go. Tide Hollow Sculler. After all that, I still found Meticulous Archive anyway, but whatever. Sculler use, Sneak Attack, Ulamog. And then this turn, they didn't play Fiery Islet with Expressive Iteration in hand? This is so wild. All right. Now, this doesn't make any sense. I'm going to take Iteration. I have a bit of a time limit to try to find ways to make sure they don't sneak, but they're still down lands, and this Vindicate's going to be amazing. My mind is still blown that they did not play Fiery Islet next turn, because now they could play turn 3 Iteration, but they couldn't play a land off it. Hallowed Fountain tapped. Okay. Well, I don't really have the time to wait, I don't think. Vindicate the Hallowed Fountain. I could Vindicate Sneak. Is that better? Yeah, actually, let's just do that. Let's go to Fairy. I think this works out fine. Obviously, if they play like a Lotus Petal or something, that's bad, but whatever. Because now they either tap out for Sneak, and then I can Vindicate Sneak, or I could bounce Sneak with Teferi and Vindicate the red land. But either way, it seems good to do that. Okay, Currency Converter is okay. Let's see. I'm going to get Hedge Maze now. I don't really care about the Samwise thing with my Caracas and fetch lands and all that. All right, what do we got? Oh, Remand. Remand is incredible. All right, That means I just don't have to do any of this vindicating stuff here. Caracas also can be good against sneak. Teferi plus. Draw a card. Oh, fractured. I'm going to bounce currency converter. I mean, this is just game over now. Game over, man. Game over. What are they going to discard? Winds of Abandon, maybe? It's not like killing Skuller's all that impressive anymore. Oh, they're discarding the Ulamog. Interesting. Okay. Maybe they have a different sneak card. All right, and bouncing that and drawing a card. And then hit for 4. Yeah, and then I untap Meticulous Archive plus Caracas, and I have Remand up for their sneak. And then later what I can do, I mean, Sol Ring is a good draw. Oh, are they not going to play the sneak this turn? Are they going to Winds of Abandon? That I think is okay. White. I guess I'll still get another white. They get their expressive iteration back. And then their casting iteration, sure. I feel like I'm drawing enough cards each turn. I've got tons of mana. Honestly, I could let Sneak resolve and try to fracture identity the creature they play. With Caracas out, that's not a crazy play, because if they sneak in Emrakul, I can Caracas the Emrakul. Now that they played another red, that makes it a little more difficult. I mean, I actually just have a lot of great options here. Let's draw and see if we can find... Oh, that is perfect. Skyclave, an amazing draw. Let's draw another card. Oh, and a reprieve. This is just a fun game. I just have them completely covered. They don't even know it. I'm going to Skyclave their Sol Ring here for sure. Just need to... The currency converter takes a lot of resources and is fiddly and all that. And then now... end turn... untap my lands. I think I could beat them using Sneak, because I have Caracas, I have all these things. Oh, Frantic Search, okay. It works with their currency converter too. I guess that's kind of nice. Yeah, I probably should have remanded that. You know what I really want to do though? I really want to let them resolve Sneak and see if I can defeat it somehow. Oh, they even have Emrakul, but they discarded it. That's weird. If they floated a red off their Frantic Search, they could have played Emrakul and then sneaked it into play. I Caracas it and they sneak it again. But all right, I guess that's fine. They have an Emrakul hiding out under there. They could have a way to like shallow grave it or something like that. Sneak attack. I mean, I probably should just bounce this or counter this. I don't know. I don't really need to do otherwise, you know. So I think sneaking is good. I guess with a Teferi 3 in play, they can't really put Emrakul in the graveyard, then Corpse Dance it back in response to triggers. That doesn't work. All right, I'll Vindicate the currency converter. Why not? They can make a 2/2 if they want, or a treasure. Unclear which one they need. All right, 2/2 it is. And then on my turn, Demonic Tutor. All right, I guess I'll just go get Time Walk. I just had every base covered in every conceivable way, so I like that. And I don't want to bounce it with a little Teferi because I want to make sure they can't play spells. I also had the play of -3 Teferi. It dies. Caracas Samwise. Play Samwise. Get back Teferi. It's pretty neat, but no need. And didn't think this deck was going to trophy, but this deck ended up playing out really nicely. And you know what? That'll do it. Samwise, Skyclave Apparition, the rest of the grindy folks, they all kind of got together. Magic Online's losing. I want to look at my deck. What's going on here? All right. There we go. I mean, this deck was a scrubland and a tundra short of having really good mana. Instead, it just had medium mana, but barely good enough. Barely good enough, we'll say. I mean, Thoughtseize plus Sculler plus Remand, Mana Leak, and Reprieve. So that's 5 anti-spell cards, right? Like anti-combo type cards with, of course, Teferi, Fractured, and Vindicate sometimes doing well against those. Parallax is good against combos like Reanimator. Against creatures, we had Oust, Snuff Out, Wandering Emperor, Parallax Wave, Solitude, Fractured Identity. Skyclave's a pretty good catch-all, the Vindicate, Baleful Strix. And then Power, we had Time Walk, a DT to go find it, Fracture Identity, Solitude, Big Teferi was amazing. So, had a Karakas hiding in there too. So, and just had like some decent like Lingering Souls or, Samwise, just mid-range cards that ended up working out pretty well. This deck was pretty sweet. It drew well, had some nice games, got a trophy. Alrighty, welcome to 3-on-3. We've got a great squad. It's me, Mac, and Tom Martell. 2 people from the same high school, actually. Me and Tom both went to Bishop O'Dowd in Oakland, California, our alma mater, battling against the Smasher, Forbane and Max Capone. So these are the Austrians once again. We've got our long-standing series against them, and, we got a good squad this time, and a pretty decent pack. I'm going to take Strip Mine here. I love first picking Strip Mine, and unlike the draft from a few days ago, someone's not going to randomly take my Ramanop. Well, it might not show up. We'll see. I am passing to Max Capone, who's probably going to take Lelia, and that leaves Martell with hopefully one of the white cards. Reprieve is the best white card. Smasher maybe takes Bauble, maybe takes another white card. It's a little unclear once you're that many picks in, and then there's, of course, Liliana of the Veil. But I think I take Strip Mine, and I think Liliana, Reprieve, Lelia, Bauble, and one other are going to go. No green cards here, which is something to keep in mind. But I am going to first pick the Strip Mine, and then maybe I second pick Vampiric Tutor, because Max, so it's interesting. This is actually why I really like drafting. We've got these challenges here with the same squad. So Max frequently drafts red-black, but he's also aware that we know that. So he's very capable of pivoting. Everyone here is very good, and we've drafted each other so many times. So I think I still will take Vamp, though. It's tricky because Verdant goes really well with Strip Mine, because Verdant sets up Renin 6, Crucible, that sort of thing. Though Vamp also helps with those. You can just go Tutor for the other piece of it. I think I still am supposed to take Vamp because he took Lelia. Like, if he first picked a red or black card, then took Lelia, he's just going to take Vamp here. I think I take Vamp. I think the 2 fetches, probably Skyclave, Othari, are going to get taken, and maybe one of the other cards, and maybe I'll get like a Raucous Theater or a Jetmir's Garden back. All right, I will do that for now. And now I can just take Prismatic Vista, because I still get my fetch. Here's where all the blue cards are. There's Skydiver, Dress Down, Cryptic, Echo. Still passing Council's Judgment, hopefully through to Tom. We'll see. Tom does like the unfair decks a little bit more, so it's a little worrisome. But I still think I'm supposed to take Prismatic Vista here, pass a Bank Buster, a Bonehorde Dracosaur. So what's going to get taken? Raugrin Triome, Bank Buster, Council's Judgment, Skydiver. Probably not Echo. Probably not Usher, unless there might be 2 white drafters. My first pack had a lot of white cards. Maybe Cryptic gets taken. Pretty decent chance like Copperline Gorge and Elves of Deep Shadow come back if I'm interested in either of those. Yeah, I mean, this is a solid start. If I obviously didn't have the team dynamics to consider, I would have taken Verdant Catacombs. This pack's got a lot of cards. There's a Lion's Eye Diamond, a Mana Drain, Balance, Grist, so some strong ones. Also Zeator's Proving Ground. I think I'm just going to take the Mana Drain. It's just the best card. I don't love passing like a Blood Tithe. I could not take Drain because I hadn't passed much blue until the last pack, but I think Drain is really strong. So even if they know about it, Drain is still very good. So what's going to get taken here? Grist, Scrubland, Proving Ground, maybe Brain Freeze, maybe Balance, maybe maybe LED. All right, I'm going to take the Drain here. I mean, I'll probably take Cryptic Coat now. I think Cryptic Coat is just a really good card. Haven't seen a single green card yet, so... I mean, it's not like I really committed to green in any way, except it is good with Strip Mine in general. But Cryptic Coat's pretty good. I'll take that. And then here, there's a Spire Bluff Canal, which is good. I don't really want Regrowth or Elvish Spirit Guide. I think where I'm at, Spire Bluff's better than Silver Bluff Bridge. I don't think I'm in a position to take Plateau. Ovenwald Oddity. All right, I'll take Spire Bluff. I haven't passed much in the way of black. I haven't gotten past very many black or green cards. I've gotten past a lot of white cards. I haven't gotten past very many red cards, mostly white and blue cards. But also, this is just a 6-player draft, and the packs can kind of break weird sometimes. I feel like I could go in almost any direction. The most committal card I have is Mana Drain, and the most committed I am is to blue with 2 blue cards. But, okay, Reprieve, Novice Inspector, and Giver of Runes all came back. So did Sinkhole, the land destruction. So did Bauble. Am I supposed to try to jump into into white? I certainly could. Reprieve is just a really good card. Why don't I just take Reprieve? I think taking Reprieve over Bauble is okay. And then, well, there's 2 Baubles actually. Mishra's Bauble is the better of them, just in case it wasn't clear. Just because you can look at your own top card and then crack a fetch if you want to shuffle it away. It's really powerful. So the 2 Baubles are going to go. Maybe Emery or Namesticker is going to go, and then some of the white cards. All right, I'll just take the 1 Reprieve. Maybe I move into white, maybe I don't. We'll just have to kind of see how these packs go. Oh, Othari came back, and I think I'm just going to take it. Oh, this looks like a good Othari deck, better than like an Intrepid Adversary or Esper Sentinel deck. Raucous Theater and Thopter Founder are still here, so all the fetches got taken. But it's fine. I don't even know if I'm going to play this Vamp. Not that the Verdant would have actually ended up great in this case anyway, and Mana Drain into Othari is fantastic. I have the Spire Bluff. I could just be leaning into a Jeskai deck. I'll take the Vamp out for the time being, though obviously that could change pretty easily. And then Council's Judgment. I do like that card. I also like Skydiver. There's also a Bank Buster in the pack, and the Bonehorde Dracosaur came back too. Interesting. I think Council's Judgment's pretty good. I'm kind of into that. At this point, it's looking like I'm going to draft white, so... All right, I'll take Council's Judgment. I've got some decent lands here. I'm still on the lookout for Crucible of Worlds, and maybe I've got the opportunity to splash Wrenn 6, though that's not looking quite as easy as it could have been. Oh, Balance came back. This is a great Balance deck. It's actually fantastic with Cryptic Coat, because you trade off the creature and then Balance, the coat's just sitting in play. Don't like Mystical Tutor here, but awesome pickup for Balance. Oh, and then there's a Prismatic Ending too. Okay, yeah. No, this is looking great. We switched into kind of like a white-blue control deck here, or Jeskai control deck. And then Eagles of the North is going to be good in this deck. Coveted Jewel is a good card, but this is not really a Coveted Jewel deck. There's actually 2 Tinker targets in the same pack. That's funny. So white's certainly open. I'm not convinced blue is open. Oh man, Novice Inspector and Timeless Dragon and Emery, but I just picked up Eagle. I think I just take Novice Inspector. I like that more than Timeless Dragon in general. And both Intrepid Adversary and Esper Sentinel. Wow, they're both pretty good. I think I'm going to take the Adversary here and then pass a last pick Esper Sentinel. I mean, hopefully Furbine does not put me on playing white. I got past a ton of white, but I moved in pretty late. I didn't waste very many picks, though. I just have the 1 Vamp. Otherwise, everything kind of fits nicely. All right, I think it's like, I'm feeling Ancestral Recall now. Time Walk would be nice, but like, I kind of get the vibe that it's ancestral. I'm just here trying to manifest, just like Cryptic Coat. What do we got? How about none of those things? There's a Ramanop for my Strip Mine, but I don't really want to do that. Here's all the green cards. I could take Skull Clamp. I mean, I probably should. It's that or Chain Lightning. This is just kind of a weak pack, but Skull Clamp's good with Intrepid Adversary. It's okay with Novice Inspector. It's actually surprisingly okay with Balance, where you just have Skull Clamp in play and then you balance everything away and then you start using Clamp with the creatures left in hand. And I think I'm going to wheel Sanguine Evangelist or Elspeth. So yeah, I'll just take Clamp here. Plus, I think that Anton, who's passing me, is probably playing green, which this is kind of a bad pack to pass to them, but that's okay. All right, this pack... Well, this pack's got Preordain and Flooded Strand, but this is looking like a Flooded Strand situation. I do like Preordain, but having another fetch means that maybe I do splash Ramanop. Flooded Strand goes with Eagles as incentive to pick up a blue-white duel or white-red, and though that plateau is gone, unfortunately. And I think I'd rather have Flooded Strand than Preordain. It is close. Preordain's going to get taken for sure, so is Top. Samwise might come back, another reason to take Flooded Strand. Oh, Samwise Stripmine? Yes, please. Samwise Skull Clamp would be nice, too. Okay. I mean, this isn't the strongest pack, but I think that's all right. And then here, we've got Subtlety, Spell Queller, Ponder, Flicker Wisp, and Odonto Vanguard. Have a lot of action. I feel like I'm in the right colors. I kind of want to just take Ponder, because like I think either or both of the white cards will come back. Almost assuredly the white-blue card will come back. I don't have enough blue for Subtlety. There's also an Inspiring Advantage that maybe I snipe at some point, but Ponder's awesome, and I have a bunch of ways to shuffle. I've got Flooded Strand, Prismatic Vista, Eagles of the North. So had I first picked almost anything but Skull Clamp, like, you know, something good, I would be pretty happy because I think that we're in really good shape here, but we're still pretty good regardless. Okay, we got kicked for a second, but we're back, and oh, we're back with a Parallax Wave. Yes, that's the reward for being in white. 4th pick Parallax Wave. We are extremely doing it. Maybe we'll even get back Glimmerlands because we're not getting back Snapcaster. Getting back Spar's Headquarters would be great too. So let's go ahead and grab the Parallax Wave here and pass Snapcaster, Gristlebrand, him. I don't really care about much else. All right, well, slamming Parallax Wave. Oh, and there's a memory lapse. I'm going to take that. All right, I got to resort. Otherwise, it's going to be really hard for me to like understand what's going on here. I have my system. Don't judge me. As for this pick, I think it's very clearly memory lapse. I like Mother of Runes, but like no one else is drafting white. Someone might move in. Everyone here is good, and we'll have identified what's underdrafted and you know, adjust accordingly. But that being said, memory lapse is both better and way more likely to go into the other team's deck. So, all right, we picked up a memory lapse, which is perfect for this kind of deck. We've got our Skull Clamp Adversary. All right, there we go. Back in business and looking really good with this setup. Oh wow, there's Oust here, but there's also Marsh Flats and Triumph of St. Catherine. I'm just gonna go for it all. I'm gonna take the Marsh Flats. I'm just gonna take another fetch here, and I would kill for a blue-white duel. Palantir is also good. So there's Palantir, Utopia Sprawl, Vindicate, Fatal Push, and then I want Malcolm, Oust, Triumph of St. Catherine, so I think I should get one of those back. All right. So the Sanguine Avengers didn't come back, but Elspeth did, though this actually is probably a Dig Through Time deck now. The fact that I took Skull Clamp is whatever. There is a Ramanop, but you know what? I'd rather not junk up my deck. None of my fetches help it except for the Prismatic Vista, and it might even come back again. Whereas with 3 fetches, Strip Mine, and a bunch of cantrips, Dig Through Time is actually just a busted card. Dig is an example of the kind of card I love in Cube. So on the one hand, you have cards, and I can even use my cards just as examples, Strip Mine or Mana Drain. These cards are just good if you put them in your deck, right? Prismatic Vista, I suppose, is one of those cards, or even Memory Lapse. Like, those cards are strong. They're something like Drain or Memory Lapse is a reward for being in blue when you get one of those 5th or 6th pick, whatever, that sort of thing. But when you look at a card like Dig Through Time, Dig is about as good as almost even my best cards in this deck, but for most people's decks, even blue players, it's not going to be that good. And that I think is pretty neat. Okay, so here it's interesting. I could take Student of Warfare to go with Skull Clamp, but I kind of think I just take Talisman. Though actually Sensei's Divining Top is looking kind of nice too. Top with all these fetches is pretty sick. All right, I'll take the top, and then I'll probably ignore the Skull Clamp for the time being. And then this is a good Spell Queller setup over Odonto Vanguard and Inspiring Advantage. I think just Spell Queller is the kind of interaction I want. Get a last pick Coalition Relic maybe, or a last pick Odonto Vanguard. It is possible. Like I said, someone moved into white, but at this point I'm very happy with where I am. We've got the things I'm missing is I could use a blue-white duel. Unfortunately, the Spar's Headquarters didn't come back. There's a Hymn to Turok, which I'm not sure if I want to pass. At this point, it's pretty likely that Mr. Fourlegs here is playing black, but Zerda actually looks really good in this kind of deck. Yeah, I'll go with Zerda. It's pretty close, but I think Zerda is okay. And then I guess here there's 2 decent black cards. There's also, I could take Third Path Iconoclast. I was looking at Spellbook Vendor, but no. This is a Third Path deck. Third Path if I can get a little bit more fixing, third path will just be perfect. Malcolm too, because now the Skull Clamp's back on the table, and that's pretty important. I like Zerda as a spec. We haven't seen either of the monoliths yet, and I guess I was somewhat close to companioning it. So now Malcolm versus Triumph. I'm just gonna go with Malcolm here. I think it's close. All right. See, look, I told you Ramen Up was basically free. Maybe if the fixing works, and Talisman. I don't think I want Fugitive Codebreaker here all that much. I have a lot of spells, but I think the Talisman's actually going to be good. It's a good red fixing, which is what I needed. All right. Oh, and there's Ancestral. I told you I was feeling an Ancestral deck. All right, we're slamming Ancestral. Oh, this is a pack though. Passing Minsc and Boo and Swords to Plowshares and Counterspell and Wild Miscalc's a tier below all those. And Noble. Okay, well, you know what? Max might not be in a position to easily play Minsc and Boo even if he takes it. He's probably not going to be able to play Swords. No, I mean, anyone can play Swords. So the 5 cards that are going to be gone are Minsc, Noble, Swords, Counterspell, and maybe Dak or Miscalc. But I am extremely happy picking up Ancestral. This is such an Ancestral deck right now. Now I kind of wish I took him over Zerda, but I think we're looking great here. If I can pick up some duels, there's no duels in this pack. I really could use a white-blue duel. That would just unlock Marsh Flats and Eagles. Though I guess Flooded Strand and Vista already work pretty nicely. Raugrin Triumph is gone, as far as I know. Yeah, that was in pack 1. Okay, this pack has Solitude, which I'm going to slam. There's also Undermounted Adventurer, but I don't feel like Max is... Max could be playing green, but he doesn't play green that often. I guess pack 2 didn't have tons of green. Either way, I'm taking Solitude here. I don't think I should take Undermountain. This is a really good Solitude deck. Not only can I just cast it, it's also I can flicker it with Parallax Wave, and it's the kind of card you want to use with Ancestral. So, and there's an Ephemerate, which not quite there on Ephemerate, but it's good to know because what's going to get taken after I take Solitude is definitely Undermountain, definitely Troll, almost assuredly Bitter Triumph as well, and then probably one of these lands, maybe a Jite, but a great Solitude deck. Oh, and there's a Hole Breacher. There's Windswept Teeth, which doesn't do much for me. There's Mind Twist, which I don't think Max is black at this point. That late him was kind of weird. But either way, I think I just take Hole Breacher. It's not like I have any way to make use of it, but it's just a good hoser card. And who knows, maybe someone picks up on, or maybe I pick up a late draw 7. Though the Echo LED, that feels like a Martell thing. So we'll see where those ended up. Either way, I don't really want to pass Hole Breacher, so I'm not going to. Oh, there's a Fable? Okay, well, I'll take that. Oh, and there's also Elegant Parlor and Volcanic. This isn't the strongest pack, so if someone takes Pilgrim, someone takes Ancient Tomb, someone takes Blood Crypt, I have to hope someone wants Imidane's Recruiter or Invasion of Tarkir over one of those, but I'm not passing a card this good, so this is pick 4. All right, I just need a dual land, that's all I need. Well, I kind of got there. Savai Triumph is a red-white land for Marsh Flats and Flooded Strand. That seems pretty important. So I'm going to take that. I would play Deduce, and so same with either Talisman, but one of the Talismans probably comes back. Passing a million green cards now. That's all right. And this was the last pick for a blue-white duel, so no blue-white duel for me. There is a Sail into the West, but that doesn't really work with Hole Breacher that well because they just choose not to discard. Like, obviously it's still fine because you get to use it and they don't, but I think I just take Thraben Inspector. Thraben Inspector is a great card. Maybe I'll get I'll get Lava Dart back almost assuredly. All right, so mana-wise, I really could have used a blue-white duel. The Spar's Headquarters was like the only one I saw in the entire draft. There's a Raugrin Triumph, but that was even before I knew I was blue-white. But I still have, I mean, I guess these two are both blue-white lands, Flooded Strand and Prismatic Vista. So I have 2 blue-white lands, a bunch of blue-red lands. Oh, Counterspell came back. All right. Oh, there's also Dak to go with Hole Breacher. But this is just such a Counterspell deck. It's like the most Counterspell deck that ever counterspelled, and I have a lot of good 3s. So I'll take that. I don't think I'm getting anything back on the third go-round here, but getting Ancestral and Counterspell out of the same pack, I mean, that's pretty dope. Maybe I could get Aragorn back out of this pack here. I might be the only Jeskai player. I get to cut a few cards here, too. Yeah, this is looking great. All right, Ephemerate came back, and so did Steamcore Scholar, but I've got to take Thundering Falls. I mean, it's a fetchable. Oh, it turns Flooded Strand into, or sorry, it turns. No, it doesn't turn anything into into blue. I don't have a red fetch, but it still is just a great card. Having a Surveil duel is really nice, and Ephemerate probably even comes back again. Same, like I wouldn't mind a Steam Core Scholar either, but I'm going to take Thundering Falls here, and I like to separate into fetchables and fetch lands. And I don't really think I'm missing much. I'm not sure. I probably will end up cutting the Sensei's Top now that I look at this. I just don't have... Well, it's pretty good with Third Path. Oh, it's also kind of nice with Cryptic Code. No, and I have a million fetches. All right, I could see Sensei's Top. But right now I'm playing 14 lands with Eagle, so 15. It means I do need to cut some cards. I guess Intrepid Adversary can probably go. It's a pretty dicey Skull Clamp, to be honest. I definitely could see cutting that. Does Stomping Ground do anything for me? It doesn't, right? I guess I don't even have a way to fetch it because I was looking at this Ramanop to go with my Strip Mine. There's also Mana Confluence, but I hate Mana Confluence in control decks. I might just take Kitesail Larcenist. I think this card's pretty good. Maybe I just sideboard the Hull Breacher. That's definitely a possibility. I could take out the Adversary. Adversary is kind of nice with Third Path. You get to make your whole squad big. I just need to cut one thing. Oh, Elegant Parlor came back. Nice. So that makes... Oh, I already have Savai Triumph, so it doesn't actually change. It still doesn't change anything, but I still just want another land here. I don't really need either of these. Imidane's Recruiter is, I think, still a pretty good card, but I'm already cutting spells, so adding another land is nice. I don't love that I have 3 tap lands, but it's not the end of the world. All right, it's going to be interesting building here, because I really don't know how many, whether I want to play Skull Clamp or not. Okay, Deduce versus Talisman. I don't think a second Talisman is that exciting. Deduce is kind of nice. I'm passing a late Titania, but I just don't... Max passed me a super late Ramanop, so there's not really any deck that could use one and not the other, whereas Deduce I actually think could be pretty good here. And then Lava Dart has its applications for sure. So Lava Dart with... Iconoclast is pretty nice. I guess I'll take Reckless Storm Seeker. It's the best card there. I'll hit a Regisaur. I'm not playing Restless Prairie, and then sure, a Golos. All right, this deck's pretty nice. Let's get to building and see where we ended up. All right, did some deck building. This one was a little tougher. Consulted with the Oracles, my team, and ended up cutting the Hull Breacher because we think they're on 2 green decks. I'll side it in if it's good, but I don't really have any combos with it. Cutting one of the Thrabins and a Talisman, leaving in Third Path Skull Clamp combo. Skull Clamp only works on Malcolm or Third Path, but so good with Third Path, and I have a lot of ways to dig. Literally dig, but also like Fable, Ponder, of course, Ancestral Recall. So I think balance is good against all the green decks, and playing all the other powerful cards. The mana base is rough. 1 blue-white land would have given me an additional 2 free sources, but you know, you play the cards you're dealt, and I still think this deck's pretty good. So let's take a look at what Martel and Mac are up to. Well, Martel's got a Mana Crypt and a Force of Will. Those are nice. Otherwise, like, this deck doesn't really do anything. It's got good cards: Bolt, Chain, Swords, Daze. Like I said, Force of Will. A Palace Jailer that's a little rough on the mana. He's got 2 fetches, Plateau, and a couple black duels. Splashing a DT. He's got Midane's Recruiter, a Steam Core Scholar. It's just kind of like a stuff deck, which can be a little tough. Though that Hymn to Turok's in his sideboard, so I don't mind that I passed that. On the other hand, Max deck is super clean. Pearl, Soul Ring, Mono White with like Elspeth, Skyclave, Flicker Wisp, bunch of good 2s, Mother of Runes, Giver of Runes, Mana Tithe, Oust, Student Usher, and a Urza Saga. So as long as Tom gets 1, I think we're in decent shape. But let's get to the matches and find out. All right, time for round 1. I'm battling against Anton here, and I like this hand. I don't even need Ancestral on turn 1. I'm going to go turn 1 Savai Triumph. Turn 2, I'll have Memory Lapse plus Reprieve up. Memory Lapse is a little bit more appealing, because if they play like a 2-drop, you want to lapse it so they draw a 2-drop on turn 2. And then if you know, as opposed to reprieving it, and then I'll probably fire off. Oh, and another reason to cast Memory Lapse here is, oh geez, all right, well, let's Memory Lapse that, is I can Ancestral and then Reprieve. So A little scary here. I'm going to Ancestral myself. Okay, well, that sucks. Ancestral miss a land drop where all I needed to do was reprieve the channel for a turn and then counterspell or mana drain it when it came down again. But you know, so it goes. I assume channel's coming down. It'd be kind of strange if it didn't. I mean, what you now know the way is clear. So let's see what gets channeled into play. There are some cards I could deal with. Kitesail Larcenist goes a long way. Triplicate Titan? Okay. You know what? That's beatable. I just need to draw a land here. What's that? Oh, a Palantir of Orthonc? Sure. Also potentially beatable. But I really do need to draw a land. All right. I would not have you draw a card. Milda Gristlebrand, and I didn't draw a land again. Okay. Now I'm pretty dead. I guess I'll crack the clue and still not draw a land. All right. I mean, I guess I don't need to concede, but don't really see how I can win. I mean, I guess I go to 3. I have to give Palantir cards. All right, so I go to 3. You get to draw a card. I guess if I draw a land, I can play a Kitesail Larcenist on the Triplicate Titan and hope that that is good enough. Land would also be... So if I go land, I go like Larcenist into maybe Parallax Wave. Yeah, you can draw a card. All right, there's a land. I, again, somehow think this is not likely to do it. Okay. Get Triplicate Titan. And I'm actually going to get my Thraben Inspector too. I think Thraben turning into a treasure is going to be better. But obviously, it seems unlikely that this is going to pan out for me here. I mean, I don't know. I guess I could play Parallax Wave. Parallax Wave's good against this style of deck for sure. Prismatic Ending looks a little less good, though. I guess it can kill Palantir. So Vitrium was also kind of nice. Gets my Prismatic Ending up to 4 if I need it to be. If I can draw... I mean, I like my combo matchup in general. If I can just draw hands that don't have no lands for 5 cards in a row when I Ancestral or whatever. But, yeah, what can you do? What am I hoping for here? I mean, I guess I'm hoping somehow Anton just plays no cards when drawing 2 cards a turn off Palantir plus a Scry 2. So, what can you do? I could have reprieved on turn 2 to up my chances of drawing a land, but I just don't think that's the right play because it's so much more likely that I end up in a spot where I Ancestral into a Plains and then can't cast a spell. Oh, we're sacking the treasure? Okay. What are we doing with that treasure? A 4-mana play here. Into Corpse Dance. All right, yeah, that'll do it. All right, down a game. All right, so looking at sideboarding, playing against a big stuff deck, I mean, I definitely want Hull Breacher. I don't think I want Skull Clamp anymore. That's just not what I'm trying to be doing here. Balance, I think, actually could still be fine. I'm just trying to see, do I want Novice Inspector, Intrepid Adversary, Stormseeker? I don't really think I want any of those. No, I think this is probably fine. I've got good removal. I mean, Prismatic Ending is on the weak side, but it does kill the Palantir, which is nice, and they usually have, like, something. That's what part of why Prismatic Ending is so good. It just always has, like, decent targets. All right, I'd like to play first. Yeah, I'll keep this. So here I'm going to go Island Go, cycle Eagles for Elegant Parlor, turn 2 Parlor, turn 3 Fable, and then I guess I hope I don't get channeled, but Council's Judgment goes a long way towards stopping that. Yeah, balance is also not terrible at that either. Second Island. I could probably bin that. I kind of feel like with Fable, I'll get to look at enough new cards that I'm not too worried. Prism for 2, okay. Didn't fire off a channel at least. I'm still just going to play Fable here. I think that like I've got good answers. Fable just puts like such a good threat into play. Like this progresses my game plan, and yeah, it gives Anton a turn here to play something, but on my turn it's pretty hard to play something that doesn't get answered by one of Balance, Parallax Wave, or Council's Judgment, not to mention the Prismatic Ending. And the extra treasure could let me leave up Spell Queller at some point here too. So I feel pretty good about, but I also felt pretty good about game one. That Ancestral into a miss was just, it's going to haunt my dreams if I lose this match. So what I don't want to see is something like Caves of Chaos Adventurer. Bitter Reunion, okay. If I get Gristlebranded here, that is going to be annoying. Oh, Shadowgrange Archfiend. I don't care too much about that. I mean, it's good, but it's going to eat my Goblin here. And draw. Okay, I use the Fable ability. I'll definitely discard Prismatic Ending. I kind of want to balance here. What was my second discard? I don't have to discard another card. Yeah, actually, I don't think I will. All right, let's play Sensei's Top. And then I don't want to lose a land, so I'm just going to cast Balance to kill the Shadowgrange and make Anton discard 2 cards. And then next turn, I get to follow it up with one of those big things. Oh, good answers at least. And then I get to play Plains. Ooh, also Fable plus Spell Queller. Does that do anything? Not actually that much, because you can like copy the Spell Queller something, and then when it dies, they just get to play it. So it's not like you're really doing too much. The one thing about balancing here is that I am giving Anton the ability to discard like a Gristlebrand or something for a potential Corpse Dance, but oh, never mind. I guess that's not happening. All right, all those get shuffled back in, which is nice. Then I play a land and say go Sensei's Top, letting me store value in a card here. Worked out pretty nicely. End of turn, going to spin the top, make a reflection token, or flip the Fable into a reflection, and then what do I do from there? I guess. I mean, we'll see what my top is, and we'll see what gets played here. Oh, all right. If this is a Gristlebrand hitting me this turn, then we're gonna have a hard time. That's for sure. I feel like I'm always just one turn behind here. The Shadowgrange killing the Fable was what definitely led to this like sequence where we go back and forth, and I keep being behind one. But if I get to untap here, then I would not mind. I would not mind that at all. The longer, man, I looked up how to pronounce Forbane in German, but I keep Forbane. I don't remember. Someone will tell me in the comments again. I'm sorry. I try to be accurate with those things. 4 legs, I know is what it means. Hopefully we've knocked out 2 legs. Hopefully we can get the last 2. But if I get a turn here without anything, then I feel pretty good. Obviously, if a Gristlebrand gets Corpse Danced here, I'm probably going to lose. But the longer Mr. Forelegs here takes to decide, the less likely it is that that's going to happen, right? If you had Gristlebrand in hand and Corpse Dance in hand, you would just discard 2 cards and then go Corpse Dance the Gristlebrand. So I feel okay about this. All right, Coalition Relic and Channel got discarded. Yeah, that in fact does make me feel okay. What is this? Show and Tell. Okay. I'll put a Parallax Wave in. Torsten. Okay. So that's not bad. What do you get? Oh, and the brick. Got an Overgrown Tomb, a Bone Shards, a Swamp, and a Silver Bluff. All right. Not bad at all. And then there's Cryptic Coat and Mana Drain. Cryptic Coat Sensei's Top is a pretty spicy combo. I guess I want to leave up Spell Queller. So what I think I'm going to do is go Thundering Falls like this. The Parallax Wave goes down 1. I can go Thundering Falls. He's got 3 lands in hand. I'm just going to top again to see if there's something bad. I I guess I don't mind milling Deduce, so let's do that. All right. I just wanted to see if I could get value. You know, I don't care about those lands because I'm going to play Thundering Falls here. And I'll put this in my graveyard. And then now, Spell Queller or Parallax Wave the Torsten. If it was a Triplicate Titan, I'd be more inclined to. I don't really want to Parallax Wave the Torsten. I think I'm just going to pass the turn here. It seems pretty likely that something gets cast for Spell Queller, but I guess we'll see. And I can also just take 7 off the Torsten the first time. It doesn't really matter if I take a little bit of damage. All right, what do we got? Flashing back, Faithless Looting. Yeah, I guess that's okay. Kind of a bummer to waste some mana this turn, but I think I'm okay with that. Discard the Silver Bluff and the Overgrown Tomb, sure. Commercial District. Huh. I kind of wonder if I'm supposed to play Spell Queller anyway. So if I Parallax Wave that, then Torsten's just going to come back in a few turns. I don't really like that. I think I'm just going to take it. Go to 13. End of turn. I'll just spin the top. Ooh, Thraben Inspector. Okay. So let's leave Mana Drain on top. Let's draw Thraben Inspector. And then now I've got Spell Queller and Mana Drain up, and I have Thraben Inspector that I can copy with the Reflection to block the Torsten. And then I'm going to kind of end up wasting this Parallax Wave, though before it goes out, I'll probably Parallax Wave the Reflection and the Thraben Inspector. So, because if I Parallax Wave Reflection, I get the whole Fable once again. Okay, now I kind of like where I'm at. And if I Mana Drain something juicy, then I get to sink that mana into like Cryptic Code and Cracking Clues, which is pretty productive as well. All right, I feel good about this. Kind of a wild deck I'm playing against. Basically no white, but like 5-color combo, 4-color combo. It's got like Channel, Show and Tell, Corpse Dance, just like all the combos. Generally, the kind of deck I have is very good against that deck because I just have a bunch of counter spells and exile effects. So as long as I can hold here, I kind of feel like I have all the tools I need to win this game, but it might be tough to do so. All right, in comes Torsten, I'm sure. Oh, no, not even bothering. Okay. Let's go. Let's see, there's nothing to Corpse Dance, so I'm going to try to copy the Thraben. Okay, I'm going to investigate. I'm going to crack a clue and draw the Mana Drain. And then I'm going to spin the top because that gives me more looks. At this point, I would love to find lands. Yeah. We'll put this in this order. And then Parallax Wave goes down to 2 here. Play my land. I'm not going to bother attacking with Thraben Inspector. That's a waste of everyone's time. All right, pass the turn. And kind of have full control here. Are we working up to a hardcast Gristlebrand? Let's see. I'm going to want to copy the Thraben and crack the clue. Actually, I kind of want to draw Malcolm first now. And I actually don't think I need to use the Parallax Wave here. The reason I don't feel inclined to use Parallax Wave is I've got Reflection making tokens here. I don't, and I'm tapping out here, but I'm not worried about, there's not that much that can happen. I just don't think I need to take the Reflection off the board. So I think I'd rather just leave it in play in case something weird happens. It's also a little better defensively to have that. All right, let's attack and hit with Malcolm. Draw, discard Savai Triome. I don't love not playing a land here, but I think it's okay. I have enough mana to do all the things I need. I don't need to like go out of my way to try to hit a land drop. And I don't really need to play the Cryptic Coat either. So not sacking Waterlogged Grove is a pretty big tell that I think a hardcast Gristlebrand or something that costs a lot of mana is is on the horizon, though it's also possible it's the only blue source that Anton has, so he wants to keep that in case he's got blue spells he wants to cast. Oh, Flash. Let's Spell Queller the Flash. Let's see. So let's go Spell Queller. And I think I'm going to Parallax Wave the Spell Queller in response. So the reason I'm doing this is I don't think this Parallax Wave is doing much for me. And then now the Flash is just gone forever. And I don't have to worry about Spell Queller dying for that to matter. And I still have Mana Drain up. So I'm not too worried about that. I have a blocker for Torsten by copying Thraben. I don't even really need to do that. So Anton could have flashed in at the end of my turn when I tapped out, but there was 2 counters on the wave still. So the wave actually did something there too. It made it so it couldn't, like flashing in Triplicate Titans, pretty ineffective with a 2 counter Parallax Wave. I would just use both counters. All right, here comes Gristlebeezy. And here comes 8 mana. Thank you very much. And no point in attacking here. I'm going to go end of turn, copy the Thraben. Spell Queller is going to come back into play here. And I have 8 mana, so I'm going to crack some clues. I'll just draw for my turn. Hull Breacher. I would like to keep that one under wraps if I can. All right, let's crack a clue. Let's crack a clue. And now I guess I will Sensei's Top. Counterspell, Memory Lapse, Solitude. Whew. I kind of don't want to play Cryptic Coat, given that that this is the circumstances. Let's ponder first. Not shuffle. I'll spin the top once. And yeah, I don't mind putting Strip Mine under Cryptic Coat here. Play the Cryptic Coat. Got a Strip Mine under there, and then I used all my Mana Drain mana, and then I attack for, I guess this just came into play. Attack for 2, and next turn, I mean, I should have good enough for lethal. Oh, I forgot to spin the top again, because Malcolm is not optional. I'm just going to discard Council's Judgment. I just don't think I need to discard a counterspell, and I think I'm likely enough to win that I don't really need to show a Hull Breacher, because Anton could easily like flashback Faithless Looting into 3 mana, or maybe even activate Gristlebrand if he's not thinking about Hull Breacher. Next turn, I assume I've got lethal here, yeah, because I can copy Spell Queller. Oh, that's the other thing. I also have copy Spell Queller up. Though I suppose I didn't need Memory Lapse because I can't cast Counterspell and Memory Lapse, but yeah, whatever. Either way, I think we've got this game pretty much on lockdown. In fact, I'm not even going to Hull Breacher the Waterlogged Grove because I just don't think there are cards that can really get Anton out of this. Yeah, Fiery Islet. If you crack that one too, it's just game. I mean, I have 7 points of unblockable with the Cryptic Coat chilling here too, so looking pretty good. All right, what is this? Necromancy. Yeah, I guess I'll just Spell Queller that. And I can still counter at end of turn, I guess, but this stops it for the time being. Do you attack with Torsten? I guess I'll block, because it just goes back on the stack. So all that does is kind of delay things. Memory Lapse actually doesn't work that well against Fiery Islet, though of course Fiery Islet is it wouldn't leave them enough mana. Okay. Memory Lapse. I'm just not going to bother. All right. Going to game 3. All right. So yeah, this Prismatic Ending is like not sounding very good for me. All I need is cards that stop me from getting cheesed, but I really don't have that many of those, so I think I'm just going to put maybe he's got Oath of Druids in his deck. Maybe I do want Prismatic Ending over Novice Inspector. Yeah, I think that's fine. All right, we're on the draw. Basically, I need him to either not like turn to me or to let me get some exile action. I'm going to keep this. He's mulling. I mean, this hand has no plains or white cards, which is kind of unfortunate because my white cards answer the things he puts into play fairly well. Council's Judgment, Parallax Wave are all like Solitude are all excellent. But I mean, I'm not going to mulligan an Ancestral hand, obviously. And I do have a Hull Breacher as well. So do I play this Thundering Falls? I'm assuming no. I just Ancestral turn 1. If I need to discard on turn 2, that's fine. And we'll see. So I have 7 cards. I go to 8. He moved to 6 here. I really don't want to see I really don't want to see, but ideally not seeing a green land on turn 1 would be good. Because that means that turn 2 channel's not on the table. But honestly, the thing I'm most scared against is an early Gristlebrand, because that draws enough cards that even if I answer it, he could easily still win the game. Channel into a Triplicate Titan. It worked game 1, but that was game 1 where I just didn't play a land on turn 3. Most of the time, this deck can deal with that. Not always. And in fact, this hand is kind of ill-equipped to deal with it, but we'll see what we draw. Classic. Let's just pass here. Actually, I'm just going to upkeep Ancestral. No reason to wait, I don't think. Okay, Solitude, Parallax Wave. Oh, Prismatic Ending doing work with Solitude. All right, now channel Triplicate. I would choose for him to channel Triplicate Titan. I'm not going to get to Strip Mine on turn 2 because I need to play a Malcolm or I have to discard 2 cards, so I'll probably just do that. But this is the kind of setup I'm basically looking for. Bitter Reunion, yeah. No Hull Breacher to stop that, unfortunately. Discard a Forest. Okay, that's not so bad. Savai Triumph. Let's just go Island Malcolm. And then discard. I think I actually discard Thundering Falls here. I'd rather play Savai Triumph as my tap land, and I'm probably still going to want to play Hull Breacher next turn. I hope I don't get Show and Tell this turn, but oh, I guess I'm not. Okay. I'm not getting channeled either. And Malcolm should be good at finding something. Oh, all right. Oath of Druids. Interesting. So now an untapped white would be really nice. I like it. All right, let's hit with the Malcolm here first. Draw and discard. Now I think I discard Savai Triumph. I might just discard Cryptic Coat. Yeah, I'm just going to discard. It's close. I really don't want to discard my double white card. Yeah, I'll discard the Cryptic, or my second white land, so I'm just not going to. Get a Plains, and then Prismatic Ending, Oath of Druids. Yoink. Pass the turn. And then next turn I go Strip Mine plus Hull Breacher, or probably just Savai Triumph Hull Breacher. Unless I have a particular reason to think I should Strip Mine. He discarded lands to... He commercial districted away a swamp and then Bitter Reunion away a forest, so it doesn't feel like he's short on lands. Oh, okay. Palantir of Orthonk. Okay. Well, I have Hull Breacher for that. So, and he revealed his hand as Kozilek, Butcher of Truth, and Bone Shards. All right, well, I'm going to take the first hit from the Palantir no matter what he does. So I guess I should technically look if he keeps cards on top or not. Just to see, at the very least, to see how lucky he is. Let's see. Palantir, top, bottom. One of each. We'll see. And you're not drawing a card either way. And then my next turn, with Overgrown Tomb in hand, yeah, I don't think I'm going to Strip Mine, because getting my second white into play is a pretty high value. 2 top. Have a draw card. No, I take some damage. All right, Shadowgrange Archfiend was the damages. All right, play Savai Triumph. And hit, I guess I actually didn't need to play Savai Triumph. Because I could have drawn something. Well, it's okay. I'll discard Island here. So end of turn, He's going to fire off that Bazaar of Baghdad is the real question. I'm really glad I didn't give him the Shadow Grange, though. And then in response to Palantir next turn, I'm going to play the Hull Breacher. So didn't Bazaar. Has these cards in hand. And Hull Breacher is different than Narset and Leovold. You actually kind of don't want to play Narset against Palantir because you have to take the damage because you can't make them draw a card. Hull Breacher replaces the draw. So instead you draw a treasure. So they are allowed to draw, which means you can Hull Breacher and let them draw. So I think that that's going to be pretty good. And we'll see. He's got 4 cards in hand. We know 3 of them. Drawing Counterspell is nice. Though, honestly, Solitude goes a long way, too. Like I said, this is the nightmare matchup for Anton here. I've got all Exile effects and Counterspells. Like, that's really not what you want to see in your combo deck. It's hard for him to combo because my Counterspell can trade for multiple of his cards if he has to set a combo up. And then when he does combo, often I can just play a Parallax Wave, Council Judgment, Solitude, any of those things, just answer whatever it is that I'm worried about. So obviously Ancestral Recall is very helpful for part of this. Okay, Overgrown Tomb done. Okay, in response to that, Hull Breacher, I'll let you Palantir it up. And then, would I let you draw a card? Yes, I do. So, basically now I just keep Counterspell up. 5 a turn is plenty. And then I have Strip Mine as well. I'm going to Strip Mine the Overgrown Tomb just to make it that much harder on Bone Shards here. And then I've even got these answers. Anton, draw a card? Yes, you can draw a card. And I assume no answer to Hull Breacher given it resolved and then the Palantir happened. So this works out pretty nicely. All right, my turn. Othari. Yeah, there's no reason to do that. That would just be foolish. Let's I might be able to in a turn here because I'm going to get to get another treasure off of the Palantir next turn, assuming this all works out. But for the time being, I just don't think that's a good idea. Oh, Third Path is probably more interesting. It's 11. Yeah, that does 5. Let's just discard Othari. It's fine. Play Strip Mine the Overgrown Tomb. Play Third Path, and then I have Counterspell up with the treasure token. That's pretty, not quite lethal, but obviously like very close to it. And then I still have all these answers. Still had all these. At some point, if I had the mana, I would also like play the Parallax Wave out, but I don't really think I need to do that right now. Certainly, you don't get to use Bazaar anymore with a Hull Breacher in play. And this has to be just about game, I would say. All right, that'll do it. We got round 1. Oof, close one. All right, time for round 2, playing against the Smasher on a like Sultai, Fallen Shinobi, Questing Beast sort of deal. This hand's great. Let's go Thundering Falls. If I see a white source, yeah, I'm definitely keeping that on top. Pass. I'm still not going to play that land on turn 2. I'm just going to play Spire Bluff, but then I have Mana Drain into Fable, which is a pretty nice one. Oh, turn 1 Mox, okay. Turn 1 Sakura Tribe Elder. That's actually fine because that just means I get to Mana Drain something a little bigger. Spire Bluff Canal, your turn. And pass here. And Smasher has Subtlety in deck, so if they pass, I'll just probably pass back. I could also just play Fable. Like, you can't Subtlety the Fable. I have Solitude and Prismatic Ending. It feels kind of good to just play that. It's not like I have a million counter spells. I just have 1, and Fable's such a messed up card. That being said, getting to Mana Drain something gets me all the mana back that I would have spent on this. Yeah, I'm not seeing any... I'm looking at the I guess the card I'd be worried about would be a Feywild Caretaker. Reckoner Bankbuster. No, I don't really want that to resolve, I don't think. Yeah, let's just mana drain it. Okay, getting miscalced, sure. And I think I'm just going to play Fable now. I'll crack the Strand. I guess I don't really need to crack the Strand, because I don't hate drawing a white. All right. I mean, pretty sick to have Bankbuster plus Miscalc up, but I don't mind this so much. If Smasher plays something big, I get to attack and just hardcast Solitude and then play Parallax Wave. And if I have a little time, I might just Prismatic Ending the Reckoner Bankbuster. Oh, huh. So this is kind of interesting. So let's first do this. I'm going to definitely discard Savai Triumph. I'm just going to discard Island as well. All right. Well, that didn't work as well as I was hoping. But let's get Plains and let's go Prismatic Ending on the Reckoner Bankbuster here. And if Smasher doesn't use it, then just definitely has Subtlety. Let's just chill then. I don't really need to attack here. Play Subtlety end of turn if you want. It's fine. I'll get a chance to use it. Oh, Endurance. Sure. That's also fine. And then, oh, wow. Yeah, actually attacking wouldn't really have worked either way, because if I go to, oh, I guess I let Smasher block and then Solitude after block so they don't crew. I think you could shuffle my graveyard back. Like, Smasher it puts a mana drain back, but Prismatic Ending's kind of weak, and then there's 3 lands in there. All right, nothing's fine too. I just hated keeping Island when I had a need for white mana. It seemed kind of bad. Oh, we're getting Fallen Shinobi'd? Yeah, that's fine. I've got Solitude here. I am going to exile Council's Judgment, I think. Oh man, if Smasher has Subtlety here, it's going to be so gross. But, oh, I guess I have to put this on the bottom. All right. Well, I mean, we'll see what gets hit. Spell Queller Balance. Yeah, that's actually not so bad. I would like to draw a white source. That would be nice. Balance literally doesn't do anything. You could put it on the stack, it does literal nothing. And Spell Queller is just a 2/3. Parallax Wave is also nice at stealing back my creatures here. So I got to keep that in mind. And then next turn, I mean, drawing a white source would be nice. All right, balance. Played a land in balance to get me down to 1 card in hand. All right, well, that's fine. You basically used a land to make me discard a Malcolm. That's acceptable. Strip mine. Yeah, I mean, I don't like that I have to attack here to get my treasure token, but it is necessary. All right, land, Parallax Wave. Wave goodbye to your little friend. And then I think I'm just going to kill the Yavimaya. It's got way more green cards in his deck. All right, we're both on basically no resources after all that. That worked out okay. Now, of course, he had the green. Parallax Wave, the Fallen Shinobi. I'll let the Spell Queller hit me for now. I don't really need to take it back or anything. And time for me to draw a Thraben Inspector. That's what we're talking about. Or, of course, Ancestral Recall would be nice. Skull Clamp, interesting. All right, let's go Skull Clamp. Equip Clamp. We'll send for 3 here. So I guess killing black would have worked out a lot better. I could reset all these, but I don't really want to because I don't have cards to discard either because the Fable would come back and flip. I am going to want to... I think I'm going to keep the land in hand for now. I'm going to attack, I guess. Questing Beast is the main reason not to attack. Oh, Endurance. Okay. Right, that was his last card. I, for some reason, just blanked on that. Yeah. Do I want Endurance to... Or do I want this to draw me 2 cards? I kind of think I just do. That seems fine to me. I don't know. Oh, dig through time? That is money. Let's go land go. Or I guess I'll just dig now. There's cards I could play, I suppose. And I guess I don't really have any way to get cards out of my graveyard or anything, so let's go dig. What are we hitting here? Oh, we got some action. That we do. I kind of want Third Path to go with Skull Clamp here. Yeah, definitely want Third Path. And I think I want Sensei's Top. And then I can go Sensei's Top, go. Pass the turn, and I can Parallax Wave these 2 things. Well, they attack. I mean, assuming that's the attack. Parallax Wave, Endurance. Parallax Wave, Spell Queller. No spell comes back. Okay. And if Smasher didn't draw anything here, then I think I'm in great shape, because I'm going to get to spin top. Deduce Eagles of the North, Reprieve. Yeah, that actually seems fine too. I have 5 mana. Oh, maybe actually kind of wanted the other order, but that's fine. Okay, all these idiots come back. They get to Endurance themselves if they want. That's fine too. And then I get to go Third Path. Prismatic Vista is not really what I want right now in terms of lands, I guess, with the top. But let's go Third Path Iconoclast. Sensei's Top, make a token. And then pass. Yeah, I guess Reprieve's actually not that hot. No, this looks fine. Because now I'm just going to pass the turn. If Fallen Shinobi gets chumped, I take 3 off Endurance. I'm fine with that. And then I go Crack Vista, Deduce, make a token, draw a card, get a Plains off the Prismatic Vista. I could also just go for the triple block. Yeah, I guess I actually like that more. Plains. Let's stop on upkeep here. Deduce. And draw. And then go block, block, block on Shinobi. And if you have a way to kill one of these, that also just really doesn't matter, because that just means my Third Path doesn't die. Spellcaller once again has no trigger. Land go. Probably a little too lucky. It would be pretty lucky to get another turn of nothing, but I guess we'll have to see. I'm gonna draw with top so I can cast top and make a token with Third Path. And even if Third Path gets dealt with, I don't feel like I'm in terrible shape here. All right, what is this? Reanimate on Subtlety. Sure. I'm at 6. I don't feel too bad about that. All right, I'm just going to upkeep draw. I don't really want to spin top because I feel like, that's funny, that was the card that was there before. I feel like I have a lot of, I'm going to spend a lot of mana this turn. I'm going to draw with top. Oh. Huh. 1 card in hand. I think I just cast Subtlety this turn then. Upkeep. I don't think they have very many more counter spells. I'm worried about Questing Beast. I just want to make sure I don't get Questing Beast. All right. Attack with both, I would assume. Okay, let's cast Solitude. Pretty important to cast this because I want to be able to attack back with it. Okay, Solitude, the Subtlety. And I'm just going to take 3 here. Go to 3. Don't really see too much of a risk of that. Mana Confluence. Into go. All right. Draw my top. Let's just attack here. I don't think I need to equip or anything like that. All the flash elementals are gone now. Hold on, before we equip Skull Clamp, let's cast Sensei's Top. Basically, with Sensei's Top and Skull Clamp and Third Path, every time I draw a card, or every time I cast Top, I make a 1/1, then I draw a card, and then I Skull Clamp a 1/1, redraw the clamp, and so on and so forth. I'm not going to play Marsh Flats yet. Let's make another 1/1. I'm at 12 cards in deck. Yeah, we can draw one more. All right, well, Skull Clamp is doing its job. I guess actually instead I'll just Ancestral down to 9 cards in deck. Yeah, that should be fine. Redraw the top anyway, and play top, leaving up Reprieve. I guess I could have tapped differently from the start of the turn to leave up Counterspell, but I think we're going to be fine here. And I mean, next turn I just have lethal. I have lethal on the board right now. Oh, can't reprieve that. Wouldn't have been lethal, but obviously I still don't really want Questing Beast to resolve. And that should basically do it. All right, whew, we got game 1. All right, looking at sideboarding. Do I want to hold Breacher? It's good against Reckoner Bankbuster, but that's like about it. I kind of want another Novice Inspector just for more blockers for Fallen Shinobi. Balance, I think, is going to be good. Cryptic Coat's going to be good. I do want Kite Sail Larcenist. I mean, I kind of like all the cards I have. Malcolm looks like it's at its worst, because Malcolm is not good against Endurance or Subtlety. So, yeah, let's take out that and just put in the Inspector. All right, game 2. Well, I like having Strip Mine, Fable, and Solitude in my opener, but obviously I can't keep that hand. Yeah, I mean, I've got to keep this hand. I'm going to put back Skull Clamp. I don't, it's not like I love Counterspell with no blue mana, but I also don't really think I can keep Skull Clamp. Let's just play Island, because I can just cycle Eagles of the North. I know it makes my Solitude worse, but actually, let's see what's revealed. Is there Fallen Shinobi? Oh, Fallen Shinobi's here. Okay, so that means I'm a little bit more inclined to want to cycle, though. Actually, in retrospect, I should have just played Savai Triumph on turn 1 and just accepted I won't have Counterspell up. Or maybe, honestly, maybe it wasn't. I mean, obviously drawing top makes that a little more awkward. Maybe it wasn't too bad. If I drew Island, I'd just have Counterspell up. Otherwise, I wouldn't. It's not like I had too much to do on turn 1. Yeah, because I'm still just gonna Solitude the Questing Beast here. Oh, that was, I guess, the wrong way to cast it because of a Noble Hierarch. I should have waited till. I mean, probably just both attack and then I take 1 less. Yeah, I'm taking an extra point of Exalted damage here for no reason. Is my main issue. All right, well, so it goes. Let's play Fable. And, oh, Spire Bluff is nice too. I'm just playing Fable though. You can basically never wait on that. I mean, maybe Smasher's got Subtlety in hand, I don't know. But I'm not going to leave up Counterspell when I could just play a Fable. Like, yeah, you get 1 turn to resolve something. You've already done the Questing Beast. Fallen Shinobi's in the graveyard. Tireless Tracker, which I didn't really even know about, is in the graveyard too. I'll take another 2 off the Wayfinder here. And then I'll have Counterspell up, so let's see. I really hope, I kind of feel like Smasher has Subtlety, and was debating Subtletying the Solitude, but I guess you probably would Subtlety the Solitude there, so I don't know. So let's go draw. So Fable. Do I want to top now? I think I'm just going to discard 2 here. Discard Mountain, and I think discard Ponder. Oh, what a nice set here. Now I have Counterspell for Subtlety, and I can still cast Deduce. And I have extra mana from like the Goblin Shaman, so it feels pretty good. Yeah, Counterspell you. Certainly not attacking into that unless I have something. And then now I've got Sensei's Top with a Shuffle if I want. I could cast Deduce first. This is kind of tricky. I guess it'll depend on how... What the hell is that? Oh, a One Ring. You know what? I'm gonna crack this. I'll take the risk. I'm gonna get an island just because of potential for finding mana drain, and I'm gonna spin here. So I didn't find mana drain, but I did find Kitesail Larcenist, and the Kitesail Larcenist is gonna be decent here. I think I cast Deduce end of turn. I'm basically sacking a treasure for 2 mana, and because I have Deduce plus the Clue to crack, it feels like I have good ways to use my mana here. So I'm going to side in Hull Breacher if we go to game 3, which we're not. Let's see. Oh man, Kitesail. Oh wait, no, I guess Kitesail plus the Reflection token actually isn't that crazy. Land, Kitesail Larcenist, Kitesail your One Ring. Do I want to Kitesail my Clue token to make it into a treasure so I can spin? No. That's fine. I think I will trade the Goblin Shaman for the Paradise Druid though, because getting another treasure again opens me up to the crack Flooded Strand, spin top, look for treasure line, which I think is going to be pretty good. Okay, so they just have a treasure in play. They have 3 cards in hand. If they kill the Kitesail Larcenist, obviously things get a little worse, and I'm not going to attack into Endurance probably. Oh, I don't like land. I mean, I like land in that's 2 non-spells. I'm worried if there's like an 8-drop coming or something. Like, why did we play the Mox? Okay, this is it. What is this play? Cryptic Command. Here, I'll let you pay the ward, I guess. Oh, does that do anything? Do I even want to spin the top looking for a counterspell? Well, I mean, it lets you draw 2 off One Ring. Yeah, let's just look. I guess I can get planes here, though. Yeah, no, I can get planes. This is good. And then spin top. Othari. Spellqueller Skull Clamp. Huh. I think what I do is I order it such that I draw Othari next. Kitesail comes back to hand. Draw 2 off the One Ring, so 3 total, which I don't like. It's scary. But I do get to go Kitesail and then Reanimate Solitude. Okay. Well, that's a little annoying too. Okay, getting a little uncomfortable. I was really hoping, geez, another play into the Lazav? Wow. All right, well, this game looked like it was really good. I'm getting a little beaten down here. Let's go Kitesail Larcenist on the One Ring, and at this point, I kind of think the Clue token can turn into a treasure. I think I'm more likely to want that. Pass the turn. So Lazav can exile... Oh man, it can exile a Fallen Shinobi? Wow, that was a 6 set of draws. All right. So... I guess I play Spellqueller and block the Fallen Shinobi. I think I'm actually going to sack the Clue. Yeah, I'm losing now because now the One Ring's back online. Well, I'm going to hope Othari does the thing. Yeah. I mean, at this point, I guess the One Ring is maybe less of a concern because Smasher's drawing so many cards here. But that's not really something I feel very good about. I'll tell you that much. Hide in plain sight, sure. Yeah. All right. Well, we've got some good reasons to put in Hull Breacher, and we'll see what we can do here. I'm at 8. All right. Let's draw Othari. Send in with both because I'm going to go up to 11, and this is 3, 7, 8, 9, 10. 3. Yeah, all right. What are you going to do, right? And then this takes 7 down to 11. Ring down to 8. I mean, I assume I got to be dead here. Not much I can do about it. Flip up a troll. Yeah, that'll do it. All right, going to game 3. Okay, so if I want Hull Breacher in, which I do, I still like the balance. I still think I want the Skull Clamp, probably. Like, it feels like these games are pretty grindy. Cryptic Coat also seems good. Same with Spell Queller. I guess I could maybe cut Deduce. Yeah, I put in the Novice Inspector instead. I think that'll probably be fine. All right, let's go to game 3 here. Alrighty, I would like to play first. Any Ancestrals? No, but this is a very solid hand. Turn 1, get a Plains, play Thraben. Probably turn 2, do nothing. Or Emerald to 6. I mean, it depends. We'll see here, but I'm not worried about getting red. I have so many red sources. This deck has more red sources than it really needs. So I'm going to take a little bit of a gamble. I'm just going to strip mine that. This is one of those spots where us both taking a turn off sounds pretty good, especially since I'm even getting to use my mana. Send. Next turn, crack Clue. Cycle the Troll. Okay, that's not... I didn't think there was going to be a green 1-drop on the horizon. All right, so no blue mana for you at least. Oh, Reprieve too. Send. And if I can snipe a cantrip or something with this Hull Breacher, oof. What is this, Satyr Wayfinder? Sure. Would we mill? Lazov and lands. All right. That was my Hallowed Fountain. Son of a... Larcenist is nice too. Let's just play the island. It's fine. I think I'm going to, especially with Parallax Wave in hand and the fact that I'm slamming a Hull Breacher end of turn, I think I'll be happy racing here. Okay, let's cast Hull Breacher. Draw. Land. I think I'm going to Skull Clamp the Thraben Inspector. Go ahead, trade with me. This game is just going to be a blowout, it looks like. Take 5 down to 12. Like, this is the kind of game where my opponent's got a basically 0% chance of beating a Parallax Wave. Reprieving Hide in Plain Sight. I mean, that card's a little annoying. That's actually fairly good against Parallax Wave. But I think we're still just fine here. Attack for 5. Chumping Hull Breacher, sure. Dig or do something else? I mean, I guess it's just going to be dig. I guess I'll just pass. I don't really need to, I think, play anything. Okay, and if I want, I can Parallax Wave like one of them. I also will probably just send with the Thraben Inspector anyway. No plays. Can't be that many plays for 1 black mana. So I think with the Marsh Flats, since I will just get... I don't really care about exiling my whole graveyard, so I'll probably just get this... I'll get Elegant Parlor, yeah, and then in response to the Surveil, I'm going to dig through time. That is going to be my plan here. Oh, Reanimate, sure. Reanimate Lazov. All right. That's not bad. That's not bad. All right. End of turn. Let's crack Marsh Flats. Let's get Elegant Parlor, but in response, let's cast Dig Through Time. 1, 2, 3. And Lazov doesn't really have much. I guess it can look at the troll, huh? All right. Council's Judgment, Cryptic Coat, Memory Lapse. Interesting. I'm inclined to take Memory Lapse for sure. And I don't know between Cryptic Coat and Council's Judgment, because what is my next turn going to be? Is it 8? I can, first of all, I can attack with Raven Inspector and force them to give me 2 cards, or block by blocking with Lazov, or take 2, which is fine with me too. And then I can play Cryptic Coat, or I can just play Larcenist on Lazov. I kind of like Larcenist on Lazov. So let's take Cryptic Coat and Memory Lapse. And then let's put Council's Judgment, Ponder, and then now in the order. All right. Then I get to Surveil. This is not a Sensei's Divining Top game, I'm afraid. We don't got time for that. Oh, Fable of the Mirror Breaker, also pretty good. I could also go Parallax Wave the Lazov, and then attack with both. They trade with Hull Breacher. Go to 6. Is there a reason to trade Hull Breacher there? Not really. I kind of think just getting a Parallax Wave into play is probably pretty busted. Because it just makes... Yeah, this also means that next turn I could threaten to just wave both tokens and just pay 4. Parallax Wave your Lazov. Attack with Raven Inspector. Going to 6 against a Parallax Wave has to be pretty scary too. And then I have some pretty good finishes. These are all kind of the same card. But yeah, that's just where we are. And then next turn, I mean, I basically get to kind of deploy these in a drip, but I don't think any of them are very easy to beat, and a Parallax Wave is going to be really hard to beat, so this feels like a pretty good spot. Skull Clamp on Raven Inspector is kind of broken, not going to lie. You block with the 2/2 and give me 2 cards and we trade? Or you take 2, you go down to 6 life against Parallax Wave with 5 power in play. Those both seem dicey, so I feel pretty good about this one. All right, Smasher, I think, correctly bit the bullet and blocked. Endurance was the card. Oh, that means this is a real card. Like, if Endurance was the one you trade off, then this has to be like Questing Beast, maybe. Could be Fallen Shinobi. Reckoner Bankbuster? Sure. That does nothing with a Hull Breacher in play. And then that's the 1 ring. Let's go... You know what? Sure. There's a Hull Breacher in play. The Hull Breacher stops that too. Like, what are you going to do? I can't attack this turn, but yeah, I don't really think I need to do it. Because I also even have a way to spend my mana, which is I'm going to Parallax Wave that and pay the 2. Let's see, what do we got? What do we got? It is the Fallen Shinobi. All right. Well, this game's, I think, going to end before this Parallax Wave runs out. Because now, didn't really need that. Let's go Cryptic Coat and then leave up double Counterspell. Yeah, and then Parallax Wave goes down to 1. I attack for 6. Parallax Wave goes down to 0. I attack for a lot more than 6, probably. 2 cards in hand, and I have 2 Counterspells. We take those. We take those. I don't need to do anything. I'm not even going to do anything end of turn. Oh, what did I flip? Thundering Falls, sure. Draw. You know, Subtlety on upkeep. Oh, Spell Queller 2? Why not? Why not? Can't crew anything. And I have 7 mana and I have 4 blue, so I can go Memory Lapse, Counterspell, and Spell Queller. Yeah, I think we're doing just fine here. Okay, let's pass the turn. And Yeah, Hole Breacher is such a messed up card. This has to be... Oh, here, we'll memory lapse that. The reason I'm memory lapsing it is because it's like an extremely beatable card and uses tons of mana. In fact, can't even cast it because of mana confluence. Oh, savage. Truly savage. All right, well, you know what? I'm into it. And we had all our bases covered. I guess Beseiju would be the kind of card that could maybe beat us, which is another reason to even memory lapse. So there we go. A nice 2-0. And we're back to take a look at the deck because that is it. We don't get around 3. Max White Weenie deck was doing great, and Tom drew some mana crypts. So this deck, just a very good deck. It would be great for a 4-4, and it's great for a 3-3. It's just got like Ancestral plus Ponder for cantrips. Well, Ancestral's not a cantrip, it's just a card draw spell. 4 2-mana counters, which is awesome. A free spell in Solitude. Parallax Wave, super powerful. The Malcolm is a little weak. The third path Skull Clamp thing's a little dicey. It's got a Strip Mine, which is nice. Really good mana even without a blue-white duel. Cryptic Coat, Fable, like some really good 3s, and such a good Dig Through Time deck. So this deck was awesome. I really enjoyed playing it, and I hope you enjoyed watching it, even if we just got the 2 rounds. Alrighty, welcome to another Vintage Draft League, and ooh, what do I got here? An Ancestral Recall. You'll love to see that. There's also a Tinker and a Cauldron Complete and a Mishra's Workshop. I do like Tinker and Workshop, but I'll have to resign myself to probably not drafting either of them. This pack doesn't even look strong enough for Workshop to wheel, but I'm going to first pick Ancestral. I'll be quite happy about that. And what am I going to second pick here? A lot of different directions to go here. So there's Underground Sea, which is good just because you've got a great blue card. Taking mana that makes it more likely you can play blue cards is good. There's Containment Priest, which as many have picked up on, I'm pretty high on these days. There's Deep Cavern Bat, which I also like a lot. I don't even know if that's better than Underground Sea in terms of taking a black card. Then there's Nadu. I've been really impressed with Nadu lately, and I think taking it early is pretty great. You just get to pick up a Lightning Greaves at some point. You also make it so no one else takes Lightning Greaves, or they're less likely to because the Nadu isn't floating down there. All right, I'm going to go with Nadu here. I think Nadu is fantastic. Oh, wow. Swords to Plowshares, and Atraxa, and Wooded Foothills. Kind of wish I just took Underground Sea, because then I would just take Swords to Plowshares. But I think I'm going to still take Swords. Swords at Ancestral is just such an obscenely good combo. And as much as I like Wooded Foothills, I don't think I can justify taking it over Swords to Plowshares. Atraxa's closer because some of the cards that work with Nadu work quite nicely with Atraxa. You know, Green Sun, Zenith, Natural Order, Mana Elves, that sort of thing. But I don't feel like I'm locked into anything by taking Nadu, and I think having Ancestral plus Swords is just an awesome 1-2 punch. When you've spent a mana to draw 3 cards, all you want are cards that trade with your opponent's stuff, and Swords to Plowshares does that. Here, I think I'm just going to take Ponder. Helps me find Ancestral and Swords to Plowshares more often. I think Dak is okay, but I have another color card anyway that's good. I don't really need to move away from that. And I think Raugrin's fine too, but I don't see a reason to go that route. I just think taking a good cantrip's better. Oh, now I might just take Vaultborn though. Oh, I could take No More Lies. This is actually starting to be a kind of nice blue-white control deck. Yeah, you know what? I'm just going to do that instead. I like drafting blue-white control. Nadu could fit, could not fit, but the combination of 2-mana counter with Swords and Ancestral and Ponder sounds awesome. All right, here there's Cryptic Command, Wrath of God, Rafine's Tower, Lush Portico, Toxic Deluge. These are all great cards. Kind of just want Rafine's Tower. I have 2 white cards, 2 blue cards. I could end up splashing black. Also, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's not super likely that Wrath wheels, but it's possible that Wrath or Cryptic could come back. I would certainly trade Nadu for Underground Sea now, but I like the pick still. And then here, oh, I actually think I'm going to take Smirking Spelljacker here. I don't always take this card. It's kind of expensive, but I've got some really good ways to slow the game down here with Swords and No More Lies, so I think setting that up is great. I could have taken Elvish Mystic, but I'm not that committed to this Nadu at this point. So I kind of feel like I should just take the card for this blue-white deck, even though it's possible Nadu still makes it in. Ooh, this is a very easy Spellseeker. I've got Ancestral Recall and Swords to Plowshares, two of the best cards you can imagine getting with Spellseeker. Could also get No Moralize or Ponder, but, probably not doing that very often, unless the other targets are gone, in which case maybe. And then here there's a Talisman of Dominance. Cauldron Complete Wield. There's also Concealed Courtyard. I mean, taking a black-white or blue-black source, though, I think I'd rather take Courtyard over Talisman. I don't like Talismans in low-curve decks like this so much, especially when you're not getting paid off for having artifacts by cards like Tolarian Academy. So is it more likely that I want to play that, a black source, or that I will find a Stoneforge? I think if I take Cauldron, no one else should take Stoneforge if they see it. So I don't mind. Also, if I do end up on Nadu Greaves, Stoneforge can get Greaves. It's kind of nice having two really good targets for it. So I'm willing to spec here. Also, I don't have a single black card yet, so I don't feel like I need to kind of optimize for that. Here, I might just take Bauble. I'm really not into playing Elves at this point. I don't really want to splash Baleful Mastery. Oliphant's actually a reasonable choice, but I've got a couple ways to shuffle here. I have not Spellseeker, Ponder. Makes Mishra's Bauble decent. Oh, I do like Probe, but I also really like Uro. I don't have the mana at all. I should just take Probe. Probe is a really good card. I mean, you've probably seen some of the games if you watched a bunch here where I use Duress or Probe or something that lets me see my opponent's hand. And sometimes that can just win a game almost entirely by itself. You see that they have a Toxic Deluge, Mana Drain, Balance in their hand, and all of a sudden you just get to play the game completely differently. So I'm going to put Nadu in the sideboard for now. Turns out we didn't even miss that much because it's not like Underground Sea would be doing too much for me. Oh, do I want Unexpectedly Absent or Beza? They're both pretty good. This looks like a pretty nice Beza deck, though. Though Absent is really strong. I'll just take Absent. A 2-mana play versus a 4-mana play. I already have Spelljacker that costs 5. That seems fine, too. I'm gonna hide the Cauldron Complete. I'll remember it if I see Stoneforge. Trust me. And here it's Spire Bluff in case I want to splash red versus Interrupter. I think I'll just take the Interrupter. I'm pretty committed to being blue-white at this point. I mean, I definitely could end up with another color. You never know when you open a card, a strong card of another color. Though I'm in the color that has the strongest cards you can splash, Time Walk and Ancestral. Or if I just get a bunch of mana fixing. It's not even like Interrupter's good. In fact, I'm probably not going to start it. But I think it's more likely that I'll want Interrupter as a sideboard option than I will want Spire Bluff, given I don't think I'm going to need to splash red that much. Dak is gone. I have Swords and Absent, so the cheap red removal is not that interesting. All right, well, I opened a couple good white cards. There's Solitude and Fracture Identity. There's also Psychic Frog, which is an amazing card. But I think this is actually a Fracture Identity. This deck is looking like classic blue-white control. Just going to kill and counter all their stuff and cast a Fractured Identity. It sounds awesome. Let's just do it. And then here, there's World Spine for the flash I inevitably will pick up. There's Cathar Commando, Glimmerlens. Not really a Grim Monolith deck besides Fracture, but there is a Force of Negation. And I've got Probe and Ponder to pitch. Yeah, Force of Negation sounds great. Let's just take that. Seems like it'll shore up my matchup against spell decks, which currently against creature decks, I've got Plow, Absent, Fractured, and then Spellseeker to get Plow. Against spell decks, I have No More Lies, now Force. Fractured also kind of counts. Absent can be good against some of those decks because it can hit any permanent. Oh, Spelljacker too. Sounds like I got my bases covered. It would have been nice to pick up that Wrath of God, but Damn goes around pretty late, and Sunfall, you can usually get an effect like that. Around here, there's a Fable. There's an Animate Dead. No, we are holding fast. I'm just going to take Meticulous Archive. Take my blue-white Lapland and be happy with it. Fable is a great card. Had I taken the Spire Bluff, I still wouldn't have probably taken Fable there. I just think I can be two colors here. It doesn't seem like there's a reason I should have to go too far to try to include a third color. Ooh, Palace Jailer. That's a nice one, too. Pass up on a Treachery, a Staffless Storyteller. Spar's Headquarters would be nice, but this is a great time to pick up Palace Jailer. I will say this deck's a little worse at maintaining Monarch than most, so this is not a Palace Jailer in a red-white deck where it's often just a game winner. It still can win me the game. It could also definitely lose me the game because if they take the Monarch back, it's going to be hard for me to reclaim it. But Palace Jailer with Force Protection is pretty nice. Fractured can go pretty far. Palace Jailer leaving up Swords can really help. So I think it's still obviously the pick there. That wasn't very close. All right, so here we have that dam I was talking about. There's also Borrower and Sheldock. How are we doing on spells? We're 12 spells right now. Yeah. Could play Avid Interrupter. I'm just thinking that Sheldock looks the best here. I do have a couple ways to get card advantage for sure, but this looks like a really good Sheldock deck. So I think I'll take that. Hope one of Dam or Borrower come back, but if they don't, they don't. And this is not an Ancient Tomb deck, I don't think. I guess it helps cast Jailer, Spellseeker, Spelljacker, Fractured. Still doesn't really seem like an Ancient Tomb deck. I think I might take Duelist of the Mind. Triggers off Mishra's Bauble, triggers off your counter spells, your Swords to Plowshare, your Probe. Yeah, that's a solid 2-drop. Let's do it. Ooh, this is a tough pick. There's a Hallowed Fountain and a Subtlety, and they're both really good in this deck. I have fetchable blue-white lands. They are tap lands, so the first Tundra or Hallowed Fountain is worth a ton. But Subtlety is also just absurd in like an Ancestral deck that has Palace Jailer and Fractured, like the big haymakers that you want to tap out for, and then have a counter up. I think I'm going to take Subtlety. This deck just has so many blue cards in it too. Just having more forces is awesome. Maybe I'll get Force of Will and have all the forces, though if I get Dazed, they don't have all the counters that I could ever want. Ooh, and here I think I could take Dig Through Time. This deck does not use its graveyard and puts a bunch of cards in the bin. I don't think I need Scrubland. Like I said, I'm not splashing. Perfection doesn't need a splash. And this pack doesn't have anything. I guess I'll just take Blood Crypt. I don't know. There's just no way I play any of those cards. Ooh, and here I can pick up a Dress Down. I don't need to pick up another equipment because if I get the Stoneforge for Cauldron Complete, I'll be happy. And Dress Down is just a solid card if you're trying to control the game. I'm not going to put a Mana Confluence in this deck. Do not even start with me. Don't love Pentad Prism here. It just doesn't really do much. It's not like this deck wants to accelerate to 5 really quickly. I'd rather take Phantasmal Image because there's some matchups where Phantasmal Image can be great. I guess I'm a little more likely to splash Iteration, though I'm not very likely to splash either. Damn, didn't wheel. Well, the damn. That's all right. Archangel Elspeth came back. Oh, probably not playing that either. All right, going into pack 3. Really, a Tundra would be nice. Or to open a pack better than this. This is really bad first pick. It's okay. I'll probably just take Malcolm. Malcolm I found to be pretty good. Just instant speed, pressures Planeswalkers, get some good looting in. They eventually do have to deal with it. Lorite is also fine, but I have Fractured and Absent. Spellseeker can even get Absent as ways to deal with artifacts. I think Malcolm's a slightly stronger card. Obviously not the dream first pick. Well, I get a Memory Lapse. That's a great second pick. I want more 2-mana counters. That's actually the thing I'm missing most. So Flooded Strand, Tundra, and 2-mana counters is all I really care about. I think this deck already has enough ways to win. All right, well, I'm going to take Memory Lapse over Felia. That's just not much of a Felia deck. Felia can, blink Jailer and all that, but Memory Lapse is just exactly what this deck wants. And then here's the Daze. There's also a Breach. This could be a True Name deck. This actually could be a Chrome Host Seed Shark deck. Pitching Forced counters nice. Sadly, Subtlety doesn't trigger it. Ooh, though maybe I just take Thieving Skydiver. Oh, I kind of like that. Skydiver is just so awesome when you get to steal an artifact. And this deck actually could be a nice little blue-white tempo style deck. The Palace Jailer, it's getting better. Oh, there's a Marsh Flats. I am in. All this deck really wants, besides 2-mana counters, is more fixing. Here's where not taking the Hallowed Fountain definitely is painful, but I think Marsh Flats for Archive or Rafine's Tower is still awesome. Here, not as much of a Jackrabbit deck, though I guess it is a nice combo with Archangel Elspeth. Verdant would get Rafine's Tower, but then I'd have to play a Forest or Swamp, and I didn't pick up Scrubland or anything like that, so yeah, Blood Crypt isn't helping. Spell Pierce, though. Spell Pierce looks excellent here. It's just kind of the card this deck wants. Here there's Mystical Tutor, which, it can get Ancestral. It can get Swords, Fractured. All right. I kind of hate Mystical Tutor in fair decks, and this is not really an unfair deck, but getting Ancestral is a pretty good place to, start. That subsidizes it pretty nicely. Getting Fracture Identity can be nice, too. What else would I take? I think Shorikai is not very good without Mana Acceleration. It's not really an Elspeth deck. All right. I'll take the Mystical Tutor. Plus, I have Force of Negation and Subtlety. Having 2 ways to pitch it, it does actually make it a little bit better. Here's the Greaves. Too little, too late. There's also a Leyline Binding, which would cost 3 mana if I had Rafine's Tower out, otherwise 4 mana. That still might be interesting. Steel Seraph seems like not a very good card for me, and I don't really think I want Sagoth Triumph. I'll take the Leyline Binding, and if I can get... I wasn't really paying attention to the non-blue-white duels. If I end up putting like random plateau volcanic style things, though I guess those are contested, so they're probably not going to show up late. Anyways, if I could have put those in, that would help. Oh, another 2 mana counter. All right, well, I'm not getting a Tundra, not this time, but taking Miscalc is pretty nice. And right now we're at 18 land. This deck looks kind of perfect. I love it. Oh, a Shadowy Backstreet. Yeah, I don't mind it. It's my 4th tap land, but first of all, I'm not taking one of the other cards. And I really do like having Surveil lands. It makes the dig through time really nice. Actually, this is a fantastic dig deck. Ooh, Time Warp Wield? Okay. I'd like Time Warp. It's got some good combos, like when you have the Monarch or when you're hitting with like a Malcolm or something. And I don't like Cryptic Coat without having a lot more mana production, so I'll take Time Warp here. Now I'm at 17 land. Yeah, I can just play 17 with Probe, Ponder, 2 Surveil lands, Ancestral, Mystical Tutor, Bauble. Am I missing anything? Phantasmal Image, I guess. Oh, this actually is a True Name deck. I know I just talked smack about True Name, which, to be fair, I did beat it. But this actually looks like a kind of nice True Name deck, and I don't have any Wraths. Oh, I really want Prismatic Ending in too. Virtue of Loyalty, I don't necessarily. Indatha Triumph would make the Leyline Binding cheaper, but I don't think I want to take that. So now I need to cut like 2 if I want to play the True Name and the Prismatic Ending. I guess I could cut Dress Down. It's not like I have any combos with it. Sure, I can side that one in. My other cut, it could be Duelist of the Mind. It's possible. I mean, I guess I have Ancestral. Elspeth's a sideboard card, maybe. I have Ancestral, and I have a couple ways to target with Duelist. So I have Bauble, Swords, Probe, all the counter spells, Prismatic Ending. So it's going to loot a decent amount, but I already have a looter in Malcolm. I think I will cut the Duelist. I think True Name packs a bigger punch. And again, I have no sweepers. I have a lot of spot removal and counters. Seems like a pretty good True Name deck. All right. Well, I've already built it, and this is blue, blue, white, blue, white, blue, white, and white. So whatever it suggests is probably going to be fairly close. 8 and 4 leaves me 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 blue. And then 4 leaves me 8 white. Yeah, I mean, it's a little light on Palace Jailer, but like this deck has so many ways to draw cards from the blue mana that I think that'll be totally fine. Let's get in there. All right, I would like to play first, and I like this hand. I think I lead on Marsh Flats. Well, if I lead on Marsh Flats, I can't Spell Pierce on one. Let's just lead on Island. The other thing is I don't need to Surveil on turn 1, and this lets me keep up Spell Pierce, so I don't just, want to rage quit when they play a turn 1 Soul Ring or Mox and I didn't keep up Spell Pierce. And then, or maybe whatever this is, though hopefully it's not like a Ragavan. And knowing what I'm up against will help my Surveil decisions. What if I played Shadowy Backstreet and my top card is Prismatic Ending? I guess I'd probably keep it, but like, depending on what they're playing against, I'm a little less excited about it now. Esper Sentinel. That's pretty annoying, actually. Okay. I mean, it'll depend what backup they have, because it's not like it does a lot of damage, but I'm going to play Marsh Flats so I can Spell Pierce and pay for it by getting planes if they play something I have to pierce. Otherwise, I'll get Meticulous Archive. But yeah, Esper Sentinel is a pretty substantial tax here, so that's pretty annoying. Oh my god, okay. Well, my hand looks so much worse now, but that's fine. I will get Meticulous Archive and just look for my Swords to Plowshares or my Ancestral Recall. All right. I think Subtlety and Thalia there doesn't really accomplish much. I want to cast Subtlety here is what I want to do. Though I think what I'm going to do is just play an island and say go. I'm not that worried about them having counterspells in their Thalia deck, though the Tropical Islands, Volcanic, what is going on here? Looking a little weird. What is this curve? Into Renin 6? Yeah, I mean, I'll spell pierce it. That seems fine. It's not like I'm in a super massive hurry. All right, I will pay 1 to prevent you from drawing a card. They're cooking over there. Renin 6, Thalia, Esper Sentinel. An untapped land would actually be pretty nice here too, because I could maybe subtlety, but even if I don't draw that, I'll still just get to play Shadowy Backstreet. No, I'll just play my island. I'll pass the turn. If they attack first, do I subtlety the Thalia? Well, they're tapping out first, so I guess I don't have to make that decision. Nissa. All right, well, I'll cast subtlety. Nice. I don't think playing Nissa before attacking was great for my opponent. So, but I'm happy about it. They put it on the bottom. All right, they're going to play Thundering Falls. I'm still really confused about what their deck is. It doesn't look like they have a lot of white sources, but 4-color aggressive is kind of funny. I feel like I'm doing fine now, though. They haven't managed to pressure me a ton. Let's just keep taking it slow here. Thieving Skydiver. Oh, I'm going to put that on top. I'm going to steal an Esper Sentinel is what I'm going to do. But I'm just going to chill. I'm going to keep up No More Lies that I can cast and pay for, both Thalia and Esper Sentinel. And then next turn, I'm going to Thieving Skydiver the Esper Sentinel. Shoe will be on the other foot. At no point will I be casting Ancestral Recall. Actually, I will be casting it now, because they didn't do anything. We'll see if they have something. I can still also Force of Negation if I needed to there. Ooh. True Name also looking nice, but let's cast Skydiver for 1 here. Yoink. And then now the beatdown's on the other foot, because I'm bashing with Subtlety. I still have No More Lies up. And I don't have No More Lies plus Force of Negation up because of Thalia, but I probably won't need to cast both in the same turn anyway. All right, look at that. Solid beating. I could put in Duelist to the Mind just because it's pretty good at blocking the 2 things I just saw. I don't really want Spell Pierce. I don't know exactly what's in their deck. I'm not sure I want to cut Force of Negation because that card is pretty great even late in the game, whereas Spell Pierce, the window does close. Don't want Leyline Binding. I just don't want expensive spells. I don't think I want to put in Dress Down. This seems fine. All right, on the draw here. Well, this is exactly how we drew it up as well. Getting to go Ancestral and Subtlety or play is pretty nice. They mulliganed. Nothing to do with the fact that they're playing 4-color Esper Sentinel Thalia, of course. And I guess I hope I don't have to pitch Subtlety because it's pretty strong to cast, but if I have to, I have to. It's not going to be a big deal. I don't think I would do it on Esper Sentinel if they played a turn 1 Esper Sentinel. First of all, they can just cast it on turn 2. Like, it doesn't cost them very much. It only costs them 1 mana. Oh, they multi 5. All right, that's tough. Second, I still don't think I Subtlety that. If I Ancestral into Swords or... Actually, I don't want to Upkeep Stop because they have blue off their birds. Swords or Prismatic Ending would be nice. I would basically like to Subtlety something that costs more mana. That's kind of what it comes down to. If they play a 3-drop on turn 2, I'm probably going to Subtlety it. I'll Ancestral in response, of course, but seems like slowing them down could be good. Obviously, if you had knowledge of their hand, sometimes it would be correct to Subtlety a birds, but I think it's pretty unlikely that's the case. It's Ancestral Recall. Okay, they did not have Mana Tithe. Do I care about Ragavan? I don't think so. I mean, I don't like it, but I get the fact that I can probe them and then play a turn 2 Malcolm next turn is pretty nice. Hopefully they don't hit anything too good. They can't hit the Ancestral. They hit a True Name Nemesis. Yeah, they can't cast that. I wouldn't have minded drawing it, but this is their turn 2. Oh, they have another play. Voice of Resurgence. All right. I think that's okay too. It means I'll just have to main phase the Malcolm, but I think that's fine. Draw, bubble, land, Malcolm, pass the turn. No, I'll probe them. I guess I should have. I was getting on people for doing that in the wrong order, but I should have obviously done that first. Their hand is Temple Guard and Ragavan. Yeah, that's fine. I'm going to leave the bauble for now. I guess I'll probably end up cracking it in a sec here. They can Ragavan, and I will just block. I'm certainly not going to subtlety and give them an XX here. I could see what my top card is. No. I'm just going to block the Ragavan. I just am not that worried about this Voice of Resurgence, honestly. All right, no other play. Let's see what their top card is. See if I have to worry about it. Chromox, so I absolutely do not. All right, let's draw. Draw even. Yeah, I feel like I'm just destroying them here. This isn't going to be too close. Let's go land. I think I'm actually going to unexpectedly absent the Voice for 1. So the next turn they draw Chromox, and then the turn after they draw Voice. And they have 1 card in hand I don't know about. They don't have any additional mana. Chromox is a horrible card to draw, and you've mulled to 5. That's pretty unlucky. Yeah, they're done. Drawing Chromox broke them, as I thought it kind of might. All right, little 1-0 there, not bad. All right, time for round 2. On the draw with a beautiful hand. I'm going to keep this. This hand is feeling the lack of a Tundra a little bit, but I get to go, they mulled to 6, and I get to go turn 1 Prismatic Ending. Do I turn 1 Prismatic Ending the figure? I'm going to argue that I don't. And the reason is it deals only 1, but on the other hand, unless they spend mana, on the other hand, if I go turn 1 Ending, I can turn 2 Absent. I think I'm just going to play Shelldock. I'm going to put Dig under the Shelldock. That seems like the kind of card I want at that point. So this opens me up a little bit to not being able to kill something turn 1 and turn 2, but I kind of feel like, yeah, if they're pumping that, then I'm just not that worried. Let's go Plains. It's Prismatic Ending the figure past the turn. Yeah, and then Gut. Oh, Gut's pretty annoying. Okay. I don't have a way to kill it. Do I want to upkeep, look for a plow? I don't think so. I'm going to take 4 here. Gut is pretty good. But then I'm going to draw. And this much. I'm just trying to think, what is my best way to get out of this? I mean, I can kill something this turn with Absent. I guess no matter what, I'm going to want to keep the mana up for that. And then I can Mystical as well. Oh, I have to discard now? Sure. Maybe I should have played something first, but all right, beginning of combat. Let's go get a Plains. Actually, I think attacking's fine. Just let the Gut trigger resolve. I think unexpectedly absent the skeleton token. Take 2. And I can Mystical for swords here. Okay, good. I just needed there not to be like a good thing this turn, and I feel like I'm in fairly good shape. I'm just gonna get Swords to Plowshares. I have a Shelldock with a Dig Through Time under it, and I feel like if I just survive, I'll win the game fairly easily. I'm just gonna put Probe in the graveyard. And now I can pass Miscalc a play if it's expensive. Stomp. Oh, funny. All right. The way I tapped, I couldn't miscalc that. Well, I couldn't Force of Negation that. I probably would have wanted to Force of Negation the Bone Crusher just because it's pretty annoying. But all right, let's just plow the Gut here. Bone Crusher resolves. And now I'm just going to cycle the Miscalc, I think, because now I'm looking for an answer to Bone Crusher. Oh, Spellseeker. Yeah, let's go Spellseeker. What do I have left to get? No more lies and Spell Pierce. I'll just get no more lies. I'll probably just chump and then Dig Through Time end of turn. I imagine I'll be in okay shape. I mean, it'll depend. If this is the turn that opponent fires off something that I have to counter, that's like a little more annoying, but it's still not the end of the world. I think chumping there is good, especially since I might have to target that to kill it, depending on what goes on here. Scrapwork mutt. Sure. Discarding Flage. Okay, that's a good one to know about. Let's cast Dig Through Time. And what do we want here? I'm pretty into Palace Jailer, and I kind of am into Time Warp. Because I have Force of Negation to stop... Or maybe I just get Subtlety, actually. Jailer with... I mean, Time Warp's great when you have the Monarch. So let's see, if I take Jailer Time Warp, I untap. If I draw a land, that would be really good. Because then I go land, Jailer your Bone Crusher, have Memory Lapse plus Force Up to stop next turn. Opponent does have one card in hand. I could also take Subtlety Jailer. I could also take Jailer Land. It's kind of the coward's play, but maybe I take Subtlety Jailer and hope to draw a land. I guess I'll put those back in the correct order. And if I don't draw a land, I could potentially do something else. All right, well, I guess I will ponder to start with. Oh, True Name. Okay. I'm just going to play True Name, and now I have... This is an excellent spot for True Name. And I have subtle... I have to remember in a future game, Stomp can stop True Name from working. I have Subtlety and Force, so I can kind of counter anything here. I will not be Subtletying a Thraben, though. And then next turn when I play Palace Jailer, it's going to be so much better having a True Name as a blocker. All right, I like it. I'm glad I didn't take the land. Oh, really? Okay. That's interesting. It does get more cards in the graveyard for Flage, but that's a pretty costly thing. Oh, I see. Yeah, I'll go to 4. I feel like the burn spells are mostly instants or spells anyway that I can hit with Force of Negation, so don't mind. And then I'm just going to go Palace Jailer. I'm going to exile the Scrapwork Mutt. And I think I will attack. I want to start getting damage in. And my hand is pretty good at covering my bases, I will say. So I feel like I can protect this Palace Jailer pretty effectively with my hand. But yeah, I could have forced the Chain Lightning, but I feel like Force will stop a lethal burn spell regardless of when occurs. And when one occurs, and I didn't really want to pitch something. All right, what do they got on top? Selfless Spirit. Yeah, it's not going to do much. I'm just going to attack for 3, though. But once I get this Subtlety down, which I will in a second here, I won't have to care too much about the Thraben Inspector. Okay, I'm definitely casting Subtlety because this increases my clock nicely. This has just been classic blue-white control. Just every bit of this has been extremely satisfying. Has to be on the bottom, right? Yeah. All right, no attacks. I get to play Malcolm. Now I have the mana to cast all my counters. I do technically have to worry about getting decked, but not by a lot, I don't think. I just have lethal next turn. I have lethal next turn with, let's just say a hand that can cover my bases. Memory Lapse, No More Lies, Force Negation, Smirking Spelljacker. Guess I'll Memory Lapse it. Technically, my opponent knows about the No More Lies already, but if I cast No More Lies, they just pay 3, and then I have to do this anyway, so... Dress Down. That's not actually even good against Flage. Phantasmal Image. Didn't seem amazing. I guess Spell Pierce is probably pretty bad, so I got to bring in something. It might just be Duelist the Mind again. I just like that it's a decent blocker, so I'm going to run it. All right, on the draw. Well, I mean, obviously all tap lands is not the ideal setup, but Hopefully I don't fall too far behind. Yeah, Usher's one of the cards that can make me fall too far behind. Let's play Meticulous Archive. Poetic. I guess I do keep it still. Because I get to go Prismatic Ending. Jeez, alright. Well, you know what? I got moves. I got moves is all I'm going to say. Let's go Prismatic Ending on Mother of Runes. Pass the turn. I'm probably going to plow the Usher, but if he's got the gut here. Okay, he does not have the gut, so I'm just going to plow the Usher, I think. If my opponent hit me for 3 and then made a token, it would be really bad for me. Oh, sacking the Clue. I love that. All right. Now, let's just go Shadowy Backstreet. Let's try to find some action. Oh, that's an Ancestral in 2 turns. All right, I'm in for that, because then I can go Memory Lapse on whatever the next play is. Well, not the Mox, but whatever. Lelia, yeah, I'll Memory Lapse that. Actually, I'm going to let that resolve. And in response to the trigger, I'm going to unexpectedly absent it. So it exiles itself. Barring a Black Lotus, the Lelia's gone. Or I guess Mana Crypt, you know. Another Mox would have been sick. Here, I guess I just play Rafine's Tower. Because I can just upkeep Mystical for Ancestral. I don't need to, because these are all white sources except the Archive. And maybe I'll end up in a spot where I don't need to use the Memory Lapse. That seems less likely. Yeah, let's Memory Lapse it to start with. I'm going to end up casting Fracture Identity on Othari, most likely, but I think I'm just going to start by casting Ancestral Recall on myself here. And leading on white did cost me a little there, but I think that's okay. So I take 6 here, but I'm about to strike back nicely. And hopefully didn't get owned by like Lightning Bolt or Swords or anything. Now I'll go back up to 12. If my Othari dies, we're kind of at even board, but then I just slam the 1-2 punch of Palace Jailer into True Name, and I think I'm in pretty good shape. Flage. Yeah, there goes my Othari. All right, I take 3 down to 9. Acceptable, I suppose. Land. Palace Jailer. Get your Rebel token out of here. True Name Nemesis. Name opponent and smack for 2 with Flage and Graveyard. And against just red in general, there's no reason to wait around. Oh, Spellseeker can get not actually a ton. What I don't want to see is a flyer here. Oh, that's pretty annoying. It's not that bad though. I take a damage and then I lose the Monarch, but then I just get the Monarch back. So it was good, but it wasn't the end of the world. Reckless Pyro Surfer, sure. No More Lies is not great here. Let's see. I can at least get a Ponder. Yeah, I'll take Ponder over Miscalc and Probe. Ponder. It's turn 8. I've already played a land this turn, right? Yeah. If I'm just going to shuffle then, I think. Though Spelljacker's pretty sick. Yeah, all right. I'll keep the Spelljacker. It would have been really nice if I hadn't played a land. I could have drawn Spelljacker and then kept, drawn the land, played it, and drawn Spelljacker end of turn. Here, I think what I'm going to try to do is use No More Lies to get through this turn. And I have 2 blockers to their 2 attackers, so it's not like I just lose here anyway. I guess I lose a creature. That's okay. I also can stop attacking with True Name once I have the Monarch. Spellseeker has to chump the Thraben. Can only counter a 5-drop here, so there's not that much I can counter. Oh, that's actually pretty dangerous. I could actually lose to that. Oh, should I have... Wow, I I think I should have memorialized that. I definitely should have. I wasn't really thinking fast enough. All right. I could definitely lose here. Because that would have made it so they couldn't make it a 4-4 this turn, which means it couldn't be a 6-6 next turn. Oh, Time Warp. Time Warp's pretty great. So I think what I'm going to do is Spelljacker and block the Thraben Inspector. Okay, this could have been an 8-8. I thought it was a 6-6, so I did put myself dead on board there. But luckily, they didn't go for it. And then now I get to memorialize this, and I get to 12 them off of my attacks here. Oh, dig through time is probably enough to win me this game. Let's see. Blue, blue, and I don't have anything to do with my graveyard, so I should probably exile all the creatures in case they play something like that. And now, let's see, I have enough for Time Warp. I guess I'll take Malcolm's Subtlety. Land, Time Warp, Malcolm, and not quite lethal, but pretty close. I like how fast we're both playing too. That's pretty nice. All right, take my turn, draw, Shelldock, sure. I think I'll put Force of Negation under Shelldock, and then here, they're at 9. I think I just attack, to attack for 6. Yeah, I think so. Because this thing is lethal now, but I have a blocker, and I have a Subtlety in case I need a second blocker. I don't have a way to not die to like Ghostfire Slice or something. Flage can't come back. Ragavan. Subtlety that. Look at that. That was sick. I was on the draw against 1-drop, 1-drop, 1-drop this game, just to be clear. Like, they went turn 1 Usher, turn 2 Mother of Runes, Thraben Inspector, and I was Tapland on turn 1. That is hard to come back from. All right, we got him, and we're on to the finals here. All right, time for round 3. All right, I'm going to keep this hand and hope they play an artifact. I also can lead on planes, and then if Bobble finds me another white, I have turn 2 Absent. This is not the strongest hand I could have by any stretch. Oh, okay. Well, Skydiver will be good against that at least, the Mox. All right. And I could draw Swords. So I think I'm just going to look at their top card. Fire Covenant. Whew, what a great one to know about. It's not even one that like is that good against this deck, but I certainly like knowing about it. Okay, as long as this turn isn't a really good play. All right. Inti's interesting. Makes this Nethergoyf get a lot bigger. Let's hope they don't hit a land here. Or a card they can cast, a Fire Blast. Wow, okay. They are aggressive. They hit Emperor of Bones. Nice. They should not be able to cast that unless they have a land in another Mox. But I already know they have a Fire Covenant. Oh, they don't even have a land in hand? I think what I'm going to do is pass the turn. And I guess they're not going to tap out first. Yeah, I'm just going to Absent the Inti here. I was hoping there's a way to like make them waste a card or something, but there's not really much I can do there. If they didn't draw a land this turn, it's going to be a rough road for them. Caustic Bronco's not bad, but let's just Thieving Skydiver. I should probably probe, because if I draw a Subtlety or Force of Negation, it's much better. What is their hand? Fire Covenant, Headliner Scarlet. Snuff out? Well, cast this for 1, and it's time to body bag them. I mean, if they draw a Swamp here, oh no, they're drawing an Inti. Yeah, okay. That's pretty good. And then next turn I get to True Name. It's so funny that True Name's just going to be awesome all my matches here, but that's because this is a deck where True Name's good, which doesn't come together that often. You don't see me taking the card that often, but I took it this time because I thought it would be good. They probably have to trade the Bronco for the Skydiver. They hit a mountain. All right, it's better than hitting a swamp, I suppose. And now they get to cast Inti. And they can't play Headliner Scarlet here. Let's just slam True Name. I could also Fracture Identity. If I play True Name, they can attack with this, discard a card, and kind of hope that works. I take 4 damage, maybe 5 if they discard a sorcery or something. They have their hand. I know their whole hand right now. It is these 3 cards exactly. The problem, well, let's see. If I fractured the Nethergoyf, it would be an instant, artifact, sorcery, creature. It'd be a 4/5. Why don't I just do that then? If they draw a land, sure, they can Fire Covenant my Nethergoyf, but I feel like this does a pretty good job of stopping what they're doing. And then if they don't draw a land this turn, and they have to draw it. They can't Inti into it unless they're just willing to give up Inti. Then I can have Miscalculation up, and I think that kind of seals the deal. Or if I draw an island, I can play True Name and have it up, but most likely, sure. Figure of Destiny, not too scary right here. Was scary last game. I was just dead to it if they pumped it. Let's draw. Oh, Smirking Spelljacker. Huh. Currently it's a 4/5. I'm going to ponder here. If I can find a blue, it would be pretty nice. I have a decent amount of untapped blue. I also have like a bunch of cheaper cards that are awesome. Oh, these are great. Let's go. No shuffle, blue. So I could True Name here. The problem is if they draw a land, their play is to make this a 4/4, attack and discard Inti to it. And the other thing is, Smirking Spelljacker is not even like that safe of a bet against Snuff Out. If they draw Swamp, well, if they draw Swamp, first of all, there's nothing they're going to cast. So I think leaving up Spelljacker actually sounds crazy. The more I think about it. Oh, okay. They're just desperate here. They're just tossing cards away, hoping to hit lands. Rampaging Raptor. No sympathy. I'll block with both. I want to preserve my life total, and they don't seem to have a way to deal extra 2 damage that would require to kill another Goyf anyway. It'd be so funny if they drew Stomp there. So they have Fire Covenant, Snuff Out, and they are done. I mean, I'm just going to get to next turn, Smash for 7, and then Time Warp to start with. Which sounds pretty good to me. Basically using this as a 0 mana deal 7. Actually, I also get to Mystical Tutor for Ancestral while I'm here. They didn't even want to see what I Mystical Tutored for? No curiosity. Red-black, quite aggressive. I played against kind of all aggro decks. What did I play against round 1? Oh, I played against that weird Thalia 4-color Esper Sentinel deck. And then red-white and then red-black. So yes, the Spell Pierce hasn't been getting a lot of play. Image is not great against Fire Covenant. Binding is okay, but kind of expensive. Duelist doesn't actually seem great here. I don't really like any of these things. Archangel Elspeth can maybe gain some life. Dress Down is, I guess, good against Goyf. Sure, it can at least make it a 0/1. All right. Yeah, I will keep this hand. Double Surveil land goes a long way. If they play a turn 1 Mox, I'm going to force it. Hired Claw. The Claw. All right, not lands, please. Yeah, Absence not bad. Let's go Archive. I'm going to graveyard this. Yes, it's a white source for Absent, an untapped one, but I can't afford to keep a land on top for that reason. If they move all in on Hired Claw, then I'll take some damage. Yeah, Bronco's not ideal either, but at least I've got Malcolm to block it. Oof, Island's a really bad draw. A spell would be good, a plains would be good. Island is just a complete dead card. Okay. Ping and reveal Zeator's Proving Ground. All right, I'm going to play Malcolm to block this Bronco. All right, I think that's worth it. There's draws cards every turn. Yeah, Fatal Push post blocks. Not the best play. Let's see. I guess I'm gonna play Backstreet. This hand has not worked out great. I think Subtlety is actually worth keeping. I'm not really sure how I'm gonna win this game. The answer is I'm probably not. I kept a hand that was on the low end of the range of hands I should keep with this deck. I thought it was keepable, but not by a lot. And then got really punished for like drawing an island, them having Fatal Push for Malcolm. Like it just kind of didn't work out great. But maybe I should have just mulliganed. That hand really was not very good. All right. If somehow they don't have a play here, I'm still in like a kind of a lot of trouble, but I could actually pretend I'm not. Playing a tapped Blood Crypt before attacking with Caustic Bronco is wild, but all right, I'll take 5. I got a 9 here. Here's where another blue card would be so crazy good because I could like play Subtlety and then block and then force their Snuff Out or Fire Covenant and block. So if they just go to attack, what do I do? I think I got to go for the big win here, which is just block the Caustic Bronco. I mean, I'm just going to die to these two things, but because they're going to kill my Subtlety, I'm sure. They revealed 3 lands so far, so I guess that's something. Oh, okay, they're pumping that. All right, well, casting Subtlety. I'm hoping they don't have anything. Please don't tap your mana. Oh, I can block. That doesn't mean they don't have a kill spell. I could also just die to Fire Blast here. In fact, that seems somewhat likely. Like, what's in their hand that they're not? Oh, looting? Okay. Feel pretty dead still. Shadow Grange Archfiend. I didn't really expect that one. That one seems like a bit of a mismatch for what else is going on, but fair enough. All right, let's just draw for the turn. There's not much that gets me out of this here. You know, funnily enough, Palace Jailer actually kind of is. Let's go Palace Jailer. It's going to exile the Hired Claw. Play Shelldock Isle. Yeah, I'll put a Swords under it. If I draw a blue card off this Monarch, we've got a shot here. Not a great shot still, but technically a shot. We died a Headliner Scarlet. Yeah, all right. That is a card we die to. All right. Phantasmal Image on the Archfiend is kind of nice, but not many of the other spells they've played would be good to do that with, so I think I'm still good to go here. All right, on the play. This is a nice one. This is a much better hand. Turn 1 Shelldock. I'm actually going to put Memory Lapse under the Shelldock because if I put Ancestral under Shelldock, I can't Spell Seeker for it. Turn 2, I have Miscalc. I really don't want them to have a Mox this game. Evolve Sleeper. Okay, that is totally fine. At some point, I would like a land. Right on time. Perfect. Because now I get to go Miscalc your 2-drop, or if they just pump the mana into Evolve Sleeper, I could just Swords it. I mean, I'm just going to take 1 here if they just deal 1. All right. And then to Nethergoyf. That one I'll allow. I kind of think it doesn't really matter if I... actually, I'm just going to Spell Seeker here. I didn't want to plow the Evolved Sleeper yet because they hadn't spent much mana into it. I feel like... excuse me. Maybe I should have. I don't know. I was thinking of casting Plow plus Miscalc on this turn, but I think taking 1 is fine either way. They can attack me for 1 here, maybe 2 if they pump it. I guess if they all in and pump it to 3, I'm even happier that I took this line, because I'll take 3 extra damage, I guess, to make it so they waste their turn 3. Because what I'm hoping here is that between swords and miscalc, I can handle whatever they play. Oh. Wow. I got about as punished for not swordsing that I've ever seen. Okay. And their Netherglyph's now a 4/5. All right. That's a beat, I guess. There we go. They even discarded an anger, so their things have haste now. Yeah, I'll trump that. I think that's fine. And a Detective's Phoenix? What is going on here? That's the best Wheel of Fortune I've ever seen. Let's go True Name. And then Shadowy Backstreet. And unfortunately, it's also... Wow, they got my swords and my Unexpectedly Absent. Because now they can Detectives Phoenix the Netherglyph, though that will make the Netherglyph a lot worse. Because they'd be exiling like Grief and Wheel, and the Phoenix would be gone. So it would be a creature instant. So it'd still just hit for 4. Well, if I draw lands here, spells here, then maybe I'm okay, but I don't feel like I'm in great shape right now. Wheeling my hand of all good spells, including my 2 best, Swords and Ancestral, into a hand of 5 lands is it's a strong maneuver. They had Grief and they didn't Grief with it. Interesting. Huh. Oh, I guess they're gonna Grief now. I guess they didn't want to Grief because they didn't think I had a 0 drop. Man, imagine if I had a Force of Negation in my hand. The one time this whole draft it would have been good, I would have just completely gotten to wreck that Wheel of Fortune. Interestingly, they can exile the Spelljacker, but... Okay, this is a weird... Oh, I see. That was just not the right way to do it, because now they're going to put in a Grief that can't attack. Weird, but fair enough. All right. I guess I'll block one of those and take 4. They could have just done 3 extra damage to me. There goes my Time Warp. All right, well, I still have Subtlety and Palace Jailer and Fracture Identity, so I still have some cards that would be nice. Dress Down. Let's just play a land and say go. I don't have anything cool to get with... Oh, no, I have a Meticulous Archive to get with Marsh Flats. Yeah, but I also want to keep up Dress Down plus No More Lies or Dress Down plus Shelldock, depending on what they do. 2 mana, huh? Inty. I think I'm going to No More Lies that, since... The time for that is soon running out. And they could attack me, Caustic Bronco. All right. They can still attack me for 4 here. I guess they can crew the Bronco and attack for even more. But what I want to be able to do is block the Netherglyph, and then after combat, Dress Down. It'll kill the Netherglyph because it'll shrink. It won't kill the True Name because the True Name's damage will already have been prevented. Let's see. Like an Emperor of Bones. That no longer really matters from my side of things. I think I'm going to lose to that Detective's Phoenix, most likely. They really should attack with everything. I don't know. Understand why the Sleeper isn't attacking. That's really weird. All right. The Mountain. Yeah, I think killing this is gonna be worth it. All right. And oh, well, I actually meant to do it on their end of combat step, but whatever. Or end of second main phase, because now it's going to be in play for my turn. Hopefully it doesn't cost me. If I draw Palace Jailer, it's going to be kind of annoying. Well, Dig Through Time. There we go. That would be a nice one to draw. All right, Ponder is a start. Let's Ponder Force Subtlety Malcolm. I do like all of those. I kind of feel like... I've got a couple options here. They're interesting. I could have Malcolm plus Memory Lapse. I could just cast Subtlety. I kind of want Malcolm plus Memory Lapse, because that way when I can cast 2 spells this turn, and then Malcolm will draw me into having Force plus Subtlety. Yeah, that's got to be good. All right, this is going to be a close game. I thought I was going to crush. The Wheel of Fortune was devastating for me, but it's not over. They're giving me some opportunities to get back into it, I feel like, based on kind of some of the moves they're making. They can't bring back Nethergoyf very easily. They'd have to exile their whole graveyard. Now, I guess discounts for 2 types, but they don't really want to exile that. They don't really want to exile Anger, I'm sure. I'm still just tilted. All my spells are gone. Let's see. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. So my deck's half land now because they wield a hand of like 6 spells or something. 5 spells, I guess. Not plowing the Evolve Sleeper was like the main thing I could have done differently. I guess I could have left Miscalc up on 3, but that didn't seem like the play, because I was going to miss my 4th land drop. But the Evolve Sleeper hasn't done anything yet. At some point it will, certainly. And my Time Warp's gone too. Yeah, this is kind of brutal. I'm going to run into a spot where I'm just out of good cards, I think. Though Fractured and Palace Jailer, those might be able to get the job done. We'll see. Okay, this looks like a Detective's Phoenix, which is a pretty nice one to Memory Lapse, to be honest. Because it costs them either Anger or Nethergoyf, right? Oh no, they can't even cast it. They can't even bestow Collect Evidence 6 without exiling Anger, so Anger will have to leave. That will be really nice. I hope they do that. That looks like they're doing something else instead. Is this a Restless Fence animation? That I don't want to see. This line is where I wish I had Subtlety instead of Lapse plus Malcolm, because I'm going to take some damage here. But I still don't really want to trade off Malcolm, to be honest. For the love of God, attack with Evolved Sleeper. Okay. All right, let's see. Caustic Bronco reveals Faithless Looting. So if I just block, I take 7 going to 2. Ugh. But if I... No, I can't do that, unfortunately. I've got to put Malcolm into play and block. I take 6 going to 3 here. Next turn I have Subtlety plus Memory Lapse, at least, since I'm probably not using it this turn. And then, I mean, they can Faithless Looting here. I'm not going to counter that. Oh, no, this is bestowing the Phoenix. Oh, this is Figure of Destiny. They look pretty far away from making it big. The problem is if I don't Memory Lapse, if I Memory Lapse this, then the Phoenix coming back is such a big problem. Yeah, I'm just not going to have enough action to win, I don't think. Real shame. The Wheel of Fortune got me. Traded a hand of great stuff for a hand of garbage. Oh, Croxa. I will note that they discarded an Anger and it's yet to really do anything, even in the deck where it's supposed to be good. Oh, Fire Blast? Well, I don't like that very much, but that actually gives me kind of a chance. I get to Memory Lapse it? I mean, if they have another mountain, I basically just lose, but I do draw Subtlety this turn. I'm going to play Marsh Flats because there's a chance I might need to crack that. If they have a mountain, I'm just dead. I probably won't be able to crack Marsh Flats because I know they have Fire Blast in hand and I really do need to draw a way to answer it. What I'm kind of hoping here is they go Restless Fence, attack with everything to go for the win, and then I can Subtlety. Again, I think I am going to die here regardless. Yeah, all right. That's fair. You can keep exiling cards. It still doesn't really matter. So Subtlety gets to eat the... They're exiling their Croxa? What? I don't understand. That's like the one card in their graveyard they shouldn't. I guess they have 4 cards in their graveyard they shouldn't exile. But that's like by far the worst one. And then they discarded their Madness card that they can't cast. All right, well... Yeah, there's some big moves happening. I'm sure they've drawn the Mountain off the discard, and now they're gonna Fire Blast me to death. But this is some good action here. They're trying, but I think they're still gonna be able to win. Let's block. Go to 2. Oh, this has Menace. Sorry, block. Go to 1. Oh, then I'm just dead, huh? All right. Yeah, I'm still going to lose here. So I draw Force of Negation that does not do anything now. Well, let's pass the turn. Maybe they'll find another way. They exiled Croxa with their River Bones. What in the world? I'm sure they're just going to animate the vents now. That's what they've done the last couple turns, and it's even better now because now it's just lethal. All right, well, that was a pretty brutal way to lose round 3, but that deck was sick. I had a really good time playing it. I mean, this was just kind of a perfect blue-white deck, minus a Tundra maybe. Everything else, it really just had all the things it needed. Swords, a bunch of counters. I had, 3 2-mana counters. A Spell Pierce that ended up being kind of garbage. Same with the Force because I played against all aggro, but, still good cards. So like 5 counters plus Subtlety, 6 counters. Spelljacker's more of a finisher than a counter. Then it had like some Haymakers and Fractured, Palace Jailer, the Spelljacker, Time Warp, Dig with Ancestral, and with a bunch of ways to fill the graveyard, Shelldock Isle. Very clean, very nice deck. I feel like, again, we kind of got robbed a little against that red-black deck. Maybe I should have mulliganed game 2, probably should have, and then game 3. I guess had I not played Spellseeker or had I plowed the Evolved Sleeper, it would have been a little... Well, plowing the Evolved Sleeper would have been a little better for me, though it never attacked until pretty much the end of the game. Not playing Spellseeker and getting to Miscalc Wheel would have, of course, been amazing. Alrighty, we've got a 4-on-4 team draft with my cube, which a list I've been constantly tinkering with, and we've got the easiest seat at the table. Paul Cheon's passing to us. We've got myself, Updraft Elemental, Tobias, and Sandy Dog battling against Cheon, Nav, Luis Salvato, and Janara 19. So Paul's passing to us. That doesn't actually change a whole lot about how we're supposed to pick. He's still got a pretty wide range here. And we are passing to some called the Real LSB, Luis Salvato. I'm going to take Mana Drain here over Bloodstained Mire and Volcanic Island. Not too exciting of a pack. Gaia's Cradle. I think Drain is a solid pick 1 here. Passing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, I mean, I'll get something back. But this is a pretty solid pack in terms of a team draft. I got a good card in Mana Drain. Like, that's one of, like, a good high pick card. And I'm passing very little. Like a fetch land, maybe, or something along those lines. All right, this pack has a Ponder. I do like that one. There's also Itali, Daze, Lotus Petal. Sunfall's actually been kind of a nice addition, but I'm just going to take Ponder. No real reason to stray from blue, and it's a strong cantrip. Not a very good pack either, but I'm getting a Ponder is all right. Passing an Itali and a Daze, nothing too exciting. So no real information on what Paul's up to yet. We'll have to see the next couple packs to get a better sense of it, but I'm not unhappy. I got to start with Mana Drain into Ponder, so... Yes, maybe Paul will try to cut me on blue. That is definitely a thing that could happen. But I think this start affords me a lot of flexibility, which is something I really like. Well, and here we go. There's a lot of blue cards. There's Flooded Strand, Tishana's Tide Miner, that's been a nice one, and Snapcaster alongside Malcolm, just like a tier below. There's also a Doomsday here. This looks like a pretty strong Snapcaster start. I have 2 cards that are really good with Snapcaster already, so I'm just going to take that over Flooded Strand and Tidebinder. As much as I don't like passing now 2 fetch lands, there's only 8 left. I would like to grab 1, maybe 2 of them, but I think that's a little unlikely at this point. Still, I don't think there's really any way to justify taking a fetch land over Snapcaster in this spot. And Tishana's Tidebinder is also, I think, a really strong card. I wonder if it would have been right to take Tishana's Tidebinder over Flooded Strand, assuming Snapcaster wasn't in the pack. I'm pretty happy taking Snapcaster pick one pack pick three here after taking two very good cards that combine with it. And then this pack, well, it's got a Cryptic Command. I mean, look, there is Pest Infestation and Hex Drinker and Natural Order, three great green cards, but it's pretty hard to take another color card and I can just take Cryptic, especially since Snapcaster Cryptic is also great. So let's just start mono blue and take all the good cards. We're cubing like it was, 2012 or something. All right, well, I suppose I can dip into another color now because I have to. The only blue card is Outcome. There's a Crucible that doesn't do much for me. I guess there's a Bank Buster, but I don't even think Bank Buster is very good with what I have so far. It's an okay mana drain sink, but the problem I have with this kind of deck is not finding more ways to turn mana into more cards and draw things, spending mana to draw cards and not affect the board. I think I'm going to take Snuff Out over Life Death Gristlebrand Chariot here. Snuff Out is just a fantastic card and basically a 0-drop. Oh, okay, well there's a Time Warp. I will take Time Warp here. Part of the thing is there's no good black card in this pack, so if I were to take anything but Time Warp, it would be kind of like taking Snuff Out and saying like, well, either I'm going to play Snuff Out or Samwise, or I guess we're not even close to Wrenn and 6. Yeah, this is I think a pretty clear Time Warp pick here, and we've got this one Snuff Out kind of chilling here. Don't have a strong sense of commitment to playing black, of course, but I do like the fact that I have 5 pretty strong blue cards. It's just without mana fixing. My options are either to take lands or to stick with blue cards. All right, Gemstone Mine's a new addition. Not for me. It's a any color land that you can tap 3 times before it dies, but I think it's kind of neat in a fast combo deck. There's Teferi, Hero of Dominaria, and this one looks pretty good. It's good with Drain. It's good with Snap, Cryptic. Like, it's just good with all the controlling cards. It's great with Time Warp, too. Maybe we run Snuff Out, maybe not. I think Teferi's too much better than Virtue and Graveyard Trespasser to pass Teferi for what's effectively just a decent removal spell. Though, now it's kind of like a cage match. Teferi and Snuff Out are going to be battling for which color I'm going to be pairing with blue. I could, of course, end up playing both if I got the right cards, but yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, like if I got a Rafine's Tower and a Polluted Delta and a Scrubland, sure, I might play both. But right now, it's not looking too likely that I'm full Esper. I'm just going to take Chart a Course here. It's an okay card. Really not a Yogg-Will deck. I don't think I want to spec on Dark Depths here. When Chart a Course is a pretty solid card. And if I end up in blue-black, there's still a chance I end up reanimating, though that's also getting pretty unlikely at this point. Like I'm getting fairly committed to blue control. We'll see what comes back around here. But Paul's just hooking me up with every blue card. I'm sure Paul's deck is great. Like this, it's not like he's passed a bunch of busted cards. It just happened that I started on a very heavy blue card, took a cantrip, took a snap, and then it was just off to the races from there. I didn't really expect Cradle and Namesticker Goblin to wheel, so what am I supposed to do here? I could take Corpse Dance as maybe a start to an animate deck. I'd have Chart a Course, Corpse Dance, and Snuff Out, and I could, I guess, look for a way to do that. I could take Tithe Taker, but that's not even that good in a blue-white control deck. Honestly, I think I'm going to take Gaia's Cradle. The reason is I passed a ton of green to Salvato, and he loves green decks. He does love Ramen Up too, but I think Cradle's the strongest card here by quite a bit. And if I end up getting the right cards, I could also play it like Retrofitter or something, but I'm not really going to worry too much. Here I actually think I'm going to take Sunfall. This looks like a pretty strong Sunfall deck, and Sunfall and Teferi make me a lot more inclined to go that direction. Well, am I going to draft blue-white Cheons? Is Paul really going to pass me a blue-white Cheons deck? That would actually be really funny, because for those who don't know, Paul, he was a streamer and YouTuber quite a long time ago before going to work for WotC, and he always loved drafting blue-white control, so obviously I started calling it blue-white Cheons. Here, I actually think I'm going to pass on the Timeless Dragon and just take the Oust. Cheap removal is a lot more of what these kinds of decks wants. It's also good with Snapcaster. And go with Teferi. It's not an instant. That would be the best with Teferi, where you could plus untap it and use it. But Oust is still just a really efficient removal spell coming in here. And I guess I gotta hate natural order. I really don't see myself playing any of these other cards, and I don't see a reason to give Salvato a, what would it be, 12th, 13th pick natural order. That seems like a mistake. I'm really not gonna play Outcome. I guess I could take Razor Verge Thicket. I don't mind passing Neshoba Brawler. I think the card's actually pretty good. I've been impressed with some of the domain cards. I didn't really like, Wild Nicottle or the Rada's Firebrand that much, but I like the Brawler, and I like Territorial Kavu. I'll just take Finale. Last pick Gemstone Mine. Not for this deck, so yeah, maybe there's not enough fast decks to want it, but I did want to try it out. Here we got... don't love passing Fury and Gut. I'm probably just going to take Marsh Flats or Colonnade. Oh, I got to take Colonnade. I mean, it's tough because Marsh Flats... Well, no, Marsh Flats also could help splash Snuff Out. No, I got to take Marsh Flats. It's still early enough. I could get the duels for that. Snuff Out's so broken in this kind of deck. And Colonnade, probably not going to wheel, but there is LED... These 2 red cards, Chrome Host, Seed Shark, Plateau, that's 5. Breeding Pool's always in demand, that's 6. There's also a Spellbinder. Yeah, we've got a chance here. At some point, it would be nice to open like a real busted card, but we'll pass Paul a LED and a Fury. I suspect he's more likely to be red. Oh, this is a disaster, because now there's a Minsk and Boo in this pack that I just can't put in my deck. And I have to take it? Ugh. Brutality, really. The problem is, if I were to take a card from my deck, like let's say I was drafting like it was an 8-player draft, I would take Wandering Emperor. That's just not even on the same zip code as Minsk and Boo by any stretch. So I'm just going to hate the Minsk and Boo here and bite the bullet. Ugh. This has been a really bad start to pack 2. I'm going to need a little help here. A blue-white land would be a start. I don't think we've seen... I know we haven't seen Tundra, and I don't think we've seen Hallowed Fountain, but getting one of those would be nice. A Rafine's Tower would be nice. Mana Leak, Memory Lapse, that sort of thing. Spell Pierce would be really interesting for me, like any sort of cheap counter. But my first 2 picks were a fetch land that doesn't really do much right now, though. I have pretty high hopes for Marsh Flats, and a Minsk and Boo that I had to straight up hate, that I'm not literal 0 to play, but really, really unlikely, unless I don't even know I got like a bunch of red-green fixing somehow to go along with my blue and white cards. Okay, it's a little more like it. I'm going to take a Remand here, pass both a Bird and an Ignoble, which I know Cheon's not that likely to do or play, I don't think, after getting that super late natural order. But the problem is Minsk and Boo is so splashable that it didn't really seem right to pass it. Passing on a Time Spiral and an Upheaval, but that's not where we're at. And, we got to take Hallowed Fountain. There's just no way we can pass that card. Look, I would love a Stern Scolding. I would even contemplate splashing Rafine, though. This is actually a pretty bad Rafine deck, but it's not even close here. Hallowed Fountain is exactly what I needed. Oh, an Underground Sea? Yeah, I think I'm just going to take that because Snuff Out is a card I would love to play. The black discard spells I can get later are also good. There's no good blue or white card, though I think I would play Eagles of the North if I ended up wheeling it. But, all right. Picking up a Remand, a Hallowed Fountain, and Underground Sea makes me feel a little better about this, even if hitting that Minsk and Boo wasn't ideal. But now I feel like I'm getting in there. I just really like and value having cheap removal in a control deck or Time Raveler where you can get behind. But if you lead on Oust and then you go turn 3 to Fairy Bounce, you snuff something out, you're just not going to be behind when you have that kind of start. Bob, not this kind of deck, not the kind of deck for that. Arcane Denial is also not a card I like as much in this kind of deck. I like Arcane Denial in like blue-red aggro or blue-green. Oh, and there's a Jace here. I'm not going to try to splash Dak. I think Jace is better here anyway. Spell Queller is good and not literally 0 to wheel. I'm going to get 1 card back. It's probably Dynamo, but I could definitely see a world where Spell Queller is the last card if I'm the only blue-white player. I mean, I got a 6th pick Teferi, 7th pick Jace. Yeah, this pack has really gotten a lot better. Still would love 2 mana counters and Force. I was just about to say Force of Will or Force of Negation. Oh, we're slamming. Okay, Force of Negation is perfect for this deck, passing up on Probe and Talisman and Thraben Inspector, but Force of Negation, just a free counter, is exactly what we wanted. Force of Will is obviously much better than Force of Negation, but Force of Negation is still something I'm very happy about. And this deck's really coming together, because right now we've got Teferi and Jace as win conditions. Time Raveler is more of a tempo value play because you don't end up drawing a bunch of cards off this. But Jace and Teferi are both pretty easy win conditions. Remand and Mana Drain and Force of Negation, as well as Cryptic Command, are all very good counter spells. And then you have Snuff Out and Oust as cheap removal. Sunfall as a sweeper, Time Warp as a big spell with all these planeswalkers, and then Snapcaster as an awesome value card. I'm going to take Colonnade here. I like Chromehost Seed Shark, and Seed Shark into Force Negation is nice, but Seed Shark's a little slow and expensive, and Colonnade is just amazing. It's I think the best creature land. Tar Pit's also really good, but Colonnade just getting in for 4 is so much damage. It's got Vigilance, it's a good blocker. I don't know. I really like Colonnade, and I think that this deck is going great. We've got the open lane here. I feel like, Colonnade wheeling, getting a Hallowed Fountain, 5th or 6th pick, or 6th pick Teferi Time Raver, 7th pick Jace. Like, this is a good place to be, and this pack has turned out to be pretty good. The cherry on top would be if I could open just like a Mox in pack 3 to get a little bit faster, but, even if I don't, if I get a Spell Pierce, Force of Will, Mana Leak, I feel like this deck's got a shot against almost anything. And vindicating my Wandering Emperor pick is the fact that it wheeled. I am going to take it, though. I think Wandering Emperor is pretty great. Urtai is not bad, but Wandering Emperor is a little bit easier to cast. I think I am going to splash block. Even at this point, I'd probably play Marsh Flats Underground Sea for Snuff Out, assuming I got nothing else, and I am going to get more. Ooh, and Brainstorm is really nice with Fetch Land. It can be okay with Ponder. It's obviously good with Snapcaster. I like Brainstorm here. Thought Scour, this isn't really the Thought Scour deck as much, and I think there's going to be more opportunities to get value off Brainstorm, especially since that Eagles of the North might come back. That would be a decent one. But yeah, I think this deck isn't really missing any pieces. It could use more counters because counters are among the best cards to kind of disrupt the opponent with in these kinds of decks, but I mean, it's even got like Brainstorm, Ponder, Chart a Course as kind of some card draw spells. Feels like it's covering pretty much all of its bases. It's got mana, it's got early interaction, it's got cantrips, it's got counters, and it's got planeswalkers. So I guess busted cards are the one thing it doesn't have. Its best cards like Mana Drain, which is a good card, but yeah, we don't have anything truly busted. Oh, and Stern Scolding Wield, amazing. This is such a good Stern Scolding deck. I mean, that is exactly the kind of card this deck wants. It trades 1 mana for more than 1 mana usually, and keeps your opponent from getting too fast a start. I'll take Eagles of the North as a 1 mana go get a Hallowed Fountain card that maybe I'll cast someday. I don't care about Passing Show and Tell or Maelstrom Pulse. I think Valakut Exploration is slightly better, but kind of irrelevant. If nobody wanted either of those cards, then I think no one's drafting lands most likely. And we get one more card here from Salvato. It was the Thran Dynamo. That's fine. We wield the Stern Scolding. Like, we kind of wield everything we really could have expected to. This would be a nice Ancestral Recall deck, I will say that. I would settle for that. All right, pack 3. Let's go. Let's see what we can get here. Anything busted? No, but there is a One Ring. One Ring's pretty solid. This pack's also not the most exciting. There's like a Dark Depths and a World Spine and a Thopter Foundries, like completing all those combos. One Ring is good with Time Warp. It can be good with like Teferi and Cryptic to bounce it. I think One Ring is basically just a Planeswalker, so it's a fine place to be, even though I'm obviously not like super stoked about it. This deck would love just a little bit of acceleration, so obviously getting past like a Mox would be great, but even like one of the bad Moxes, Mox Diamond or something like that would be very passable. This is an interesting pack. Good pack. I mean, there's Wheel of Fortune, Case of Chaos Adventurer, but there's Spell Pierce and there's Solitude. And I like both a lot. I'm probably going to have to take Solitude. Oh, Eagles of the North looking really good when Solitude's in the mix. Solitude is just a busted card. I mean, Spell Pierce is really good too, but Solitude, especially with like One Ring or Teferi like card draw spells, I feel like Solitude is gonna do more work for me. All right, let's get these lands over here. They're all blue-white lands except for this Underground Sea and Marsh Flats combo. All right. Solitude is a fine pickup there. Shame to pass Spell Pierce. I really like Spell Pierce. That card has continued to rise in my estimation, but I don't think I don't think it was better than Solitude in this spot. I just have too many things that work nicely with Solitude. Just some Planeswalkers to protect. It's good when you're a way of converting cards into board presence when you're drawing a lot of cards with one ring, and just getting it down and attacking with lifelink is really strong too. So, all right, Paul, hook me up with some more blue-white Cheon's cards. No, this is the opposite of what I want. There's a Breach and a Brain Freeze, so I guess that's kind of mitigated. There's Archon of Emeria, Seachrome Coast, Archon of Cruelty. Honestly, the best card for me is probably Seachrome Coast, but I don't even care if I take it here. I might just hate Archon of Cruelty. Didn't see any Reanimate stuff pack 2. I don't know. When I'm looking at a pack that doesn't have much of a card for me, it's hard for me to not hate a card that can completely make someone's deck. Like, if Salvado is playing Reanimator and didn't get that Archon, like, that's almost like a whole match win or very close to it. Like, the difference between having Archon and not is incredible. That's just like a linchpin card for a deck. All right, here we've got Sheldock Isle versus Jace. We're not like the most flooded on playables, but this looks like a pretty nice... this would be a pretty nice deck for both. I think I'm just going to grab Sheldock. One of the reasons to grab Sheldock there is this deck's not going to have almost any creatures in it, so I just worry Jace just makes their lightning bolts into good cards. All right, I think Dress Down is going to be pretty nice in this deck. It's a good way to counter a creature's ETB. It pitches to Force of Negation, it's cantrip. And then Unexpectedly Absent or Concealed Courtyard are both cards I'd be happy to wheel if such a thing were to come up. Oh, this looks like a really nice Wrath of God deck, so we'll be taking Wrath. I like Ragran Triumph. I even like Virtue of Loyalty, but I'm feeling pretty good with 3 blue-white lands here, plus an Eagles of the North, so I'll just take another 4-drop. I could use some more 4s, though it's a little fake. It looks like I have 5 cards here, or 6 cards here, but I really just have 5, because Snuff Out's more like a 1-drop here. A black-white land, like a scrub land, so Eagles of the North could go get it, would also not be too bad. Though we only get to see 2 new packs here. Currently, we're only like 1 card short, so we're going to be fine on that. Wouldn't mind like 1 more land if I had the opportunity. I know I just passed it up there, but I think Wrath of God is just awesome in this kind of deck. So I think that would have been a hard one to stomach passing either way. And this pack has V-Click versus Skydiver. I'm going to take Skydiver. This card keeps going up in value for me. Passing up Delighted Halfling, Crater Hoof once upon a time, by the way. And I don't have any of the Moxes, so, either my teammates have them, which is great, or the opponents do, in which case I will steal them. That'll be my plan. So if I get 0 other fixing, I don't know if I want to splash Snuff Out or not. I'll think about it. It'll kind of depend what the alternative card would be, because I don't have all my cards yet. But at this point, it doesn't look like I'm going to have a scrubland. So I think if I have a better blue-white card, it might be better to run that instead. Oh, interesting. So there's Monastery Mentor, which definitely has some pretty good value here with Stern Scolding, Oust, Ponder, Brainstorm, Force Negation. There's also Dig Through Time, and this is a fantastic Dig Through Time deck. Dig Through Time here in the all counterspells, card draw, trading off cards deck that has very little to do with its graveyard besides Snapcaster. I think this is such a perfect dig deck. Mentor's good, but I think I can find another threat here. I don't really want Sauron's Ransom. I don't care about passing Pyrokinesis. Will I play Intrepid Adversary? I don't think so. Or Student of Warfare. I think I'll just hate the Titania. Though I don't even think Luis is that likely to be playing green at this point. Or maybe he is. I don't know. He did pass the lands cards like the Corsair Valakut Exploration. But I don't really think I'm going to want to play Intrepid Adversary as one of my only creatures in deck. It doesn't really make sense to do that. Don't think we're in the market for Benevolent Bodyguard. Burst Lightning, Faithless Looting, Gitrog Monster. It's kind of just a guess here. I guess I'll just take Faithless Looting. Oh, Seachrome Coast Wield. Archon of Emeria has some applications, but I think I'll just take Seachrome Coast. And I think I'm just not going to want to splash Snuff Out right now. I could definitely side it in if my opponent had a deck where, like a green deck or something where Snuff Out's particularly good. But I don't know. I guess this is 18 lands, 17 lands and the Eagles in the North. So we'll see if we get anything else. Wall Roots is generically the best card there, I think. Okay, Unexpectedly Absent. And Concealed Courtyard actually doesn't even help splash Snuff out because it's not a swamp. So it doesn't really accomplish much. I guess I will take Lion Sash. I did now pass Dryad Valakut, but Lion Sash is a pretty effective sideboard card. So this is now 16 land plus Eagles. So basically, do I want to play 17 land plus Eagles or 16 land plus Eagles? I'm going to play 17 or 18 mana sources effectively. Let's take a look. All right. So I hope that the Mentor Dig pick doesn't come back to bite me. I think Dig is a stronger card, but I am looking at this deck, and it is not like the most flush with win conditions. I do think that like Sunfall Token, Teferi, Wandering Emperor, Celestial Colonnade are ways to finish out games. You can just really control the game, but maybe Mentor was would have been good. Let's add some lands. And so if I do 6/5, I'll end up with 6 islands plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's 11 blue sources, 12 blue sources. Sounds great to me. 5 plains, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I mean, this deck was very consistent. So, all right. I mean, I like how this looks. I think this deck has nothing truly busted. It's going to be, an uphill battle if they have some really busted cards. But I feel like this deck does a pretty good job. Oh, I have a Solitude to finish things off too. Yeah, I think I can control the game well enough that Dig Through Time will get me across the finish line, even if Mentor would have been nice as well. I was kind of hoping for one more kind of dorky finisher, but didn't end up there. I still think we're going to be more than fine. And, well, let's take a look at what my teammates have and then get to battling. All right, let's take a look at my teammates have brewed up. Ooh, Sandy Dog's got a Mox Sapphire and a Mox Ruby, Flash, Worldspine, Gruff Triplets, Abrade, Cast into the Fire, Arc Trail, Jace, Chandra, Fury. Okay. So basically Sandy is red-blue kind of splashing a couple green cards and has flash combo. Pretty solid, double Mox especially. Updraft's got a pretty nice mono red deck splashing Spellbinder, Seasoned Engineer in this like Chain Lightning, Firebolt, Lightning Bolt, Burst Lightning, Swift Spirit, Beaumont Courier deck with Mana Vault and Mox Pearl. Yeah, this looks great. I like that. And then Zurg, Tobias here has a Mox Jet over here. You can see it's going to cut most of these cards and is like Grixis artifacts, but like no Academy, no huge payoffs. Does have the Brain Freeze show and tell upheaval on the sideboard, so we don't have to worry about those. Though Cheon did get past a Tinker and a Portal, so got to keep that in mind. And, well, let's get to round 1. Let's see how this goes. Alrighty, time for round 1. Battling against Hamph, Paul Cheon himself. And, alright, this is a solid draw. It obviously is a little slow to start, but I'm going to see a lot of new cards. Because what I'm going to do here is play turn 1 Shelldock. Put, hopefully something good under it. And then turn 2, I can brainstorm and shuffle with Eagles of the North. Time Warp. That's a great one to put under the Shelldock. Eagles of the North looking good in its maiden voyage here. I haven't played the card before in Cube, and kind of liking how this is going. Let's see. Well, we'll find out what Paul's up to here. Am I looking for Force of Negation? Am I looking for Sunfall? Am I looking for both? I don't know. I guess we'll see what Paul's got on the table. Well, okay, he currently doesn't have anything. There's a pretty good chance we know Paul took Tinker and Portal, so pretty good chance he's playing those cards. The good thing is artifacts were fairly contested if you looked at my teammates' decks, so I don't think he's necessarily got, every good artifact or anything, but battling against a Tinker deck, I think this deck's pretty well equipped to do that. Untapped Breeding Pool. Blue-green can be pretty busted. Let's see. What is that doing for you, Paul? Are you casting a Noble or Ignoble? I would be a little less happy if it was Fast Bond. Into Restless Vents. Okay, well, into Beseiju? Into Mana Crypt? Paul. Into Coalition Relic? Oh, okay, that's all mana. Let's see if I can find some counter spells. I really need to find them quickly. And it kind of has to be Force of Negation to start with. We'll see what his big play is this turn. Obviously, Mana Drain would have been the nuts. Okay, at least Paul... No, he's not even losing the flip. He played 6 cards on turn 1. That's going to be tough. I don't think I'm going to be able to beat that very easily. And he added blue, so he's not even going for a Restless Vents animation, which would have been nice to see. What do you got with this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Tons of mana. Generous Ent. Sure. That's fine. It's not the scariest in the world. I mean, it's still a 5/7, but as far as it goes as for a 6 mana play, I'm not as worried as it could be. Let's put back... I'm definitely putting back a land. I think a plains. The question is, do I want to keep... I think I'll put back Dig Through Time. This doesn't really look like a game where I'm going to have the time to do that. And here I think I'm just going to get plains. Yeah, maybe it gets me with Cryptic Command, but I think having a non-painful land would be good, though I suppose I just played it there, untapped still. All right. Well, I get a remand up, and hopefully Paul plays... winning every mana crypt flip this guy. Hopefully he plays something that it just dies to Wrath of God, another creature here. Let's see. He probably doesn't have lands in hand. I mean, because he didn't play one last turn, though. With Fastbond out, you kind of could slow roll your lands. I mean, maybe he's got like a Triome or something. But with this much mana, he's probably going to be able to play a decent spell twice, but it's given that he played Generous Ent last turn, he's not heavy on action, so I really would just love to see some dorky creature, even something like kind of good like a Questing Beast, you know? Okay, well, I guess I'm going to try to remand this. Narset. Oof, I don't like that. All right. He cannot recast the Narset as it currently stands. Okay. He did leave the mana up for Restless Vents activation, I think is what was going on. And he's going to animate, attack me for 7. So the question here is going to be, do I leave up Mana Drain, or do I play Wrath, or do I play the One Ring? Oh, he didn't discard his non-Narset card. I don't like it. I really want to find Oust here, but... let's see. I think I'm just going to play this and pass. My problem with casting Wrath there is if he lands a Narset, that's pretty bad for me. I don't really want him attacking with Restless Vents this turn, but I think there's not a huge chance of that because he's going to be a black or red mana short, assuming he wants to cast Narset. Taking 5 I can do, and I'm certainly going to Mana Drain this. Hopefully that works. Okay. And if I take 7 down to 6, I don't love it, but okay, I'm just taking 5, and next turn I'm going to have 8 mana. Okay, I can do something with that. Let's draw for the turn first. Oh, Unexpectedly Absent. Oh, really? Do I want to cast Teferi or One Ring this turn? It's kind of my question. 4, 7, 8. So I don't have enough mana to cast both. I could Teferi. I think I'd rather start with Teferi. I guess I'll play my land. I'm assuming Paul doesn't have a counterspell, because if he did, he would have countered the Mana Drain. All right. I guess I could have played the other land, as it turns out. And that's untap. I guess I actually don't need an upkeep stop, because Paul has a Mana Crypt. Untap these 2 lands. Though I suppose I also could have just done it when he was tapped out. Either way, let's Unexpectedly Absent the Generous Ent. I'm actually doing it for 0 because I want Paul to draw Generous Ent this turn. It's just not that good of a card. Oh, Paul won the flip again. Interesting. Next turn I draw to 23, Teferi to 22, Ring to 21, so I can't quite Shell Dock next turn, unfortunately. but I can Wrath. I'm hoping Paul's best play is recast Generous Ent, but remember, he's got a card in hand that he chose not to discard to Restless Fence when he attacked. So, and then the other card, so he has 3 cards in hand. One is Generous Ent. One's a card he chose not to discard to Restless Fence. The other is a card he drew the turn after. So, don't really have information about that card. It's probably not a land, but shields are down here. I don't have any counters up, even though it might look like I do. But I also have a Planeswalker in play that's pretty good. I'm hoping Generous Ent is getting cast. Oh, Maelstrom Pulse. Yeah, fair enough. And not enough left to cast the Ent or attack with the Restless Vents. He could cycle the Ent, and if he got a black or red land, I guess he could attack with the Restless Vents at that point. But that's not the most exciting. Okay, he is going to cycle it. If his last card is bad, it's kind of nice getting a rebate, but it also depends. Does he have a Bayou or Taiga or equivalent? Which has been a pretty good game. Maelstrom Pulse kind of makes me wish I just played One Ring, but you got Zeotor's Proving Ground. Interesting. Do you play it or cycle it? It's actually not trivial because animating Restless Vents a little easier would be nice. All right. No plays. I'm just going to get the One Ring out now, assuming I don't draw anything too different. Oh, interesting. I could steal that Coalition Relic. I mean, I kind of like that. Paul is going to cycle Proving Ground, but it really does actually mess up his mana. So let's cast this for 3. Yoink. Ship that Coalition Relic. It's going to tap it for mana here. It's definitely not going to put a charge counter on it. He's going to cycle the Proving Ground most likely. And then I'm going to play Seachrome Coast to pass the turn. I do wish I had 1 fewer card in deck, and maybe I can draw a Ponder or something like that. But, wow, Paul lost the flip. I didn't know Mana Crypt did damage. How does this work? Oh, it can do damage. Okay, I wasn't sure. Because I would love to be able to go One Ring into Time Warp, but One Ring also gives me some pretty good equity. Well, I guess here we are. We're casting Time Spiral with Fastbond in play. Well, I'm probably going to lose now. I mean, we'll see. I'm glad I played the Skydiver, I think. Though, I guess having the One Ring in play would also be nice. But taking 2 mana off Paul's plate is good. And I'm not loving whatever's coming next. I didn't draw my Force of Negation, unfortunately. Sunfall does give me a little bit of latitude. Same with Teferi. But I'm still not thrilled about the situation. There's so many things Paul could play here that would be just disastrous for me. I do have a good amount of lands in play. I have a Coalition Relic. Next turn, I can Teferi into Sunfall, which does a pretty good job of doing stuff. Assuming I don't just die here, I guess my teammates have Brain Freeze and some of the combo cards. Maybe Paul's going to Tinker. He didn't sack that food token. It's pretty much confirming that he's running Tinker, but Tinker for Portal here doesn't do anything. In fact, Tinker for Portal is just not very good against me at all, which is nice, because that's one of the better things Paul's got going on here. Okay. Hopefully we're not seeing like a Time Walk or something. And I guess his plan is to Narset into a draw 7. Oh, there's the Tinker. I guess Bolas' Citadel is kind of scary. Thieving Skydiver looking pretty good in this matchup. If he gets a big dorky creature, I could maybe Teferi it, though there's not like he gets a Triplicate Titan or something. I don't know. What is Paul going to get here? Coveted Jewel. That's pretty nice. Okay. I'm feeling a lot less good now. Basically, Tinker was like a 0 mana draw 3 that also, if he does get more turns with Jewel in play, gets a significant amount of mana. Which means he's going to have a way to kill this Thieving Skydiver. Though it's possible now because Time Warp's active, I can maybe some kind of like Sunfall into Time Warp attack with the token turn, assuming Paul ends with a creature in play. Could work out. Paul has a million cards in hand, and with that Fastbond in play and Jewel, he's got a lot of mana, so really need to draw Force of Negation. Getting to force that Tinker would have been great. I think Force of Negation is going to be my best card in this matchup, so I don't hate the matchup given, this deck's got Remand, Mana Drain, Force of Negation, Cryptic Command. Like, that's a pretty good set of counters, and Thieving Skydiver is also fairly excellent as well. So we'll see. We'll see what the opposition has for us. But, ooh, I guess here we go. 4 mana, 5 mana, 6 mana. Maelstrom Pulse my Skydiver, Dak to steal back Coalition Relic. Sure, that's fine. All right, I need to draw a creature so I can set up this Time Warp. Snapcaster would be insane. Teferi into Time Warp's pretty good too. Let's do that. Wow, actually, hold on. Since I get to untap and end step Time Warp, I can also brainstorm first. Or ponder first. Ponder, dig, marsh flats. I'll just shuffle. And I guess I will brainstorm, though. I think maybe I wanted to do this the other way. Well, whatever. I'll put 2 lands back. Play Teferi, Hero of Dominaria. +1 it. Draw. Paul's going to be kind of unhappy about about this. Time Warp. I was really hoping to set up stealing the Coveted Jewel by using that, but we did not do that, unfortunately. My top card is, I don't know, it's whatever. Am I going to minus Teferi here on anything? I don't think so. I think I'm just going to plus it. So let's just start by plussing it. Well, Dig Through Time's actually looking a little better now. I guess I will chart a course as well. Discard Cryptic or Hallowed Fountain, and then I can play Teferi, Time Raveler, and have Cryptic up. Yeah, I guess that's probably fine. Time Raveler. I'm at 8, facing down maybe some creature lands, but I think I just +1 this, because if Paul goes too deep on attacking with the creature lands, then I get to Wrath as well. Okay, now I have Cryptic plus Stern Scolding up. Paul did lose another flip, so that's kind of catching up to him a little bit here. Colonnade would have been a nice find at some point. I've got 2 Planeswalkers in play. He can't play instants, and I have a good counterspell in hand. And if he goes too deep on some creature lands, I've got some action there too. Narset. Yeah, that's fine. I don't love Narset, but I think Teferi, Hero of Dominaria, Tuck will take care of it. Oh, did Paul miss on Narset? You hate to see it. Okay, he's going to Dak. He could Dak me with Narset in play, but that actually wouldn't even be bad. I would draw 1 card and then discard 2. It's probably a fine deal. I've got a bunch of cards in hand I don't really care about. And discarded Blightsteel Colossus. Oh, so he does have Blightsteel. Okay, good to know. And is this going to be the Creeping Tar Pit activation? Or the Restless Vents activation? Or if we're lucky, both? Inquisition of Kozilek. Sure. This is a spot where Inquisition is really not that good. He now gets to see that I've got a bunch of expensive cards to play, including a Wrath. Coveted Jewel. 6 mana. He's playing this into Cryptic Command. I hope it's not Echo Vions. That would be annoying. Memory Jar. I don't really like Memory Jar very much. Do I want to stop it? How bad is it for me? I guess it's not ideal. He gets to crack it. And then he has Narset. Let's go counter draw. No, I mean, I could counter draw because I haven't drawn with Narset. I could also dig into Force of Negation. I could also crack in response. I could Cryptic the Narset, but I don't really think that, like in response to him cracking it, but I don't think that's that appealing either. I kind of feel like I should just counter it and draw a card, most likely. Hopefully I draw a Force of Negation here. I wouldn't mind that. And oh yeah, Eagles of the North, baby. I'm not going to cycle that one. I might cast it. Snapcaster Time Warp would also be a really, really nice one here. Okay, let's see what Paul's got with his now 4 mana left. Can attack with Tar Pit, but I don't think that matters too much. Let's see. 4 mana here. Karn Cynovers. Okay, that I don't mind. Make a token or something. He knows about all the wraths and stuff in hand too. You could also +1 it, I guess. I don't know how good that is either. Oh, he's going to +1 it. You can have an island in hand, I guess. Maybe he plays the island, maybe not. Didn't bother. All right, let's take my turn. And I got... Snapcaster would be the best draw. Oh, that's a Snapcaster. So now, let's see. It costs 7 mana to snap. Narset's out, so if I plus Teferi, I'm not drawing a card. I'm just trying to look if there's any way I can do anything else. That steals... Snapcaster Walk steals Coveted Jewel, so I really like that. So let's start by -3ing on Narset. +1 Teferi. Plains... Let's see. Yeah, so I can still dig through time. But, you know, if I dig, I guess I can leave Cryptic there. Yeah, maybe that's fine. Marsh Flats. Oh, actually, I don't think I have another Plains in my deck. Oh, I have 1 left. So I have Force of Negation, Mana Drain, Remand, Solitude, Absent, Wandering Emperor as my last relevant cards. Leaving Time Warp and Cryptic. And I guess leaving Skydiver. Okay, Force of Negation I definitely want in hand. Do I want Solitude or do I want Remand? I guess Remand to pitch to Force is probably better. I can find Solitude at some point. Solitude, Oust, 1 ring, 2 lands. And then Snapcaster Mage. And locked out thanks to Teferi Time Raveler. Time Warp. Time Warp me. Time Warp has done some work this game. Time Warp me, take my extra turn. I have to attack Paul directly in order to get the Coveted Jewel. Oh, there's my Mana Drain. Nice. All right, let's attack Paul. Go to 8 cards in deck. Get the Coveted Jewel. There's Dak Faden, which could minus to steal the Coveted Jewel, but I guess I don't care too much about that. Do I want to minus this Teferi? I don't really care to draw a card too much, so let's actually just Dak or Teferi. I think that's fine. Plus this Teferi. Or actually, yeah, because I think being able to play instants on my opponent's turn will be pretty nice. And then now I have Remand, Force, Mana Drain. So I could play Jace. Is it 5? This is now lethal. I don't think there's a big reason to play Jace here. Because I don't have end step stop anymore. You can charge Relic, sure. Let's discard Plains and... Do I want to discard Island or do I want to discard Sunfall? I'll just discard Island. I don't think I'm super likely to need it. All right, and then Paul now lost the flip. Yeah, like I said, those flips are really catching up to him, and now I've got a million counterspells here. It's going to be pretty hard. Colonnade's lethal. Remand, Force, Mana Drain up. We're blue-white Cheonzing, the blue-white Cheon. Though I guess he's a 5-color Cheon this time. He's got, yeah, basically Tinker combo here. And we got game 1. Ooh, perfection. Very nice, very nice. So sideboarding-wise, Lion Sash, it gets dacked, but it can mess with like Echo of Eons. It's probably fine. This is not a snuff out matchup, I wouldn't say. Oust doesn't look great. Stern Scolding, did we see a single creature that could get countered by it? I don't even think we did. So I think I'll just take out the Stern Scolding for now. Obviously, if it turns out Paul's got some good targets, I might side that one back in. Alrighty, time for game 2. Yeah, this is a keepable hand. It's obviously no Force of Negation, but and this is going to be a fast bond. Well, not going to win this game. If Paul opens on fast bond every game, it's going to be hard. I felt like I was losing most of game one. Oh, Hex Drinker I don't mind too much. I have a bunch of Wraths. But fast bond just makes you a lot faster. Oust, Mana Drain. Oh, Oust is really nice here. So let's draw Oust. And then upkeep, I could Eagles. I think I'm fine drawing Mana Drain though. Though I guess it actually would have been slightly better to put the Mana Drain second. Or sorry, Oust second in case I got Inquisition, but whatever. All right, this is going fine because now I go Plains, Oust that, pass the turn, cycle the Eagle to get Hallowed Fountain, and then I'll have Mana Drain up, and I'll Thieving Skydiver pretty quickly here. Oh, Mana Crypt. I guess I might Skydiver next turn, though Paul's probably casting a draw 7 here with time to. So, with yep. All right. Fast bond in play. I don't think I'm going to win this. Mana Crypt. This was looking so good. Just a second ago, before the Mana Crypt, I was thinking, okay, Paul probably doesn't have a big play this turn. Next turn I had Drain up, and then I win the game from there. Now, obviously I haven't lost quite yet, but I would imagine Paul's going to be able to leverage his fresh 7 cards so much better than me, thanks to the fact that he has 7 mana in play and fast bond and all that stuff. But we'll see. We'll see what his plays are, I guess. Okay. I guess I'll Brainstorm. I don't know. If he's got Hull Breacher, then so be it. I'm not really getting a chance to shuffle, so whatever. Because I think next turn... Oh, we're getting V-click now? Sure. I could have dressed down it, I guess, but I don't... I mean, I guess he takes Teferi Time Raveler, which isn't that amazing when V-click's in play anyway. Like, I'd have to tap out for dress down here. I think I'm just going to go Shelldock, go. Assuming he takes Teferi. I guess if dress down is good, he might take dress down. But if he does that, then I'm just going to go Island, Teferi Time Raveler, Bouncer, Vendilion Click. And try to go from there. My hand is not great. That Time Spiral was devastating. It really was the Mana Crypt, because I think it was most likely Paul already had the Time Spiral and was hoping to draw more mana sources, and then drew a 0 mana, like a 2 and 1 mana source, which was pretty gross. But we'll see. I mean, if he's not immediately slamming here, it could be good. I don't know. It'll depend what I guess what it really is going to depend mostly on what Paul does over his next turn, because I don't think I have that many good plays. Like, what am I going to do here? I'm going to go Time Raveler. He took Cryptic. Okay. I mean, I guess I still am going to Time Raveler that. Feels like I don't have much of a choice, and I don't really care. I know my top card, or I guess I didn't know my top card because I got clicked. But if Paul wants to spend his time clicking me again next turn, that's also fine. Here's where not being able to accelerate at all hurts. Casting a Time Warp would be pretty nice here. Inquisition, sure. Take Snapcaster. Is this like an Echo of Eons? Oh, it's the Coveted Jewel. Wow, the Snapcaster would have been kind of nice with that. And again, Paul has 1 million mana, fast bond, thousands of mana, more than me. If I draw a counterspell, if I draw Mana Drain this turn, I could be up to something. V-kick me, probably take Time Warp. That seems like the most threatening card in hand. Maybe you take Dress Down if you've got an ETB that you're worried about. All right, Time Warp, and I drew a land. Okay. Mana Drain's not bad. Let's Shelldock into something good. Teferi, Hero of Dominaria, or Wandering Emperor. I'm going to go Wandering Emperor because it can maybe steal that Coveted Jewel. +1 Teferi. Pass the turn. Maybe I'll mana drain into an Eagles of the North here. We'll see. Oh, is Paul 17-0 on mana crypt flips again? All right, hit the Time Raveler. And now slam your 11-drop. Bladesteel Citadel, baby. Dak Faden, that I will allow. I just feel like Dak Faden, I got to counter something better. I don't think Dak Faden is going to be the card that breaks the game. I don't know. Obviously, I could be wrong, but it feels like I got to do a little better on my mana drain in order to take this home. So, discards Island and Portal. Yeah, like Portal. I would mana drain a Portal if I could. I mean, this could be like an Echo of Eons. Oh, Karn, Scion of Urza. That I will mana drain, I think. Because now we're getting to the point where Paul might not have another great spell. Psy, Master Thopterist, okay. And Beseju, my Shelldock, weak. Let's just get a Hallowed Fountain. Okay. Don't like that. I have 4 mana. Eagles of the North, baby. Land, go. And I've just run mostly lands over the last couple, so that's unfortunate. Actually, I wonder if I should dress down on Paul's upkeep, actually. I don't know. To stop Psy from triggering. Generous Ent. I guess I'll dress it down to stop a food from getting created. And it'll stop any sort of Psy shenanigans. But I am going to lose this game, I would imagine. Thieving Skydiver. Don't think that does too much for me. It's a good card in the matchup, but I'm pretty far away from being able to use it. Okay, Paul's dacking. We're getting to the point where I can't win. Like, I think, you know, there's always like a sequence that involves like some kind of like Jace into whatever, but it's not looking good. I guess if Paul somehow ends up with only one blocker for the coveted jewel, and I can do something to it, that could be a thing. Like, he's not going to attack with Vendilion Clique, probably. I guess he could. Okay, so if I draw Oust or Unexpectedly Absent, put the Ent back, attack. The problem is he then sacks the coveted jewel to the side, so it doesn't really get me there. Okay. All right, well, super dead here. And let's get to game 3. All right. Yeah, I want the Lion Sash. And we restarted going to game 3, so there was no timing issues. Not that I thought I was going to time out, of course, but what did I take out for the Sash de Leon? Oh, it was the Stern Scolding. Though we've now seen Psy and Vendilion Clique. Maybe I just play the Stern Scolding instead. That sounds kind of better to me. All right, game 3 on the play. Let's go no turn 1 fastball, please. Okay, what do we got? Gonna keep this hand, of course. Obviously, I need a little help here. All right, Shelldock. Shelldock hitting the 1 ring is not a bad start. It's annoying if it gets Beseju'd, but so it goes. No, Paul. Come on, man. Every game? All 3? Yeah. I guess that's probably going to be pretty hard for me to beat, especially if I just draw lands. Well, look, I'm never going to mulligan this hand. If I can drain into like drawing Teferi or Jace or something, I feel like I've got a pretty good shot. But obviously there's so many ways that now that he has fastball in play, it's just I don't have the time here. And I kind of have to drain whatever the first play is. The question is, if he plays Hex Drinker, do I mana drain it? And I don't know the answer to that. I kind of think no. Narset? Well, I'm not going to let that happen. Okay. Teferi. Please, Teferi. Oh my god. Snapcaster where I can't even snap drain. All right, let's pass the turn. Well, Snapcaster's a good draw if I get another turn here. Just play a Talisman or something. Dak Vaden's fine. Okay. Discarded Portal and Pentad Prism. Let's draw. Now we draw Jace. Yeah, I'm going to play the Jace. I don't really think I have the luxury of waiting on that. Okay. Let's put back Plains Snapcaster to play around Inquisition. Paul does have access to Fast Bond, lots of mana, Dak, so he gets to see a bunch of cards. He could play a draw 7 here. I was hoping to find a Force of Negation, of course, but that card has been expectedly absent. Of course, I wouldn't draw it against Paul. If he doesn't have a draw 7 this turn, I'm then once again in the category of like the pinchers are starting to close, because then I have Jason play and a Snapcaster into drain up. But if Paul's not immediately dacking here, then he doesn't have, like, if he had like Time Spiral 6 land, I would imagine he would just discard whatever he's not going to play, then go land, Time Spiral. So Sai into discarded Sai, played Talisman, and what's the last card? Oh, Sail into the West. Yeah, I mean, I'll embark. Yeah, I guess I'm glad I put Snapcaster back. I guess I will draw 7. Paul, of course, has the option to play some lands. His Narset's already gone. Would really like to get a turn where I can go like Jace Brainstorm, Time Warp, and then have a bunch of counters up. Let's hope Paul doesn't have like too huge of a play this turn. He's already used Dak. He's tapped a bunch of mana. Coalition Relic. Okay. Untapped Breeding Pool. Okay. Creeping Tar Pit. 2 cards in hand? Balance? Wow. Is that what this is going on? Oh, Beseju on the Shelduck. Sure. That's not the biggest deal. Let's just get the Hallowed Fountain. I think that's fine. Is 1 card in hand? Okay. Let's brainstorm. And put back Sunfall and a land. Like I said, it doesn't matter too much because we're casting Time Warp here. I just want to get more lands into play. And I could upkeep Eagles. Is that good? Let's see. No, I really want to find an island. Because I want to have Remand, Snapcaster. That Creeping Tar Pit's a little annoying. Let's just draw, I think, and then plus on Paul. No, you can have your creature land. I don't care about that. And then he's got, like I said, 20,000 mana. Let's go to Fairy Time Raveler. Bounce the Coalition Relic, and then pass the turn. And if Paul wants to attack the Time Raveler with his Creeping Tar Pit, I'm okay with that. If he wants to attack the Jace with it, that's also fine. And then next turn, and then at end of turn, I get to cast like Dig Through Time here. Maybe cycle Eagles into Dig. I don't have much of a counterspell up. I just have a Remand, but I also have Dig, which is going to see now half the cards. 7 out of the 16. Actually, I can make it even better. 7 out of 15. About slightly less than half the cards in my deck. So if I need to find a Force of Negation with Dig Through Time, I can try to do that. I also have the ability to cast Remand. Oh, he discarded Memory Jar. Interesting. Coalition Relic. Yeah, that's fine. And yeah, I could also Remand and then cast Brainstorm and try to find the Force of Negation, which gives me a Remand plus 4 looks at it. So a couple different ways to kind of go about things here. I don't have the most win conditions left now that my Wandering Emperor and Celestial Colonnade, the Colonnade getting discarded to the Sail into the West was unfortunate. Maelstrom Pulse my Jace. let's remand that. Paul has so much mana that remand's not going to hurt him most of the time, but I feel like this is still worth doing. Yeah, you know what? I'm fine with that. I guess I will brainstorm. I don't know. There's combinations I find that could do something here. All right. That's fine. Let's +1 the Time Raveler. And he's got one card in hand. I could unexpectedly absent the DAC for 0. So he has to draw the DAC. And then I could like Snapcaster Mana Drain it, something like that. Yeah, play my land, pass the turn. Or cast a Dig, I don't know. I don't know how much I care about the DAC, honestly. It had a lot of loyalty counters on it. So, oh, black, oh, Tar Pit. Yeah, this is great. This is where I really like my Teferi surviving, because we get to oust the Tar Pit for 1 mana. And that's kind of a beating. Yeah, I think I'm going to counter the DAC, because then the Dig finds me more counter spells, presumably. And it puts Snapcaster into play, which is kind of nice. Oh, never mind. We're doing something else. Generous Ent. Okay. And his last card is Dak Faden. Yeah, that sounds fine. Because now I'm going to cast Dig Through Time. I'm actually, at this point, I'm not interested in cycling these Eagles. I want the Eagles. Fly, Eagles, fly. It does kind of matter what I exile here because of Time Twisters. Ponder, Dress Down. I don't really want more card draw spells, but this Dress Down I don't think is really doing it for me. Draw, +1. Let's go Thieving Skydiver. Wow, keeping Eagles instead of a land actually did kind of work out poorly. So Paul's last card in hand is Dak Faden. And he's drawing Creeping Tar Pit. Okay. I mean, I've got a lot of things I could do here. I feel like, why don't I just start with Snapcaster Time Warp? In that case, do I want to cycle Eagles of the North? I guess, no, I don't know. Hold on. I could Snapcaster Unexpectedly Absent. I guess I don't love that idea. Creeping Tar Pit is actually kind of annoying. I feel like I have all these really good answers here. But, oh, the Wandering Emperor is also gone. It just seems like I have enough cards left to beat Paul. I just need to make sure I don't waste them. So what's the best way to accomplish that is kind of my question here. I would rather the Teferi Time Raveler not die, I suppose. I guess I could steal the Coalition Relic, but then if he plays Dak and takes it back, that doesn't really accomplish much. I could just Sunfall and then he plays Dak. Then I make a 1/1. What am I doing by doing that? And then there's a Creeping Tar Pit in play, which is kind of annoying. Maybe, I mean, I guess I could Teferi and +1. I guess if I Teferi +1 and draw a land, then I'll have Sunfall up. Yeah, that seems fine. Or is it good just to... No, I'm going to Snapcaster Time Warp. That seems like it's got to be the play. Yeah, Time Warp. I am not playing a land this turn, which is really awkward, but I think that's okay. All right, draw for turn. Actually, don't even really need an upkeep stop. Oh, Solitude. Solitude is really nice. Okay, I forgot about that one. That is an extra win condition that I really don't mind having. Do I want to put... I could tuck the Generous Ent. I could also +1. I think I'm just going to +1 this Teferi and draw. And kind of hope to draw a land here. Okay, because now I can +1 this. And actually I don't even need to stop in my end step because I know what his cards are. And then I'm just going to my plan is to solitude the generous end here. No longer on the Sunfall plan, but I'm just going to solitude. Paul's going to draw Dak Faden, I believe. Or sorry, draw Creeping Tar Pit, I believe, because the oust was second from the top. We didn't cycle or anything. So his hand, Creeping Tar Pit, Dak Faden. Okay. Okay, he's got a window here. I think this game's going to be close enough that I'm okay with Paul going Dak, discard, and hope to find something here. Because if he finds a draw 7, I could just find a Force of Negation at some point here. I just think chumping with Snapcaster is so bad. Oh, he discarded and kept Creeping Tar Pit? Oh, this is game. All right, well, we got there. I just want to cast Eagles of the North. I'll be honest, this isn't even really the right play. I mean, it could be the right play, but it was mostly that I wanted to cast Eagles of the North. So this can attack Dak, this attacks Helm. And I get to do some plussing with Teferi. Various Teferis, I think, is the plan. Draw, go to 6 cards, +1. I'm not even going to bother with this Ponder. Untap 2 lands, and we have things basically on lockdown. Paul's got 1 card that he can draw. Even if it's Echo of Eons, I have Force of Negation. I have Cryptic Command up. If he wants to Tar Pit, he can Tar Pit. That's a good target for Stern Scolding. So let's do that. And he's going to Tar Pit here. Take one of my creatures on a Creeping Tar Pit ride. I don't know which one. I'm not going to cast the Ponder because at this point I don't really want to do that. I could use Teferi to tuck one of my own cards if I wanted to. So I need to play the land. I am going to attack for 8 and Tar Pit. It makes this lethal. So let's go, or Skydiver, cast with Kicker. X equals 3. No. Yeah, because that also steals his only black source. Let's take the Relic. I'm going to plus this Teferi because I think being able to keep Cryptic up is probably worth it. Plus this Teferi, land, untap those 2. And the end is nigh. The blue-white Cheons. You know, blue-white Cheons is a powerful strategy. I don't blame Paul for liking it, and that's a dub. We're 1-0. What a match. Let's get to the next round. All right, sick round 1. Round 2, we're playing against Janara, who's on black-white or like Mardu Reanimator, but kind of like black-white mid-range. This is pretty close. I really do like Fountain into Oust. And then Chart sets up the rest of my hand. I just need to draw a land, and I'm playing a lot of them plus a bunch of cantrips. Yeah. What's the worst that could happen? Oh, I could just lose badly. But I do kind of like this hand. Well, as far as 0 mana plays, what do you reveal? Chart of Course. Okay. Good one to reveal. Stalker, and it's a 2/2. All right, well, I'm going to pay 2 life, and I'm going to oust that thing. And then next turn, I'm going to Brainstorm. It's going to be great. Drawing Brainstorm was good. That was a nice little bobble into Stalker opener. Turn 1, 1/1. Oh, this was the downside of doing it this way. Gets to take my Brainstorm now. Yeah. No fear. I'll just draw Chart of Course immediately, or draw a land for Chart of Course immediately. And he didn't play a land? Let's... I'm just going to discard the Skydiver, I think. He's drawing Stalactite Stalker this turn, which is pretty nice. And then, well, for me. And then I don't think that the Skydiver is doing too much. I kind of actually just want to Snapcaster Oust here. I feel like keeping him, making sure that he's drawing a brick in 2 turns is kind of like a time walk. If he doesn't draw a land in this intervening turn, it's just so brutal. Like, you might just concede out of tilt. All right, let's hit. I guess I actually didn't need to play a land yet because I'm not going to Cryptic the Stalker, I don't think, though. I might go Cryptic, bounce, snap, draw. Let's just ponder. Solitude, Wrath, I actually really want to find one of my planeswalkers. Oh, Dig Through Time is not bad either. So that was a pretty inefficient turn, but I also knew that Janara's next turn, unless he's been sandbagging something, is likely going to be casting the Stalactite Stalker once more. Oh, that was going to grow to a 3/3 from the Grief too. What a setup. My next turn could be Time Warp, could be Dig. Probably leave up Cryptic / Dig is my guess. But we'll have to see what happens here. Okay, it's a Stalactite Stalker. Not too surprising. Teferi Time Raveler. Yeah, let's do that. Let's bounce this, draw, hit. I was kind of hoping to draw a land, but I think this could be okay. Okay, Arid Mesa into Animate the Dead, the Grief, probably, something like that. Yeah. Okay, Animate Dead, and then my hand is just great, so you can take whatever. You might have to take Dig Through Time here. You could take Cryptic. I mean, it all seems pretty tough. All right. Let's just pass. What I think I'm going to do here is cast Dress Down when the Grief attacks the Teferi, so I can block with Snapcaster. That's going to be my plan. And then I even get to cast Dig Through Time end of turn after the Dress Down dies. Ooh, Wandering Emperor, nice. All right, let's block. Keep my Teferi around. You can play Stalker. I don't mind that. It won't even get a counter. Thanks to Dress Down. That's pretty nice. Okay, so that gets sacrificed. Now I'm going to dig. And what do I leave in my graveyard? I don't have any way to replay to get my Snapcaster back. So I think I'm just going to leave Cryptic in my graveyard because it's the best card. And I don't really want to leave a creature to get animated. Let's go Mana Drain Jace here. We are really doing some classic blue-white action. And now actually seems like a pretty appropriate time to cast Time Warp, I think. Well, here's the problem. I would love to Time Warp with a Jace in play, but I feel like I'm not that close to being able to do that because I need to have another land in play so I can Jace plus Mana Drain, which is what I'm going to do now. And I don't even think I do anything to the Stalker right now. Let's put Wrath and Wandering Emperor back. I guess, yeah. Sunfall and Wandering Emperor back? Sure. Pass. Stalker can hit either of my Planeswalkers for 1, and I just have a counterspell up here, and then end of turn, if nothing better presents itself, I'll cast Unexpectedly Absent, and Janara can draw the Stalactite Stalker for like the 15th time. Gut. I'm going to just go Absent on your Stalker. And then Gut can hit the board. And then draw. I guess I actually didn't need to do that then. I should have done it before the attacks. Plus Teferi. I could Wrath. I could Jace. I think I'm just going to brainstorm in Wrath here. Okay, let's put Sunfall, Plains back, cast or play Shelldock Isle. Oh, I'll put Solitude under it actually, and then just pass because I plus Teferi, so I can Wrath or Wandering Emperor at any time here. I guess if Janara doesn't have another thing to play, then I can go Wandering Emperor. But because he's playing the Stalactite Stalker, then I get to Wrath. It's actually the perfect setup. This deck is just dismantling the opposition. It's actually not even, being remotely close. Instant speed Wrath, kill your 2 creatures. Still have Drain and Remand up. Solitude tucked under a Shelldock. 2 Planeswalkers in play. I'm probably not even going to play the One Ring this game because I just don't need to draw extra cards. What a dominant performance. Keeping the one-lander worked out nicely. Let's get this Lion Sash in there. And definitely don't want to cut Stern Scolding this time. Dress Down still looks pretty good. This might not be the best Time Warp matchup just because Time Warp's expensive and doesn't do anything. It doesn't do much without something in play, though. I guess the Thieving Skydiver doesn't look great either. Let's just cut that one instead. All right, time for game 2 here on the draw. And mostly I just want a hand that has like lands and some decent spells, but I don't really care too much which they are because I assume I'm going to get hit by some amount of hand disruption. Oh, I do like seeing Mother of Runes when I have a Wrath in hand. Yeah, let's put Solitude under the Shell Dock. Hopefully we don't get our Chart a Course discarded. All right, we did not, so let's cast Chart a Course. Looking for another white. Yeah, let's just discard our 5th land. Maybe I'll regret this, but I have 4 mana lined up. Getting a land in the graveyard is actually kind of nice for Dig because it's hard to get lands into the graveyard. And I feel like, oh, now you've got to attack with Mother of Runes. Oh, don't see Wrath, don't see Wrath. They revealed Dig Through Time. Yeah, that's... as long as it didn't show Wrath or Cryptic, I didn't really care what got revealed. All right. Let's draw. Teferi Time Raveler. That's actually kind of nice. It saves me a lot of damage because I go Time Raveler, bounce Adeline. Kind of a punish for attacking with Mother of Runes, but I still think it's crazy to not attack there with Mother of Runes. And then now if Adeline comes down again, I've got Wrath ready. Unfortunately not on before attacks. Oh, it's Grief instead. Yeah. That's less fun, but here's the thing. Grief takes the Wrath. Teferi dies. I then play Hallowed Fountain untapped and lose 2 life so I can keep up Cryptic Command. And then can't play anything new. And then end of turn I could cast a Cryptic of some kind. Oh, I'm just going to counter that draw. I mean, Janara's not going to play too much into my Cryptic, I don't think, and it feels like it's not, it doesn't really, like you can play Adeline now, but I'm going to get to cast Time Warp and then Dig Through Time, so I feel like I've got a good shot at finding something here. I guess this is a lot of damage. All right. Sunfall. Oh, Unexpectedly Absent. All right, well, I'm going to start with Time Warp. This Solitude's also on its way here. Let's find Snapcaster wouldn't be bad. Sunfall would be great. What do I want to do? I could use 2 cards by ousting Mother of Runes and then unexpectedly absenting the Adeline. And then I'd have up Dig or Remand. I think I might do that, but I'm going to start by brainstorming because I haven't played a land this turn. Okay, there's the Sunfall at least. Let's put back... I'm just looking at this Eagles and whether I want to shuffle. I think maybe I put back Remand, Sunfall, and I just don't cycle the Eagles this turn. Because either way I can't have a counter up. Oust Mother of Runes. Protect Adeline. Nice. That's kind of what I was hoping would happen, because then I get to cast Absent, have Adeline be the top card, Mother of Runes is the next card. And then I have Sunfall on top, so I'm not getting discarded. Okay, there's Adeline. I take 6 down to 4 here. Janara's drawing Mother of Runes next turn. Next turn, I'm going to draw Cycle Eagles of the North once I draw my Sunfall, because I do want to hit a land drop that turn. And then presumably I've got it pretty locked up from there. I mean, you never know, I suppose, but because I have tons of action after that. Oh, I should play my land first. Because now that I go Sunfall, I've got a 5/5 Incubator, you're drawing Mother of Runes, and then I have Solitude coming off of the Shelldock, Teferi, Mana Drain. I just kind of have it all. Okay. I'm at 4. And Cycle Savai Triumph. Oh, to get Descend. Nice. Let's go. Okay, Teferi plus. No, let's just Solitude now. Let's not mess around. I'm at 4. Yeah. I guess I will hit Mother of Runes. And then play Colonnade. And then pass the turn with Incubator up. Though I guess this not letting me have Drain up. Actually, yeah, I no longer like this plan. I feel like I didn't need to. Yeah, I didn't need to play it that way. Basically, I think I should have played the Teferi still. Draw. Oh, Lion Sash. Oh, that's fantastic. Lion Sash. Exile. They have no cards in hand. Actually, do I want to exile anything? Let's attach it to Solitude. And then I'm just going to attack with both. And then now Lion Sash on Solitude is just a beating. And if, so he only blocked with 1, or he didn't block with any, so now I'm going to exile Lingering Souls. And then I'm just going to hit for 8 and go up to 7. Now I leave Drain up, and Lion Sash Solitude is just basically unbeatable here. It's effectively a Solitude that just pumps itself. All right, let's just Mana Drain that. Oh, I guess now he can sack the Stalker to kill the Solitude. All right, that's fair. Maybe I didn't need to drain here. The oh, did he not do that though? Nice. Well, I messed up, but I didn't get punished, so I do like that. Let's animate Colonnade and play Marsh Flats and attack with everything. Yeah, I guess that's a little known part of the card. Let's get Bank Buster out of here. I mean, this is just lethal. Well, I guess it's not quite lethal because of the Stalactite. I mean, this is one more and it's lethal. All right, let's just pass. And whew, is that a nice little 2-0? A 2-0 start. Let's check it on the team. Let's see how they're doing. Alrighty, time for round 3. Playing against Nablus on kind of like a green ramp, 5-color, 4th-year Lingus, Arcane Denial, Force of Will, Birds of Paradise style deck. Do I want to mulligan this? Yeah, you know, I don't really. Like, this hand's obviously got a lot of ways it goes wrong, but I feel like Wrath is a pretty good stabilization card, and I don't know, especially against like Force of Will and Arcane Denial, it feels like mulling too much is just not that good when it kind of lets them use their counters that put them down card advantage and still remain even because you've mulliganed. I just think Force of Will is kind of punishing to me mulliganing, so. And I didn't really want to mulligan. That's part of it too. Dress Down's not a terrible draw. It's got some flexibility. I don't have a second white. That is one thing I will note, but I don't know that that's too big of a problem. All right. They don't have any plays the first 2 turns. That's perfect, because now it looks like I've got Mana Drain up, or Remand, which I do not. Will I play Dress Down to cycle here? Probably. They do have a Troxa in their deck, but I also don't really want to not use my mana, and then I'm still looking for Remand, Force of Negation, any of those kinds of things. So, all right. That's not ideal. So I need to fade one more turn. And I don't think playing Skydiver there for nothing does much. And it taps me out, which Nablus could definitely be worried about a counterspell here. Might not want to commit something. Just tap Steam Vents. Okay. Now I feel pretty good, because now I'm going to have Cryptic up in a second here. Cryptic successfully up, and now we're playing the kind of game this deck's pretty good at. Though I haven't actually drawn that many instants, I'm still probably, I would say, better equipped to play this than my opponent. And I've got plenty of lands to come here. Okay, we're going to do something. I hope it's crack Waterlogged Grove. That would be amazing. Oh, Malcolm, Alluring Scoundrel. Sure. So what I'm going to do, since I'm not playing as Reanimator, I'm going to let Malcolm hit me once. They get a little bit of improvement to their draw. That's fine. And they probably ran out of lands because they just played Waterlogged Grove. But I don't really want to tap out. And then end of turn, if they don't do anything I care about, I'll just cast Solitude to kill the Malcolm. If they play a creature I really am worried about, I could just Wrath. And then, of course, I could Cryptic. All right, end of turn. Let's cast Solitude here. See how that goes. And if Solitude gets countered here, then I'm probably just going to untap and cast a Thieving Skydiver, no kicker to block Malcolm. Because that lets me leave Cryptic up, which is pretty nice. All right, Solitude hit the board. And one of the things that's so good about Solitude is it's got lifelink, so they can't really ignore it. It's still really good in play. Well, what is this? You didn't mind? Is it Prismari Command? Oh, Carnosaur? Sure. I'll take my little 2-for-1. Draw. No real reason to play this Time Warp. And right now, I can just cast Dig end of turn. I don't really want to that much, but it'll depend on what my opponent does here. I mean, at some point I wouldn't mind landing a Cryptic, but this game, the way this game played out has made keeping my hand amazingly good. My hand could have lost to a lot of cube draws, but this played out in a way that worked out pretty nicely for me, I will say. Okay. Oko, Thief of Crowns. Yeah, I will try to counter that. Counter target spell, draw a card. I don't mind if it doesn't work. It feels like they've got Arcane Denial or something in hand. But Oko is beatable. I would probably want to Skydiver of the food or something. All right, I'm going to Plane Cycle the Eagles of the North here and get my Hallowed Fountain. Draw. Oh, Teferi Time Raveler. I like that. Let's start with that. See if that hits the board. This will draw out a Force of Will or Arcane Denial, and this is a perfect turn for it. You can't hardcast Force, and Arcane Denial does put me up a card, so all right, I will allow it. And I could Dig, but I can just wait on Dig, especially I'm about to draw 2 off Arcane Denial. And imagine if I drew like Remand or Mana Drain and I cast one of those. Well, imagine. And was able to cast Dig as well. That would be pretty sick. But also, like, these have just been like 2-for-1. 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 Like, I just got 3 2-for-1s in a row. I'm up a ton of cards here. I mean, there are definitely threats they could play that would be good, but we'll see. We'll see what they got. I also have the Shelldock Time Warp combo here, where I can like sneak in a cheeky little Shelldock and then cast a Time Warp and immediately use it. I could also Dig for Force Negation if I really have to. Hard cast Lorien Revealed. Let's cast Dig in response. And I need to leave 1 card. I'm going to leave Cryptic for Snapcaster. If Nameless has Force of Will, I don't really want them getting it for free. All right, let's get Snapcaster Remand. I think that's going to be good. And let's put Colonnade, Absent, Chart, Land. All right, you get to Lorien Revealed. We both get our card draw spells going. I could take a bunch of turns in a row here. There's a possibility of doing that. Whew, they have a Time Walk. Okay, well, now I could lose the game. I mean, I have some pretty good cleanup. I have, like, between Wrath/Sunfall and Shelldock into Time Warp, I feel pretty good about this, but obviously if I just lose here, I lose. Not sure what Nameless has that's a big threat, or like a big Mind Twist or something would really get me. I'm not sure what the Rafine's Tower exactly is powering out. Well, I don't care too much about birds. I suppose I wouldn't want to see an Atraxa hit the board. Just a hard cast Atraxa would be pretty good, which you could do here, yeah. All right, I mean, I can just still Wrath them away, and I've got cards, a lot of cards in hand. Oh, it's Restless Vinestock? Oh, never mind. Never mind, we are still winning by miles. I was slightly worried, but then I wasn't anymore. Let's see what we got. I mean, I guess I have to have an answer to the Vinestock, but I will find a way. Sadly, not an instant speed Teferi anymore. All right, let's cast Time Warp on myself. I can Time Walk too. It just costs millions of mana. Oh, you got Force of Will in hand? Okay. Shelldock Isle. We've nice to get like a Wanderer. Yeah, Wandering Emperor. Oh man, this is all my gas, but it's okay. Wandering Emperor, I think, is going to be the card I want the most. And then let's just cast the Thieving Skydiver, I think. It doesn't appear to be any targets incoming. I just cast Time Warp, so I'm going to get to attack. Oh, Jace the Mind Sculptor. I do like that one as well. Let's see. Gonna force my Jace. Nope. All right. Let's brainstorm. Force Negation is kind of the card I'm looking for. Let's put the Wraths back and oust the birds. The reason I'm doing that is because the Vinestock pumping the birds doesn't sound like a great time to me. All right, and then I'll pass, and now I've got Shelldock Isle into the Wandering Emperor, and if they force it, I'll probably just remand the Wandering Emperor back to my hand. I could remand Force of Will. It's kind of interesting. If they don't have a second blue card to pitch, then they don't get to recast it. But if they do, remand turns into a glorified 2-mana, you discard a blue card, draw a card, and they lose a life. But I feel like we're doing just fine here. I mean, what are they going to do? Vinestock, have 3 mana left afterwards. I mean, it's a pretty tempting play. I've got a Jace here. What are you going to do? Let it sit there? Oh, we're doing something else? Or are we Vinestocking? It's actually 2 forests. You can barely tell. Shatter Skull Smashing for 4. I will remand that. I'm not overly concerned if this doesn't work. The Jace is not critical to my winning the game here, but might as well. The question then becomes, though, and actually still is present, even as that's gotten remanded, do I want to play Wandering Emperor? I kind of don't, because it's my answer to Restless Vinestock, and it only works as such the turn you play it. So, yeah, and Enable is at 20, so let's not do that. Let's draw. Let's just brainstorm, I think. Put back Wraths. Teferi? And just have a million counters up here. And again, not too worried about getting forced. Draw. And send. I have a Colonnade in my deck still. And I have this Wandering Emperor is probably going to come out this turn. Let's just untap some islands here. Drawing Birds of Paradise, which I guess I'll start Scolding. I don't really see a strong reason not to. I'm not likely to cast this Wrath anytime soon. And then we get to Snapcaster Time Warp? Definitely not Dig. I don't have enough good cards left in my deck to justify that. Birds, yeah, let's turn Scolding the birds. Snap Time Warp could be nice depending on what's going on here. I really would like that Vinestock to get in. I might just Shelldock anyway, because now that I have Snap Time Warp, I can go end of turn, make a Samurai, untap, make another Samurai, Snap Time Warp, and then attack for 4, and then attack for 9 or something like that. That sounds pretty good to me. But it'll kind of depend on what my opponent's doing. If they don't attack and they have all their mana untapped, I'm a little less excited about that plan. But it does sound pretty decent otherwise. The rest of this Vinestock is just a good card, and it's good against my Planeswalkers and sorcery removal. One of my best answers actually is Teferi +1ing and letting me cast those at instant speed. Though I do have Unexpectedly Absent hanging out somewhere. So if I find that. This deck actually pretty covered its bases pretty nicely. The combination of Solitude, Oust, Unexpectedly Absent, and Wraths gave it a lot of play against creatures. Had a lot of counters and a lot of Planeswalkers. I've been very pleased with how it's done so far. the chief accomplishment, of course, beating Paul with his favorite deck to draft. Well, he drafted one of the decks I would like to draft. Kind of a funny little switcheroo. Let's see. What you got? All right, what do we got here? Oh, we're tapping out. This could be the Shatter Skull Smashing, which I guess has new targets now. But that's not really going to do anything. All right, let's counter that. And I think given that Nameless is now tapped out, I'm feeling pretty good. Oh, Force of Will. Sure, yeah, that's fine. Honestly, like, getting my 2 Planeswalkers killed is just not the end of the world here. And LED is the last card when we pitched Atroxa to Force. Okay, so now... Okay, this actually is pretty close then, though. So there's a Restless Vinestock. If I go end of turn, wander, make a token, untap, attack for 4, you're at 12, make a token, Snapcaster, Time Warp, and then I attack. Yeah, that's got to be good enough that the Vinestock's not going to do anything. So Wandering Emperor, create a Samurai, draw, Snapcaster Mage, Time Warp, and make another token, play land, smash for 4, and then next turn I can smash for 9. Opponent's got no cards in hand. Yeah, I mean, this feels pretty good. Shatter Skull Smashing with Force backup wasn't bad, but okay, Ponder. I don't really know what I have left that's live. Oh, Unexpectedly Absent's probably pretty good. So let's just keep that, put a +1/+1 counter on the Snapperino, and attack. If I could Unexpectedly Absent the Lion's Eye, I would, but they could just sack it in response, so that's unfortunately not a very good play, but I would imagine Absent keeps me fairly safe here. And there's not too much you can have to get out of this, but we'll see. Crack the Waterlogged Grove. Oh, Delighted Halfling. That's not so much going to do it. You can have 2 blockers. This thing's lethal by itself. I guess you can crack... Oh, so Nameless is going to play Halfling, crack LED for mana, maybe, and then Waterlogged Grove. Not sure. I mean, you could just crack LED for mana first. You don't have to hold control, but either one works. So now I'm going to Unexpectedly Absent it for the Halfling for 0. I mean, playing it first was definitely right. You're going to discard your hand, but now you're drawing unexpectedly. It was actually very expected at the point which you draw the Halfling. All right, up a game here. The Wrath seemed... okay. The Ousts, yeah, they have mana dorks. So Oust and Wrath are both fine. I don't think Lion's Sash looked that good against them. So I think I'm just going to battle. All right, and this hand, well, I'm definitely not going to mulligan this hand. I've got everything that I could want except for a mana drain or remand, basically. Okay, well, turn 1 Shatter Skull Smashing is not too bad, though. I kind of want to see a Birds of Paradise or Delighted Halfling just so I can get some value from this Oust. If I draw a 2-mana counter here, I'll be thrilled. Oh, Magda, that works. Yeah, let's go Unexpectedly Absent the Magda for 0 here. Just make it so you're drawing Magda next turn, and then I can oust it after that. And, oh, you missed a land drop. Unexpectedly Absent has been so good. It's double white, so it's not always like that, but it has been really good here. Now we're going to Shell Dock the Solitude. You get 1 draw step before you redraw Magda. And then I have Jace, Time Warp, Cryptic. The gates are closing once again. You know, this deck, this is it. I don't think I care about Magda, so what I'm going to do here is just play Jace and +2 it on me, because I actually would leave Magda on top. I'll keep Force of Negation. Didn't have a Force of Will. Now you play Magda, and... what I'm going to do first is I'm going to cast Time Warp, because if this gets forced, it'll change how I Jace. But Force didn't happen last turn, so now, because the Time Warp is resolved, I'll just Jace. I'll just draw nothing here, which is fine. And then I'm just going to go land, bounce Magda with Jace the Mind Sculptor, and more credit to Nameless for playing out the game. I don't know if I would have the spirit. The game's not going to last too much longer, I don't think. Okay, land number 3, and Magda. I guess I'll just keep Jacing the Magda for now. I don't really have a reason to stop. My teammate has all the bolts anyway. Do that. And next turn, maybe I'll brainstorm. I have enough mana at that point. Oh, Lion's Eye Diamond, sure. Okay, into Magda once more. We're getting close to Shelldock. Oh, never mind. Actually, using Dig to shuffle sounds pretty nice. So let's do that. Let's play my land, and I think past the turn, I could chart. I guess actually just this is kind of free dig-wise, so let's just do that, and then we'll brainstorm. Okay, and now we've got some action here. I've already played my land, so let's go land, or Eagle's land. I've got Force of Negation in hand. Things can't get too out of control. I could Snapcaster. If I Snapcaster Oust, I actually won't be able to dig anymore, which is kind of a shame. I think I'm just going to chill for a turn here. Maybe I should have just Snapcaster, put Magda on top. Hold on, maybe that's actually still the play. Yeah, that actually seems kind of nice. Let's do that. Upkeep, Snapcaster, target unexpectedly absent. I really made Mana-Screwed opponents draw bad creatures a lot this this draft. And then cast Absent for 0. Draw Magda. And presumably play Magda unless you have a better play, but that's what your play was last turn. So it's basically just Time Walk. Not very different at all. And, this is just... Like you hold on control in Magic Online to go into full control. This is the full control equivalent of a game where my opponent has... I can't imagine the sequence of cards it would take to get out of this, given that I've got 2 counterspells and 8 lands against... and 2 Planeswalkers against their 3 cards. But I guess we'll see. Maybe there's like some combination of Breach style action that could work, but let's just brainstorm with Jace. Dressdown and Wrath can get out of here. Land. Teferi. Sure. Cycle. Get the last land, I guess. Draw. Oh, there's a Remand. Nice. Pass. Untap these 2. I guess now I'll probably Shelldock before the Magda attacks and get my Solitude into play. So maybe I should have just attacked with Snapcaster. Let's get the Solitude out there. And, sometimes it feels good just to draft blue-white Cheons. Like, this deck is just a classic blue-white control. This just looks like a cube deck from 2012. Obviously, it's got, a couple cards that are new or whatever, but it's Teferi's, Jace's, Planeswalkers, Sack Lion's Eye for blue, Counterspell Path, 4th Earlingus, Arcane Denial Days, Underworld Breach. Yeah, there's some stuff there, and that, my friends, is a 3-0, and we dominated the draft. Updraft Elemental also 3-0'd. Zurg got a win, and Sandy was 1-1, but didn't even need to finish. So, a dominant performance, and let's take a look at this deck. I really like this deck. This deck just had all the pillars, right? It had Planeswalkers, so it had and One Ring, though I never actually did anything with it. These are a bunch of turn value cards that get you card advantage. Time Warp combines really nicely with them. Also had Sunfall plus Wrath, and I kind of count Solitude in the same as these really good white removal spells, along with the early removal of Oust and Unexpectedly Absent. And then it had cantrips. It had Ponder and Brainstorm and Chart a Course. Dress Down kind of also counts. It had a mana fixing, right? It had Seachrome Coast, Eagles, Colonnade, Hallowed Fountain, which was great, and Marsh Flats. And it had counterspells. So many counterspells. It had Stern Scolding, Mana Drain, Remand, Force of Negation, Dig through or Cryptic Command. Oh, Dig's another, and then Dig and Snapcast are kind of their own category of slightly more expensive, really game-breaking spells. Really glad I took this over Mentor, and then Skydiver was just like a nice value card. So this deck was kind of at the lower end of win conditions, but it had such good control elements that it kind of ended up not mattering, and oh yeah, we got there very nicely with this deck. So, alrighty, welcome back with another 4-on-4 Team Cube draft. We've got myself, the tank 4Bean, and Echo Baronin. So I'm actually on Team EU. These are two of the Austrian guys. We got them to join the Discord. And of course, my buddy Andreas, battling against Juju Bean, Governing Dynamics. That's Geddes. He's an old school player from Florida. The sandiest of dogs, so Sandy Dog and Folero. All right, well, we got a 4-on-4. I'm passing to Geddes. Bean's passing to me. There's Force of Will. It's a good card. Lion's Eye Diamond, it's a very good card. Brain Freeze. I mean, Force is actually better than Diamond in a lot of contexts. But, and this is my cube, and I've updated it with Karlov Manor. So there's a bunch of MKM cards in. You can see a lush Portico here. It's extremely lush. I'm kind of feeling like, I think LED and Freeze in the same pack make me hesitant to take either. So I think I'm just going to take Force of Will because I think it's the best card. Wow, I almost took LED and I wish I had. There's Echo of Eons, but I can still just take Time Spiral. And starting on Force Time Spiral is a pretty nice little one too. I don't think Echo's coming back. There's a Thopter Foundry here, a Basalt Monolith, Cryptic, Lotus Field. Yeah, there's a bunch of combo stuff here, and I'll take the Time Spiral. Pass upon Coalition Relic and Titania and all those things. So somewhat weak packs. There's also a Wooded Foothills in the last pack, but I'm glad I just took Force and immediately took Time Spiral. That's a nice little start. Draw 7s and Force of Wills are very good. And, you know, I don't think either of LED or Brain Freeze, or for that matter, Echo of Eons are going to come back, but one can always hope. Well, and then there's this pack, which doesn't have any blue cards in it at all. The best card in this pack, I mean, probably Oliphant. Oliphant's just a very strong card. Persist is also decent, the right deck. Magda, Axebane Ferox. Green didn't have enough 4-mana haste creatures, so I think I'm going to take Oliphant here. This is just a really weak pack, and Oliphant goes in a lot of different decks. Oh, look, now there's Narset, so we're back on track. Narset over Jar. Man, all these draw 7s. In the first couple picks, we've seen Spiral, Echo, Jar, and oh, that's Bring to Light, not Sail into the West. But a lot of the draw 7s, which I wish they were spread out a little bit more, since I'm going to try to draft a draw 7 deck here. Passing a Daze and then some Elves and a Council's Judgment. So I would say nothing super committal. What do we got? We've got a Stern Scolding, a V-Click. There's also a City of Traders. It's kind of nice with Time Spiral. But V-Click's pretty nice with Narset and Force of Will. And it can be nice with Time Spiral, just V-Clicking into that. So I think I'll take V-Click here over Stern Scolding, Generosant, City of Traders. Mishra's Research Desk is another pretty good one. Oh, I love Spell Pierce here. All right, we're slamming Spell Pierce over nothing. I mean, Sunfall's a good card. Court of Garenbrig's a good card too, passing some good green. This is a Shelldock deck if I've ever seen one. Saheeli is also good in this kind of deck, but I feel like Shelldock here with all the draw 7s and whatnot sounds really good. Lazav, Wearer of Faces, is a new MKM card. 2-mana, 2/3. When it attacks, you exile a card in a graveyard and investigate. You make a clue. And whenever you sack a clue, it can copy one of the creatures it's exiled. So it's got some nice action. 2-mana, 2/3 that attacks and makes a clue and exiles a card out of a graveyard. Seems like it could be plausible. Having all blue cards plus, wow, this one Oliphant. This is a cool start. We don't get to start like this that often these days, so I'm enjoying it, even though I'm a little worried because Bean's passing to me and he drafts blue-black like so often, but these cards have all been here, so if I can do this pack 1 and then pack 2 get a decent amount of blue, even if he's cutting me in pack 3, it really won't be the end of the world. I think I put Geddes into green here, but I don't know. Oh, there's Sword of the Meek because there is a Thopter Foundry, which I doubt Bean's going to pass super late, but I'm willing to take the risk because I'm not playing Paragon. I don't really care much about Talisman of Indulgence. Not very close to an Emery deck, so I'll take a very speculative Sword of the Meek. And a surprise to nobody, the Breach and LED, or the LED and Freeze are gone. I guess I'll take Teferi over Portal. It's kind of close, but Force of Will and Spell Pierce make for a pretty good Teferi deck too. So, plus if I get that Thopter Foundry back, Then I'm going to be wanting to play blue-white anyway. Got this Rogue Oliphant just kind of hanging out here. And we got one Teferi as the one white card here, but he even pitches to Force of Will. So I like we're at the start of Big Blue. So you could use some more acceleration, could use some more counter spells. I've got 2 already and 2 really good ones, but I wouldn't mind like Mana Leak Remand type cards as well. And I suppose at some point a way to win the game, but Narset Time Spiral does a pretty good job of that. Let's see if Echo of Eons came back around. Again, I really don't think so. It really shouldn't have, but oh, Thopter Foundry did. All right, let's slam Thopter Foundry over Thought Scour, Basalt Monolith, yeah, Lotus Field, all that. Easy game. All right, so now we have our win condition, and now we're basically blue-white control trying to end on Thopter Foundry with Time Spiral, Narset as a combo. Also, Time Spiral into Thopter Foundry can be pretty nice too. All right, and here, I think I'm going to take the Beseiju because it's pretty good against me, and I'm passing a bunch of green cards no matter what. Plus, I mean, it's such a free roll that I could see myself playing Beseiju if I got some green fixing or what have you. It's a very strong card. And this was just such a good pack 1. We've got the Thopter Sword combo, we've got Force of Will Spell Pierce, and we have 2 good Planeswalkers plus a draw 7. Oh, I actually think this might not be a terrible Bring to Light deck. You can't get artifacts, so you can't get the Thopter combo, but I don't know if I pick up a Valky or something. It's that or just take Rex Sage or hate. You know what? Or honestly, actually, I'm going to just hate the 1-drop because the 1-drops are just like the best green cards. And if Geddes is playing green, I don't really want to pass a super late Avacyn's Pilgrim. I'll take a Tail's End here. I've found this card to be worth main decking. It's a good interactive card. Passing an Ashen Rider, and I did pass a late Torsten, so maybe there's something going on there, but I'm not too worried. I'll take Raging Ravine. I think that one's better. I guess Urborg is black, and black does cast Thopter Foundry, but I don't think it's very likely that I'm going to want an Urborg in my deck, given the cards I have right now. All right, well, no one Cabal Ritual. Okay, so, well, let's just look for some good interaction. I feel like we have our win condition. Sword Thopter or Narset Time Spiral or just Teferi are all pretty legit win conditions. So I just want interaction. Swords to Plowshares, Oust, Balance, Mana Leak Remand, Miscalculation, Mana Drain, just that sort of thing is all I'm looking for, just so I can end up keeping my opponents from killing me. Well, I will take a Mox Jet. I'm not going to complain about that one. So yeah, Mox Jet, passing an Oko. But the thing is, JJ passed a lot of green, though Oko is still just splashable, so he's probably going to take it, especially in a team draft. You don't really want to pass an Oko. But I got a Mox that can even cast Thopter Foundry, so easy Mox here. And after Oko, it's like Snuff Out and Bloodstained Mire. Maybe I'll get a Chromatic Star back. Probably shouldn't get a Lorien Revealed back, but it is possible. There's also a Pentad Prism, which I would definitely play in the deck. Because the other thing is having random artifacts in the deck is good because it means you can just discard Sword of the Meek at some point and then just get it back by sacking a different artifact. Though it doesn't work if the only one you have is Thopter Foundry, of course. Okay. Well, a Mox is an interaction, but it kind of makes it less necessary because it just makes you faster. Oh, yeah, we'll slam Hull Breacher here. I already have a Time Spiral. A bunch of the draw 7s are gone, but Time Twister's not. That would be a sick one to pick up. And if it wasn't Hull Breacher, this would be a pretty grim pack, honestly. Now that I picked up Mox Jet and the Thopter combo and the Narset combo, I would probably try to play Vamp Tutor. But if I can get away with playing only blue and white cards in my deck, I'll be really happy. Whew, all right, this pack has Fury and Atroxa, which is a shame because I don't think either of them are the card I want to take. I want to just take Reprieve, which I probably will. I don't know which of these JJ can use better. My guess is he's going to want to put Atroxa in his deck because I think there's a good chance he's playing heavy black. I didn't see any black cards, and if he was passing me all those blue, there's not very many colors left. He's not going to draft white-red, at least not very often. He could also be heavy red, so either way he's going to take one of those two. I'd be willing to bet because they're the best cards in the pack, and it's hard to imagine a deck that won't be interested in at least one of them. But I don't really see a reason to take one. I'm not going to play either of them. I'll just take the good card for me, and then hopefully Andreas Echo Baronin gets the other one and can use it. Sharp-Eyed Rookie's a new addition. We'll see if this one's any good. This looks pretty medium to me. I could take Unexpectedly Absent. It's a little weak, but it is good interaction. I don't have any blue-white lands, which is kind of the tough part. This is just kind of a weak pack, too. I could take a white-black triome, white-black-red triome, which I guess I can get with Oliphant, but that doesn't really do much for me. I think I'll just take Unexpectedly Absent. There's also Drown in the Loch, but oh, look, now I can just take Rafine's Tower, because I think I want to take the land. This doesn't look quite like a Dig Through Time deck yet, or Lotus Petal, exactly. Cryptic Coat, another sick new addition. This card's awesome. 3 mana, 3/2 unblockable, and you can just keep rebuying with Cryptic Coat. Blue-red tempo in decks like that can really use that, but this is just a Rafine's Tower deck. Plus, it even taps for black, so it can cast Thopter Foundry off white or black, which is some nice flexibility to have. And this pack has, well, it's got a Wasteland. I do like that. There's also Kitesail Larcenist, which is a pretty decent little interactive piece itself. But I kind of want to put Wraths in my deck. There's also Otawara. I think Wasteland's a stronger card than Otawara, so I'll take that. And it's colorless. I'd rather not pass a Wasteland, especially when I have Shelldock Isle. And this deck can easily put Wasteland in its deck and just play it, and it'll be great. Still could use more blue-white lands, but having just one at least makes fetches and land cyclers on, though, of course, a Tundra or Hallowed Fountain, that would be the real dream. Ooh, another new card, Steamcore Scholar. 3 mana, 2/2 Flying Vigilance. When it ETBs, draw 2, and then discard 2 unless you discard an instant or sorcery or a flyer. There's a Gemstone Caverns, but I actually might Steamcore Scholar here. There's also Baleful Strix. I guess I have 2 black sources. This looks like a really good Baleful Strix deck. Like, having an extra artifact to sack to Thopter Foundry is nice. It pitches to Force. I mean, as does Scholar, of course. Though the Scholar, I have a lot of spells in the deck, and I wouldn't have to splash. Actually, I'll try the Scholar. And I think I like them both more than Gemstone Caverns. Ooh, Snapcaster. It's not the best Snapcaster deck yet, but it's going to get better, and I think I like it more than another, basically more blue-white tap lands. Another new addition, because it's now on Magic Online. Shadowgrange Archfiend is a 7 mana 8/4, and when ETBs, they sack their creature with the greatest power among their creatures, and you gain life equal to that. Equal to that power, but it also has Madness of 3 mana, pay 8 life, so it's a pretty sweet card. You know, Prism and Star both came back. They're both pretty good to sack to Thopter Foundry. This is looking more like a Pentad Prism deck. I feel like I will more appreciate the ramping with Time Spiral into Fairy. All right, I guess I'll take Dark Slick Shores if I do end up playing black. I don't care about Fiery Islet, and I'm passing a bunch of green the other direction. Here, I think I'm just going to hate the Exhume. I just think there's still a chance JJ is playing Animates, and Exhume is the strongest card there. Drown in the Loch is a card I could definitely play. I don't know how likely it is I'm going to play it, but it's not 0. And sure, I'll take a Gitrog Monster. Take a Thief of Sanity as well. I've got 2 blue-black cards in the sideboard that are worth considering, especially since I have Dark Slick, Rafine's Tower, Moxjet. It does kind of make me wish I just took the Baleful Strix over Steamcore Scholar, but Steamcore Scholar actually looks nice because I have like Tail's End, Drown the Loch, Unexpectedly Absent, Spell Pierce. These are situational instants and sorceries, so getting to pitch them and draw 2 cards, it's actually a pretty good deal. Okay, so we're going into pack 3 here. We're not really missing anything, but obviously there's cards we would like. Well, there's some cards we would like here. I gotta take Swords to Plowshares. I don't think it's close. I have a Snapcaster Mage. Swords Snapcaster is awesome. Swords to Fairy is incredible. Swords is just such a good card. I love Ponder, Delta, Tinker, Bauble, Balance, Night's Whisper. I mean, I'll get lost. Yeah, I'll get something back here. I would be shocked if I didn't, because someone's going to take Adeline, someone's going to take Stormseeker, someone's going to take Exploration, probably Arwen too, along with Tinker, Balance, Ponder, Delta. Yeah, so I guess one of the green cards will come back, but I'll take the Swords to Plowshares and be happy with it. I think this is better Swords than Balance. Oh my, whew. So there's Academy and Retrofitter in the same deck. In the same pack. There's also Skull Clamp. So we're definitely not a Skull Clamp deck. No, we can't really make that work. We could take Academy, but it would be good only if Thopter Foundry was going off. It is really good when Thopter Foundry is going off, but that would be the only time. There's Seasoned Dungeoneer as just the best card. There's Retrofitter. Is there any chance Academy wheels? I don't think so. JJ wouldn't even pass it to me with that many cards left, even if he did see it then, and it'd probably get taken earlier. I think I'm supposed to just take Seasoned Dungeoneer here. I've got a bunch of good interactive cards. I just took a Swords, and I have a bunch of Flyers. All right. Dungeoneer looks good to me. It also keeps the best card over here. And now I'll just take Feywild Caretaker, and I'll be like Yeah, like a blue-white deck that has a couple initiative creatures. All right, so let's move those there. And I don't know if I'm playing the black cards yet, but the 2 initiative cards also can go search for black mana, which is nice. Oh, there is a Luris, which I'm not anywhere close to taking. There's a Jace the Mind Sculptor, which I am very close to taking. Probably Wheel Wrath, I would love to. There's also Time Warp. Time Warp with both initiative cards is pretty sick. It's also pretty sick with Thief of Sanity. I wonder if, and Teferi. I wonder if there's any thought to taking Time Warp over Jace. That sounds crazy to me, actually. So I'm just going to take Jace. I'll probably take Karakas now. I like Lingering Souls and all that, but Karakas is just like a busted card. I don't even have any legends, and I'm still just in for taking Karakas and getting free wins against sneak decks. First of all, there's Time Twister. Second of all, I don't think JJ is playing Reanimator, but I don't think Geddes is either, so hopefully the tank is, or 4Bean over there. All right, well, I'm going to slam a Time Twister here, because now my Hull Breacher deck is really good. I'm actually thinking I can cut the 2 black cards. They're not that great to splash. I just won't play Darkslick Shores. I'm probably not going to get another blue-white land here, though I would take it over everything, given that I have basically a perfect deck all set up here. So let's see what the last 2 packs have. But I mean, this is kind of what our deck is looking like. Yeah. All right. I mean, if I had 15 lands right now, I'll have 19 lands plus a Mox Jet, so I need like 1 or 2 more playables. Easy. All right, and here, just pass all these good cards. There's a lot of good cards in this pack, and I'll just take Mind Stone. Mind Stone's another artifact. It ramps me to my good 4s and 5s. Seems like a fine card to take. And Tundra, a Hail Mary Tundra here. I would be pretty stoked if that's what I got. Ooh, one of the rewards for being in blue-white is you get No More Lies, which is mana leak that costs blue-white, which is exactly what this deck wants. So taking that over Brazen Barber for sure. Definitely could use a mana leak. Oh, and Ponder came back around. Oh, we take those. So Night's Whisper, Ponder, and Bauble are still here, as well as that Arwen. Okay, now I actually have to cut a card. Pretty lucky. All the artifact stuff still kind of in the pack. I'm not playing Spire Bluff in this deck. I'm not playing Kappa Cannoneer in this deck either, but it is the best card. Could Geddes be playing like an Academy deck? You know what? I'm going to take Scavenging Ooze because it hates on my combo. Same with Haywire Might here. I think that's like a decent default since I'm not playing any of these other cards anyway. Yeah. And we're not looking to get anything else. I kind of want to cut 1 card and play 17 lands plus a Mox Jet. Because I have like a Wasteland, a Cycling Land, and a Shelldock. So I don't mind playing 1 land over. Maybe I cut the Mind Stone, because I already do have Pentad Prism, though the 2 mana rocks are pretty nice when you've got a Mox in your deck, because you just land Mox mana rock is a very nice way to play a turn 2 Dungeoneer or Jace, that sort of thing. I could also cut Unexpectedly Absent from the deck, because we'll see if the Wrath wheels, I'm going to be pretty interested in playing it. And I think that's the next pack. But if it doesn't, I could cut Absent and end up like play 1 less white source than maybe I would have otherwise. Though I think my mana is going to be pretty good. I have a blue-white land, a Pentad Prism, and then the 2 initiative creatures. I'm not really going to play Pyrite. I guess I'll take Tar Pit as the best card here. And if I end up wanting to play black, Tar Pit actually, I mean, Tar Pit's kind of nice with initiative. I don't know. I'll take Zernorb. It's that or Utopia Sprawl. They're both pretty good. Zernorb messes up some combos. Sure, I'll take a Displacer Kitten, which I don't think I'm going to play in this deck, even though, and the Wrath didn't come back, dang. Yeah, what if I cut Unexpectedly Absent? Because then I can play like 7 or 8 white sources, and then like a lot of blue sources. Because blue also has Ponder and last pick Inquisition, huh? JJ's not playing black, I wouldn't imagine. Ponder and Steamcore Scholar as additional card draw with 1 initiative creature in each color, which is kind of funny too. All right, let's get to deck building. Well, it wasn't particularly hard to build this one. It was exactly like I just, when we were done drafting, I imported and it's like, This is enough cards. Playing 8 islands, 5 plains for a total of 10 blue plus prism and 7 white plus prism. So not ideal mana, but I don't think I can play more lands, and I don't really think I want to cut the Wasteland. Maybe I'm supposed to cut Wasteland just for another plains, just because having an early Swords or Reprieve or No More Lies is so good. And then I'll side in Wasteland if it looks like it's right. This deck is, it doesn't need Wasteland to, like, it's not like a pressure deck. The Wasteland plus Tails End on their fetch land, that's a thing. Really, this looks like a great deck to me. It's got Force, Spell Pierce, No More Lies, Tails End as counterspells. It's got V-Click, Narset as ways to kind of pressure control or combo decks and control decks, Hull Breacher 2. It's got the 2 initiative creatures that can get ahead of things. It's got Swords, whatever, Reprieve as a counter also. It's got Swords as interaction. I guess I'm a little light on interaction, and maybe that's a reason to try to play Unexpectedly Absent. Maybe I just played over Mind Stone. I added in the 8th white, which makes me a little more likely to play it, and I feel like this deck could use the help. Even late game, I wouldn't mind having it. And it's even got like some good cantrips, like it's got Ponder, Snapcaster Mage, Steamcore Scholar, and the whole Hull Breacher combo thing, plus a bunch of Planeswalkers. Yeah, this deck looks good. Let's see how it does. I will take a look at our teammates' decks and then see how it does. Excuse that, I had to get a Shadow Grange Archfiend for one of my teammates. It's now newly on Magic Online. All right, so this is Andreas's deck, Echo Baronin. He's got Lotus Petal, a bunch of Jeskai lands for basically white weenie splashing Aragorn, Comet, Fury, Bombardiers, Bronecrusher. Looks pretty good to me. You know, no power, but a very solid curve. And then I'm going to call him Plusmacher. He's got a bunch of different online names. Forbein. In any case, he's got... Actually, I'm just going to call him Anton. That's going to be easier. A good mono red deck with Minsk and Boo, Fire Blast, Pyrokinesis, a bunch of good red drops, a bunch of good removal. Yeah, again, no power, but luckily we saved it all here for the tank. Adrian here has Mox, Lotus, and Mox Diamond, as well as Demonic Tutor, the Academy, a bunch of big stuff, Sneak Attack, Tinker. Oh, this deck looks pretty fun. All right, I like the way this looks. Let's get to round 1. All right, we're on the draw here, and yeah, I will keep this hand. This is turn 1, land, Mox, Pentad Prism. I can force pitching Snapcaster, and then I can cast a Time Spiral at some point. I knew Geddes was playing green. I'm not going to force a 1-drop if that's the question. Well, luckily it kind of wasn't. All right, land isn't too bad because land does make it more likely I hit Time Spiral kind of on mark, which isn't going to be the best Time Spiral in the world because I'm using mostly artifact sources to cast it. But forcing a play, getting a sword into play, and then casting a Time Spiral, that all seems fine. So let's play this Pentad Prism, ship the turn. And, well, what would I counter on 2 mana? Honestly, there's not much. Like, I guess... I don't think I'd even counter Outland Liberator. Cycling Generous End Tier, sure. Getting Savannah, so green-white. I guess I'm glad I didn't pass the Seasoned Engineer. Oh, green-white red, maybe? We'll see. Lotus Cobra, yeah, I'm going to let that one happen. Because if I draw a land... Oh, well, that's a different... Actually, let's not do draw step. Let's wait till the Cobra, the land triggers. Because it's possible that Geddes will play a different land based on what I've been dealing click here. Okay. In response to the Cobra trigger, I'm going to go V-click here and see what's up. See if I can snipe a good play, and it'll give me the information I need to decide whether to force a will or not. Maybe I'll even take his only play. Who knows? I won't force a will anything targeting the Vendilion click right now. That is not my plan. Eternal Witness, Sylvan Library, Outland Liberator. The problem is I don't know if I'm going to get to Time Spiral or not this turn. But I think I will still take... It's going to be one of the 2 drops. Does it matter which one if I'm going to force the other one? I guess I'll take the Sylvan Library, sure. Just because I don't want him playing both 2s at once. And then now he can play Eternal Witness. Well, I guess that's not going to do too much. He's going to play Outland Liberator here. Or he could Eternal Witness. I think with Outland Liberator, I'm just not gonna counter it. If he wants to blow up Pentad Prism, he can. Oh, attacking? Okay, well that I'm gonna be very happy to block. And then on my turn, I'm gonna, because if I draw a land and cast Time Spiral, then that's fine. If he's gonna blow up that, that's fine too, because I'm just gonna hopefully draw a land here, and he's down to not a whole lot either. So I go land, let's play Sword of the Meek here, pass the turn, and we know about the Savannah's gone, the Sylvan's gone, the Mountain's still there, Liberator's gone. So it's got these cards in hand, plus 2 more. There's a Forest, so these plus 1 more. And Eternal Witness, I think that's also fine. And then now I can maybe hard cast the Outland Liberator, or a Force of Will on Outland Liberator if I draw a land here. I guess I did draw a land, maybe just forcing would have worked out better. But his hand was so bad, it didn't feel like I was in such a hurry to spiral either. And I drew a land. So now let's just pass the turn. And now we get to hard cast Force and then cast a Time Spiral with more lands in play, which I think is just quite a bit stronger. Okay, there's Mountain. And what am I going to do here? Yeah, I'm just going to hard cast Force on whatever gets cast next, presumably. And then the Snapcaster doesn't do much, but I guess if I draw a spell... Oh, what is this? Nissa? All right, well, I'm going to counter that. All right. I mean, spell helps, or land and just draw a bunch of land and cast Time Spiral. Sure, we'll do it this way. Untap. 3, 4, 5. Okay, so now I've got a bunch of options. I could Thopter Foundry and start making Thopters. I could Seasoned Engineer. I have Jace. Kind of feels like just getting Seasoned Engineer going is going to be the best place to start. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to get a Plains here and pass the turn. Redrawing Force of Will would have been really nice, but I think this is pretty good. And part of the reason I wanted to get the Dungeoneer going first is Thopter Sword can basically lock up the initiative very easily. It's hard to keep the initiative against that. So getting the initiative going, I think, is worth it. All right. Nissa's good. Obviously, keeping up Tail's End would have been nice there, but for Nissa. But I do get to kill the Nissa unless Geddes takes initiative. But the only way he can take initiative, unless he has a kill spell, is to jam both those creatures, and then I get to block the Forest. So I guess I feel pretty good about this. I have a Jace as well coming, and then next turn I can also play Thopter Foundry and start to make a bunch of tokens here. 4 mana. I guess I hope it's not like a questing beast. It's not. It's a Tireless Tracker and a Llanowar Elves. Okay. Yeah, this looks fine then. I might have to equip Sword of the Meek here. Well, actually, no, I don't. What I can do here is I can go to the Forge, forge my Seasoned Engineer. Let's draw a Teferi as well. 6, 7 mana. So, because what I can do is I can attack Nissa and hope my top card is a spell. But if it's not, then it's pretty bad. What I kind of want to do is Jace and set it up so my top card definitely is a spell. And then Nissa, and then the Explorer will make this kill Nissa. And if I find Swords to Plowshares off this, that would be ideal. Let's draw 3. Oh, I found Force of Will too. So what's my worst spell here? I guess probably Teferi, Hero of Dominarius, funnily enough. So put land and Teferi back. Well, I guess I can just leave it on top also. Oh. All right. Attack Nissa. Do I want to put revealed card into my graveyard? Yeah, I think I do. I don't think I need Teferi the way this game is going. It's close, I guess, but Nissa down, land, and I think I'm just going to pass. I could Swords the forest so they don't get to tap it for mana, but it's got Vigilance, so Geddes is going to attack with it first. Oh, Gaia's Cradle. Okay. But what I at this point, Geddes has to A, take initiative, and B, kill Jace, and I think the Swords will make it difficult for him to necessarily do both. So we'll have to see where he attacks and all that before deciding. And then I'm probably going to Force of Will. I'm hoping he plays one spell this turn, though obviously he could play two. Also, if he plays a legendary spell and I get to Tails End it, that's pretty nice. So we'll see what this is. This looks like a Green Sun Zenith, but... Oh, 4th Ear Lingus X equals 6. Yeah, no, that's... I'm going to pass on that. I think I am going to pitch the Tails and... No, I'm going to pitch the Feywild Caretaker. I can just tap out for Thopter Sword, so I feel like I'll just be doing that instead. I can also Tails End and prevent the initiative from leaving if he hits with just one. Oh, it's one or more creatures. Yeah, I can actually... Tails End can keep the initiative, which is really funny. So what I think I'm going to do... We'll see. Those two are attacking Jace, and then that's attacking me. And then that's attacking me. I guess I can't keep Jace alive no matter what. What does keeping the initiative mean? Nothing. Nothing really. Because he could just... Because I could just attack back and take it, and him getting the first level initiative doesn't matter, but it's just good to know that that's an option. Especially since it's not like Monarch, which triggers for every creature. This is one or more, so Tails End can always keep the initiative for a turn. Huh, I kind of like that. Alright, so this is going at Jace, going at me, going at me. Oh, so now I can Swords the forest, and then these two are attacking me, and Jace stays alive? Sure. And yeah, I could counter this with Tails End, but I don't really think I need to do that. He can hit the first level here. There might be a time where I need to do that, but I don't believe it is now. 4th Ear Lingus for 6 is pretty good. But luckily I found that Force of Will. Jace Brainstorm worked out really nicely there, I gotta say. Alright, let's just take my turn. No real reason to do anything. I don't know my top card at all. I think I'm just going to Brainstorm here. I don't really think I need to be -1ing Jace. I'll put back... Definitely putting back a land. And I think... I think a Spell Pierce probably... Well, hold on. I'm going to put back Spell Pierce, land, and then attacking with the Seasoned Dungeoneer. And then on draw step, maybe I'll V-click, though maybe just making a bunch of Thopters is better. So this hits Geddes for 6 down to 17, and then down to 12 after we get trapped here. I mean, I kind of want to spend the least mana possible, but I guess I don't have a counterspell right now. Let's see. So if I go land, Thopter, Foundry, and if I Vendilion, I leave up Tails End and Unexpectedly Absent, as well as using the Thopter a bunch of times. All right, I guess I'll draw step Vendilion. It seems like avoiding something like a Crater Hoof is pretty good, and I can also, depending on what I see, put a Tireless Tracker on top if I want to, before he has a chance to use it for mana. And then let's take a look. What you got going on here? And there's the Crater Hoof. Yeah. I mean, I think I'm gonna put Crater Hoof back. That seems fine. I could Tails End the trigger, but I don't think I really need to do that. I need to still have a Crater Hoof in play. What I'm probably going to do here is Unexpectedly Absent the Skull Clamp. Though he does get a clue to get it back, I suppose. I could Unexpectedly Absent and put it 2 cards deeper. Let's see what he's going to do. You can play Sylvan Library, but that doesn't do a whole lot. You could also play and crack a Clue, but at that point, is it better just to play and crack Skull Clamp? How much mana does he have? 6, 9, 10 mana total? Not counting any creatures that could come into play. He's drawn one additional card off the Vendilion Click. All right, so he's cracking the Clue. That's fine. Yeah, now that makes me want to Unexpectedly Absent to kind of slow the clamp down for a turn. I still don't really care if he goes to the initiative here. And next turn, yeah, there's clamp. That's fine. And then you can also Tail's End the Skull Clamp. the trigger after the creature dies. Next turn, I'll have a lot of mana up, and then I'll just probably sink it all into using Thopter Sword. I haven't actually used Thopter Sword yet, and it's like kind of vaguely threatening to do something, but we'll see. It feels like the Seasoned Dungeoneer is gonna kind of close things out without the need for a whole lot of Thopter Swording, but Thopter Sword is a pretty good backup plan, just in case. Okay, cycle a Generous Ent. That is fine. Kind of expect the Skull Clamp to get equipped at some point here. Looks like it might be getting equipped to the Eternal Witness. Yeah, I will not be putting Eternal Witness back on top. I'm going to put Skull Clamp back on top. Boom. So then the equip doesn't really happen. And you have to wait a whole turn to start clamping again. And by then, I'll have hit for 9. All right, Sylvan Library is fine. And I'll have an army of Thopters, so that's fine. And then Tail's End will stop any Craterhoof outs, like whether you get his redrew it after shuffling or has like a natural order or anything like that. And then that should be it. I mean, the Seasoned Engineer is going to clock regardless, but the Thopter Foundry Sword can also kind of finish things off. Geddes could attack with all 3 creatures here, but I'd make a 2/3, so I'd Eat Witness and like Chump Tracker, or Eat Witness and Elves. I guess you could attack with the Tracker kind of regardless. That leaves me with Snap with a bunch of good options. So yeah, I would say we got things pretty much locked down here. Let's sack Sword of the Meek. Make a thing. Draw. I guess we'll go into the archive here. We'll peruse the archives. We can attack for 11. Oh, I guess this is actually lethal if I stack non-land on the top of my deck. So that's kind of nice. Oh wow, Seasoned Engineer would trigger off Vendilion Click too. You only get to target one creature, but it is nice that if I have a Vendilion Click in play and I play Dungeoneer and attack with the click, then I will get some good value there too. Okay, draw 3. Put back a Steamcore Scholar as the card you get to know about. I guess I have to target the Seasoned Engineer still. And I also have now picked up Spell Pierce and Reprieve. Yeah, this deck's really fun. Yep, you get pro everything. Reveal a Steamcore Scholar. No reason to bin it. Not that I'm going to end up using it either. All right, take 12, and that was game 1. Long game. I guess if I didn't have the Boseiju, that's one of the cards that could be an out here. But yeah, I don't think anything else is getting past Spell Pierce, Reprieve, Tail's End. Oh, and there we go. All right, so playing against green. Well, I have all my playables in already, so the question is actually, do I want to put Thief of Sanity in my deck? Because Thief is pretty good against green decks. They don't really have a good way to kill it. So Geddes had Forthy or Lingus, Nissa, Sylvan Library. I think I'm going to keep the Spell Pierce in. Tail's End counters Nissa, can counter Craterhoof triggers. That's okay. Can counter a Skull Clamp trigger. Oh, Hull Breacher is going to be fantastic. I think I'll keep the deck the way it is. All right, on the draw this game. What do we got? This kind of feels like a mulligan. Playing against a green deck, if he just goes Elf into Tireless Tracker, like this hand is just terrible. So yeah, I'll keep this hand. And I think I'm going to put an island on the bottom. Time Spiral and like Jason Teferi do make me want to keep more lands. Oh, Hex Drinker? Oh, I don't mind that as much. What land do I play on turn 1 is kind of the question. I think I've got to play Plains because if I play Island or Rafine's Tower and Geddes has a Mox or an Ancient Tomb, I just lose. Like if he pumps the Hex Drinker to 3, I just don't really want to deal with that. All right, I think I'm going to take it, and if he pumps it, that's fine. That's going to hope what I hope happens. Oh, I don't really care about that too much. Let's draw. I'm just going to play Island. I'm going to pass here. And kind of hope he just pumps the Hex Drinker 3 times here. So that's the best case scenario for me. If he's got nothing better to do. I didn't plow it last turn. What are the odds that I have it now? Yep. All right. Well, the Crater Maker is kind of annoying. I'm not taking that much damage or anything, but it does mean the Hull Breacher doesn't do anything. All right, I'm just going to play this. Now I'm actually kind of glad I didn't play the Rafine's Tower because I get to cycle it. That's the big finish. Really need Geddes' next play to be something I can counter with Spell Pierce here. Otherwise, I run the risk of falling pretty far behind. Could also hope this Rafine's Tower cycles into something, or that he taps out and I just draw Time Twister. Well, I guess if I draw Time Twister, more like I draw Time Twister and he taps out, because I'm not throwing out the Hull Breacher even if he's tapped out here, and if I don't know I have something coming up for it. All right. I could Spell Pierce that, but that doesn't sound like a very good play. So it's probably named White. Yeah. All right. I'm going to cycle this. Can I get a little action? I sure can. All right. Let's go Seasoned Dungeoneer here. And if he kills the Seasoned Dungeoneer, then the Seasoned Dungeoneer is gone. But if not, it's going to take over the game pretty nicely. Let's just get an island here, because I actually might want triple blue at some point. And hope that this play isn't Nissa. Nissa would be pretty annoying. Or a removal spell, but again, there's not much I can do to stop that. All right. Chariot. Well, on the one hand, I would have liked to Spell Pierce the Chariot, but on the other hand, I have Caracas, so that's not so bad. All right, so let's do this. Forge or Lost Well. I'm going to do Forge because that way I can block the cats. And also the Seasoned Dungeoneer hitting for a lot of damage is going to be so much more important. All right, so let's go land. And I think I'm going to go Narset here and draw. I need to find some action. Finding a Force of Will or a Counterspell would be really nice. There's both. There's Force of Will and No More Lies. So a 3-mana counter or a pitch counter. Huh. It's kind of interesting. I think I'm just going to take the pitch counter because No More Lies is easy to play around. And there's a chance I might have to tap the Caracas here if he crews the Chariot. Also, I don't really care too much if I have to pitch Spell Pierce. Maybe it's wrong. I just wanted the flexibility of A, being able to tap out, and B, him knowing I have No More Lies in hand makes it a lot harder to land that card. Oracle of Moldiah. All right. That's not a land. This is going to be the second time Geddes has played Oracle against me, and he's like 0 for 5 on hitting lands. Look, Oracle's just not that good, honestly. All right. Does he want to send in some clowns? He definitely could. Nope. All right. Well, in that case, I guess we'll trap. I think I'd rather trap than goad the Oracle. Because he can always just tap the creature to the stupid Chariot anyway. As it turns out, goading is basically never going to be right. All right. Trap. Nogi for 5. Draw. I don't even care if the Narset dies. I'm definitely going to use it here. Oh, that's nice. That is really nice. Unexpectedly absent is going to be huge here. Let's minus this thing. I guess if I find Time Spiral, I could just slam it. Ponder, Tails End, Teferi. I mean, Teferi actually sounds pretty tempting. Because now, here's what I'm going to do. This is just... I'm really going off with my incremental advantages here. Let's draw. We're going to +1 Teferi. Going to untap. Do I want to keep an island or a Caracas untapped here? I think I'd rather keep Caracas untapped, and because I'm going to untap enough mana to cast Unexpectedly Absent. Thopter Foundry, does that change anything? I don't think so, because I just don't think... I guess I might actually want to Spell Pierce here. So let's... And I could pitch the Thopter if I need to. So he's going to draw 4th Eorlingus. Oh, he's going to think, maybe I'm going to get a Forest. And the answer is no. No, you are not. I'm going to put the Oracle back on top of your deck. And then Spell Pierce 4th Eorlingus if he tries to cast it for 2. He can kill my Narset. He can take the initiative back. He could even Crew Chariot at this point. I feel like I'm in pretty good shape here. I guess what he could do is he could Crew Chariot, attack, and have Crater Maker plus Chariot to take down Dungeoneer. Something to be concerned with. But I know he's got 4th Eorlingus in hand. It seems pretty hard to resist casting it. Though I did tap my Caracas and leave an island untapped, which is a real cost. So it'll be interesting to see how Geddes plays this. I also can just let something hit me. It's not the end of the world if so. Lotus Cobra, sure. Okay. We're doing some sending. Yes, no, maybe so. No attacks, all right. Let's draw, because now we're in the archives, and now I think we got the game pretty much locked up here. Next turn, he's going to play Oracle of Moldiah, but I'm not that worried about that. Do I want to minus this? I could minus the Teferi on the Utopia Sprawl. And then he draws Oracle, and he can't cast it, and he doesn't draw the land till the turn after. Yeah, I kind of like that. All right, minus Teferi on Utopia Sprawl. Okay, and let's cast Thopter Foundry. Okay, I guess that'll do it. That demoralized him sufficiently, and we are 1-0. All right, time for round 2, playing against Jujubin, who's on green-black mid. I'm on the play here. Yeah, I will keep this hand. Look, I'm on the play and have turn 2 Unexpectedly Absent, and if I draw any blue source, I get to go Spell Pierce Tails End and Ponder to find more action. All right, so what I'm going to do here, I think, is... Oh, that was a really bad draw. I'm going to put Elvish Mystic on top after he draws. So that next turn he's drawing an Elvish Mystic on a turn, which presumably is not that useful for him, and he doesn't get to 3 mana on 2. Okay, well... Bird. I do another double blue card? Okay. Now he didn't play a land, and you know he's not drawing one this turn, so I guess we're both... Okay, Sakura Tribe Elder, go. All right, can I get a blue here? Oh, and if I drew a blue, I'd get to Tails End the Sakura Tribe Elder. It would have been really good. Oh, well. Look, I kept this hand, knowing what the risks were, but there's a pretty good chance that by now I'll have drawn either a card I could play or not. Double blue card, blue card. JJ has 7 cards and still no lands? Let's see what he's doing. We know he's got Elvish Mystic in hand as well. Grist the Hunger Tide. Sure, that would be a nice one to counter with Tails End. All right, Mill the Thoughtseize at least. Well, I mean, that's a playable card, I guess. But yeah, we're gonna lose this game, I would imagine. Court of Garenbrig, definitely something I don't want to see hit. Okay, he milled Oko, sure. All right, here we go. Island. All right, island. Pass the turn. Swamp cycle. I could tails end that, but then he would just get to play multiple spells anyway. Court of Garenbrig. I'm going to counter that one and exile it. I could have used Spell Pierce. Maybe that was better. I feel like I'm going to be tight on mana this game, but I guess he's probably got a lot of non-creature spells in hand. I don't know. All right, let's go Steamcore Scholar. I think that's where I want to start, because drawing 2 hopefully draws me into an island. No, I'm going to discard a matching card. I think I'm going to discard Ponder now and play Rafine's Tower. And then my plan is to force this turn and then cast Time Spiral, I think. So it actually kind of worked out better that I used No More Lies there, I think, because now the Court of Garenbrig's exiled, and after I Time Spiral, he's not going to get to see a new one. This game has been really weird. He's missed a bunch of land drops too. So the way it's kind of turned out, I mean, we'll see what the plays are, but I have more lands out in play than he does, because once I started hitting land drops, like I went island, plains, go, but then I went island into this, and then Rafine's Tower, and now we're kind of back in it here. Bone Shards, discarding Atraxa, okay, and then Goryo's Vengeance, which I'm going to force pitching Spell Pierce. So I'm going to get to Time Spiral. He's going to have me at 13. He's going to have the Elvish Mystic in play. And then a bunch of tokens here. All right. I guess that's where we're going to be at. That's fine. Well, Thopter Foundry is nice, but I got to just spiral here. I'm not doing anything too good. Oh. I spiraled into Homebreacher Time Twister. Unbelievable. No stuff out. Come on, JJ. No stuff out. Don't you do it to me. Oh yeah, there we go. I could Snapcaster do it again. He does have this Grist out. Yeah, that seems like it's probably good to do, because it's not like it's going to happen. It's not like I have any way to get Spiral back anyway, so let's do that. And no way to use any other mana, but let's do that. And then I have a Narset and an Unexpectedly Absent. Okay. Let's start with Narset, I think, because I'm going to want to play this regardless. Minus this. Hit Tail's End. Huh. That's not a great one for him to know about, but that's all right. So I'm going to go say go, and then I'm going to go Unexpectedly Absent on that for a while. And then I'll be able to, I guess I'll do it for 1, and then I'll be able to Tails End that when it comes back. But I think just keeping this mana up, I could have put it directly on top and just Tails Ended this turn. Maybe that would have been better. He can attack Narset. No, he is done. He didn't know my hand was all garbage. Oh, that was a sick win. I got so lucky. Yeah, it was probably going to be fine. Well, that's the way to come back. Playing against Sultai Value here. Do I want Wasteland? His mana is probably worse than mine, but I just feel like I'm not really a Wasteland deck so much, so I'll pass. All right, time for game 2. Yeah, I think Shelldock really is very good, and he's got like Thoughtseize in his deck, so I think I'm happy enough keeping this kind of hand against Thoughtseize. You can take my Thopter, you can take my Snap. Both of them are missing the cards that make them good, and I'm not too worried. It's the only untapped black source JJ has, apparently, is that Peatland in hand. Oh, Steamcore Scholar's nice. And, oh, do I want Time Twister or Jace under the hood? I'm going to say Time Twister. I feel like an end-of-turn Time Twister is really strong. And obviously if I find Hullbreacher, that goes a long way too. Okay. JVP is the MVP. That was a really good draw too. My first 2 draws have been awesome. This is why you keep, land heavy hands against Thoughtseize decks. You let them Thoughtseize you, and then you top deck your way out of it. And you got all the lands to play, so you can cast all the spells. See? Just like I drew it up. And then Steamcore Scholar with the stupid little hat. Let's see if I can find an instant sorcery or creature with flying to discard. Those are my options. Or just, discard 2. Discarded Nissa and is going to play like an Oko or something. Is what it looks like. Oh, Liliana of the Veil. Yeah, no, I don't really want that either. And it doesn't even flip Jace next turn because I exile it. That's kind of nice. Land. Let's go Steamcore Scholar. I'll discard 2 cards. I'll discard 2 islands. I feel like Unexpectedly Absent is going to be better here than lands. And I can hit my next 2 land drops, and honestly, I could be close to time twistering by then, depending on how much more card draw anyone else here plays. Like, Juju's on 28, I'm on 27 cards, but I feel like we both have a lot of ways to make that number go down quickly. If JJ really wants to Thoughtseize me, he could crack the Nurturing Peatland first, or if he has like a fetch land or cantrip. Otherwise, he can loot and go to 4 cards in graveyard. So no getting Thoughtseize this turn, most likely. Could obviously get Duressed or something. Oh, and he passed the last pick Inquisition. So he's playing Reanimator. Yeah, he took the Atroxa. We do know that. Plains, Moxjet. Send with Steamcore Scholar here. And do I want to Unexpectedly Absent the Jace? If I do that, I can't Snapcaster anything this turn, but he didn't play anything last turn. I had the fetch, and he could have flipped Jace there as well if you wanted to. I kind of think I'm just going to Absent the Jace here. Just get that thing out of here. I lose out on the Snapcaster ability here, but if I don't do that, he's just going to Thoughtseize me, so it's not like it's really going to prevent JJ from casting something good this turn. And that now Snapcaster Absent could be something, Maybe I'm going to get Mind Twisted or something. I don't know. Animating Grave Titan wouldn't be ideal, but it's not like the end of the world. I've got 3 mana up. He knows about the Snappy. Doesn't know about anything else. Anything else being an island. What do I want to draw here? I mean, Time Spiral would be awesome. Time Spiral usually is. Teferi would be good. I guess I can't really draw Jace because it's at the bottom of my deck. Hull Breacher would be a card I want to draw, but I kind of wouldn't choose to have it show up quite yet. I want the Hull Breacher to be floating in the deck until right before I want to cast Time Twister. Then is when I want to draw the Hull Breacher. All right, Corpse Dance on the Grave Titan. Yeah, I don't love that. That I don't like. But had I not absented the Jace, he could flip Jace, Thoughtseize me, and still just do this. I'm gonna take it, I guess. I don't know. Maybe I should block there. Another island, huh? Let's hit for 2. The Steamcore Scholar is kind of delivering the beats. If I drew in like a Vendilion Click or something, I would be kind of getting there. So he still has Corpse Dance in hand as well as a bunch of other ones. Let's see what is. Oh, he's leading with a spell first. Okay, I like the sound of that. No, he's attacking first. I don't like the sound of that. I'm going to play Snappy. I think I have to. And I think I'm going to target Unexpectedly Absent here. You're at 8. If I block, I don't think I want to block with the Scholar, and I think I'll Unexpectedly Absent one of the tokens. And this way I buy myself more time, though whatever JJ casts here I'm pretty scared of. Oh, from the Catacombs on Snapcaster to just get the initiative? Okay. That's fine. That's kind of dangerous because Steamcore Scholar can take back the initiative unless he goes Swamp Bone Shards. That would be unfortunate. I feel that that might be what's happening here. Oh, Thoughtseize. Oh, he's snapping Thoughtseize. Now going into 5. Oh. Okay. This works, I think. I mean, this has made the game a lot closer. Let's get a plains and still play my island. Pass the turn. If I'd drawn a spell that turn, I think I could win. Because right now, Steam Core Scholar hits you to 1. I guess it's not lethal because I get the forge counters afterwards. But I take 6 here, going to 4. He's on 23 cards. Okay. Yeah, I think I needed to draw a spell this turn. Obviously, I can redraw next turn. Like, if I draw something good next turn, that's a thing. But I'm not too jazzed about how this is going. Oh, well, he drew him, and he's going to him. Oh, his own. Wow, he himmed himself hoping to not hit the corpse dance. Oh, my God. Sure. He's. I guess it was a 2/3 chance because he had 3 cards and one was corpse dance and one was Kozilek and one it didn't matter. All right. That's good beats, I guess. Yeah, I mean I can chump Kozilek, go to 4, but I also have to sack enough permanents that I'm not going to win here. That would have been maybe good earlier. I don't know. All right. Well, Thoughtseize got me pretty good. Maybe I do want this Wasteland. Feels like we do go pretty hard at each other's mana. Oh, man. Caracas would be a great draw here. All right. Let's see how this goes. All right. Game 3. I'm on the play. No, I can't keep that. If one of the hand cards was white, maybe, but... Okay. I'm going to keep this for sure. I guess I put back Time Spiral because I don't really want to get it Thoughtseize and I want to draw it at some point. I'm just so far away from casting it. Well, JJ also mulliganed. If he doesn't have Thoughtseize or birds, all right. Can I just draw Moxjet? All right. Island. Well, here's the thing. If he doesn't have a Thoughtseize, I can win on turn 3 or turn 4 of this game. Oh, man. Tails End would have been nice. Land, say go. No discard spell, no removal spell this turn. Just cast a Grist or something. That would be great. He's tanking over whether I have Tails End and whether he wants to use his Sakura Tribelder or not. I'm going to try to make it look like I have Tails End. Okay. I have it, but I don't want to use it. Just keep that in mind. All right, please no Thoughtseize, please no Thoughtseize. That's all I ask. No Thoughtseize, no him. Him is a 50-50 at least, because I play Hold Return Response and hope he whiffs. Grist I would allow. Manglehorn, okay. That's unexpected, but I guess it makes my treasures come to play tapped. Assuming this works out. I'll play my land first and Time Twister. No Snuff Out, please. Daze doesn't work either. All right, well, I guess I passed the turn, but he's just dead now. I can just force his next play. Unexpectedly absent. Yeah, I mean, this is all... It's all gravy. Turns out the whole Breacher Time Twister combo did the work, and we kind of stole this match. Ooh, well, that's a 2-0. Alrighty, on the draw against Folero. Definitely going to keep this hand. This hand has turn 1 Prism, turn 2 Feywild. Folero's playing like an artifact, like a blue-red X artifacts and stuff deck. Folero likes decks like that. But turn 2 Feywild Caretaker is quite the draw. All right. I mean, if Folero leaves the mana up, I'm not going to just jam my 5-drop into open mana, but if Folero taps out for something, then we're in. Okay, didn't tap out. I'll play my Caracas now here. And then now, what I'll probably do is just next turn I will start to play things. Oh, he didn't play anything. Makes me kind of leery. Let's see. Okay, yeah, Falero has mana drain, so I'm just not going to cast anything here. That would be, I think, ridiculous to do. Now we can either discard or tap out for something. And I'm fine with either one. Mishra's Research Desk. All right. Doing a little research. Would you exile? Mountain and Palantir. So he gets to play his Mountain. But I get to land a Feywild Caretaker. Ooh, with a Tail's End up, nonetheless. I think the Caretaker is the one that puts the most pressure out. And can't get hit by Force of Negation, which is kind of nice too. Play my island, pass the turn, get a 1/1. And I feel like this game's kind of in the bag. I mean, he could make, there are some plays he could make. Ooh, Forensic Gadgeteer. So this is one of the new ones. When he plays an artifact, he gets a 1/1. Oh, and he drew Lotus Field. Or had Lotus Field and just needed to hit his land. Yeah, that plays. I'm still going to go into the Forge here. I'm going to forge onto the Fairy Dragon. Draw. What am I going to do? I could Time Twister because he has a lot of cards in hand, but I feel like there's not really a good reason to do that. Let's play Teferi, and I think I'm just going to -3 Teferi on the Gadgeteer just to keep him like with the lowest amount of permanence in play, and because I still have that Pentad Prism, so I still have Tails End up, which is my only counter spell, and then next turn I can go ahead and cast the Time Twister if it comes down to it. Though I actually presumably should just play an end of turn Snapcaster if he doesn't play something good this turn. Well, if he doesn't play something good this turn, he's going to lose. So, all right, some nice little luck skill victory there. I do like Wasteland against Lotus Field decks because Wastelanding their second land so they can't play field on 3 is nice. Thief of Sanity, Drown in the Lock. Because if I put in, let's see, it's Creeping Tar Pit, Dark Slick Shores, and I already have Rafines, and then I'd have to put in a Swamp. I guess I could take out Unexpectedly Absent. So what if I took out Unexpectedly Absent? I could take out Tail's End and take out 2 islands and a plains. And this leaves me with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 white sources, 7 white sources, plus the Dungeoneers and stuff for basic, or, well, I guess Dungeoneer doesn't help. Feywild Caretaker, 7 white for those 3 cards, 4 cards. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 blue. Yeah, I need blue a lot more. What I want Inquisition. So I'd want Drown in the Lock and Thief of Sanity. So it would look something like that. Yeah, that seems reasonable because I have the Mox Jet. I have 5 black sources now. Yeah. Plus Pentad and then Dungeoneer and Caretaker help there. Basically, the biggest question left for me is, do I want to play a Plains or another island? And an island also has my cantrips. I think I'm going to do this and leave Inquisition in the sideboard for the moment. Though obviously I could end up changing my mind on that. Okay. The Wasteland's okay. Seasoned Dungeoneer is pretty good. Yeah, all right, I'll keep this hand. I don't think this hand's fantastic, but any sort of interaction makes this hand good, or any sort of acceleration. I have a couple pieces of each. Let's just go Island, because I'm going to want to play Narset on 3 here. If he plays a Triome and passes, oh, Urza Saga, well, I'm definitely going to Wasteland that. Okay. I guess I didn't even know about the Urza Saga, but yeah. Would have been nice if you could Wasteland the island so we couldn't make Saga tokens, but I guess he would still just be able to get something off the Saga anyway. Okay. Oh, I drew Reprieve. Well, I'm just going to keep that up then. I know he's going to just make Retrofitter tokens, which is kind of annoying, but I don't think casting Sword of the Meek accomplishes a whole lot anyway. So, oh, maybe he is playing something. Would appear so. Cryptic Coat. Yes, that I will reprieve. And I suppose play Narset now. And I'm going to minus it because I have Force of Will in my deck. I hit Time Spiral. Well, I'm not going to get to Narset Time Spiral, I don't suspect, given the Cryptic Coat. Because remember, the thing has ward, so I can't even go like Jace Bounce your idiot. Okay, Narset gets attacked. Draw Mox Jet. Okay, that's pretty nice. What am I going to play this turn? Probably Seasoned Dungeoneer, and then they get to take the initiative with that. Or I could go Teferi and tick it up. Let's see what I find off Narset, because Narset's going down either way. Spell Pierce and Time Twister. I don't think Time Twister is very useful to me right now because I have Time Spiral. So let's take the Spell Pierce. Land. Mox. I think I just Teferi plus here. Because I could play Seasoned Dungeoneer and leave up Spell Pierce. But then Folero gets to attack the Seasoned Dungeoneer with the Unblockable. And I don't have a great answer to that. I guess what I do then, I could then play Teferi and bounce the Cryptic Coat. Like -3 the coat here. What would I rather have in play? I think if I'm spiraling, I'd rather have Teferi in play. And it also prevents Folero from hitting a land drop next turn unless he just naturally draws one. Because basically, I think there's a pretty good chance I'm going to want a Time Spiral next turn. And I'd rather not start the initiative battle here. So now I get to untap Caracas and Island. Teferi doesn't die. Obviously, if he hits a land drop naturally, then so be it. But if I'm Time Spiraling, him being on one less land seems pretty massive. Okay, Teferi is getting attacked with both. And it's going to pass the turn. Okay, I guess I'm not Time Spiraling into open mana then. We'll plus Teferi first. We'll draw. Now do I want to play Seasoned Dungeoneer? Now I think I do. Let's see. So I have 6 mana, 8 with Teferi. So which means I do actually want to play that land first. Play Dungeoneer here. I'll Spell Pierce a Mana Drain. And hopefully it doesn't have Force of Negation. All right. So now the thing that's nice here, well, I guess he gets to make a Thopter token, so it's not quite as easy. Because now I'm going to untap 2 islands. So I have Snapcaster Reprieve, or Spell Pierce up, rather. Yeah, so he can actually kill Teferi and take the initiative both at the same time with Cloak plus Thopter. Look, he drew a land this turn anyway, so it didn't matter. Cloak goes after Teferi, and then Thopter goes after me. I can't stop that. Next turn, I'll have to see what I draw. But he gets land in hand. It would be really nice if I got to snap Spell Pierce right now. That would be awesome. And then next turn, I could Time Spiral, and now that he used his Mana Drain, I'd feel a little more confident of it, but let's attack. I don't really see a reason not to. Okay, that's a lot of lands. Let's go, and honestly, I still think it's just going to be Forge is better. It just puts such a fast clock on the opponent. I could play Jace. Do I just play Spiral here? My hand is pretty bad. Feels like I might be happier just casting Time Spiral. What other spells does he have? Let me check. Folero also has Mana Leak, which I don't love. All right, I think I'm going to go Jace. If he Mana Leaks, I can pay. And what I'm probably going to do with Jace is bounce the Cloaked Creature is my assumption. Oh. Are we casting the Mana Leak? No, we're doing something else. Oh, we're flipping this and casting Counterspell. Clever. Clever, clever. Let's go. Well, he got a token, but now I get to Spell Pierce, which is actually pretty nice. So let's go get Spell Pierce back. Spell Pierce the Counterspell. Gets a token, and then I'm going to go bounce the Iconoclast because it no longer has a ward. So that, I think, helps me the most in terms of on the board, because now I've got Snapcaster to chump the construct. The soldier token either has to take back the initiative or hit Jace for one. Of course, if you can kill the Snapcaster, then that does change things as well. Oh, okay. Third Path Iconoclast LED. Are we echoing? Are you going to be the one casting the Time Twister? All right. Let's see what this is. Petty Theft, Bounce Snapcaster. Okay, so I lose Jace and the initiative. And a Lotus Field, too. Look at you. But that does leave me with Seasoned Dungeoneer, and Folero's finally tapped out. I can cast this Time Spiral. So I guess the biggest decision that Folero has left is where do you put the Forge counters, unless you want to do something. Oh, he is going to Echo. Okay. Well, he's already played his land. I guess he knows I have Time Spiral, so I guess giving me... Geez, he re-hit the LED immediately. I guess giving me a new set doesn't matter. Oh, into Opal too. Okay. Well, that was some pretty good spiraling. We're spiraling out of control here. So next turn I can hit for... Yeah, I just basically have to live through a turn of all this stuff, which I think I'm going to. Oh, I even drew Feywild Caretaker. I kind of went in a little fast and furious there, but that's all right. All right, hit Creeping Tar Pit. Take 5 down to 11. Trap you down to 6. I mean, I could even take the... I could even Feywild here. What else would I be doing? I guess my hand is not... I don't really have anything else to do anyway. So I think I'm going to... Swords to Plowshares the Iconoclast here. Play Feywild Caretaker. Leaving up Caracas, because I don't even really want to cast Ponder. Play here, go another deeper in the Undercity, get a card. And then the Tar Pit is still lethal next turn, which is why I didn't mind Swordsing there. Oh, and there's a Thopter Foundry too. Yeah, I think I'm supposed to play the Tar Pit and then pass with Force up and Caracas up, and I get a 1/1 token, which isn't like worth a ton, but is definitely something. And then I also get to go to the Throne of the Dead 3 next turn if all goes according to plan. Dismember on Feywild Caretaker. Okay, I don't think that really matters that much. Like you were getting to take the initiative and hit me for a bunch of damage here anyway. Like I block the construct, I take 8, 13, I go to 4 here. So I guess if you had 2 removal spells, then Folero could have gotten me, but this puts me to 9, and then Trap puts me to 4. And I'm going to try to attack for the win with Force up. He's got 4 cards in hand, but not that much actual mana left. Not counting the LED, really. 4 mana. So it's hard to imagine playing 2 spells that I care about to stop this Force of Will. Okay, draw. Oh, it's a Snapcaster there too. So let's cast Pentad Prism. And the reason I want to cast that is so I can have Drown in the lockup. Maybe that matters. Animate Tar Pit. And boom! That's a 3-0. Let's check in on the team. Oh, we have checked in on the team, and yeah, we were victorious. Andreas was 1-1, and then both Bean and the tank, so Anton and Adrian, both 2-0. So the Austrians know what they're doing. I don't mind them 2-0 when they're not battling me. So we are victorious, and this deck was just an exceedingly clean Thopter Foundry deck. I'm really glad I got to draft a kind of blue-white combo. So it's like, oops, there's Time Spiral, Hull Breacher. Well, it's really like Time Twister, Hull Breacher with Spiral, also, of course, comboing with Hull Breacher, but mostly Spiral's just a really good card. As long as you have something powerful to do, casting a Time Spiral usually works out pretty well for you because you just get a fresh hand of 7, first crack, all your mana. And your opponent, you just basically have to do something strong enough that whatever they do, yours trumped it. It had good creature interaction with swords and some counters, though that I could have used. I mean, one more thing. That's why I played the Absent, and I'm really glad I did. Just a little more interaction on that front, because it did have Spell Pierce, reprieve Tails and No More Lies in Force of Will as other counters, with V-Click being a little more disruption, and then Teferi, Jace, and Narset as Planeswalkers, all of which provided card advantage and some interaction. Steamcore Scholar was a nice little thing to put on the board, draw me some cards. Of course, Thopter Sword was great to have in here because I saw a lot of cards. It wasn't hard to assemble it. Could have used more blue-white lands, but ended up being okay. Just the one Rafine's Tower, the Shelldock, the Crocus, so some value lands. A nice Mox, which obviously always makes your deck better. And overall, just a really clean, solid deck. This deck did some work, and Seasoned Engineer put in a lot of effort as well. That card, glad I took it. It's just a busted card. Well, that'll do it for today. This was a clinic on just blue-white control combo, and doesn't always work out this smoothly, but it's really sweet when it does. Well, if you're watching this, I've sufficiently controlled the game to get you to the end of the video. The top 5 control decks, you know, they might be a little longer and a lot more fun than most drafts. I really like drafting control. When it comes up, I'm in. And these top 5 control decks were a blast to play. So I hope you enjoyed them, and stay tuned on the channel. A lot of more control decks coming, drafts, Winstons, everything you can think of, plus some special guests. So don't go anywhere, and I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to hit that like and subscribe button. It helps out the channel, and you won't miss a single draft.